Originally a genius endowed with immortality and the 8 gates of might, I find myself derided by my kin as a mere waste. This scorn arises solely from the fact that I awakened the Sharingan upon my birth, yet I chose not to practice shuriken jutsu or ninjutsu. Instead, I sought the tutelage of Might Guy to master taijutsu. While my elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, regarded me with disdain, I found immense delight in my training. In merely 3 years of rigorous practice under Guy, I unlocked the second gate of the 8 gates. The freedom to kick and strike was exhilarating. However, my joy was short-lived, for 1 year hence would mark the fateful night of our clan's annihilation. Despite being Itachi's younger brother, he remained infatuated with Sasuke, and no matter how diligently I endeavored to win his affection by bringing him his favorite dumplings, daily I remained unloved. Thus, on that tragic night, I was destined to meet my demise. As I contemplated seeking refuge at Guy Sensei's home, I was unexpectedly jolted by the activation of a long-dormant system. Faced with the impending death of Shursui, I was presented with a choice. 1. Prevent Shizui's suicide and receive an experience card for fully unlocking the 8 gates. 2. Remain indifferent and receive a blood dilemma. Initially, I contemplated option 2, for my slight frame made me wary of drawing the attention of Danzo. However, upon glimpsing the experience card for the fully unlocked 8 gates, I was struck by the realization that it was wrong to stand idly by while a fellow clansman suffered. I hurried to the spot where Shursui would fall, waiting anxiously as dusk approached. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from above. Without hesitation, I leaped into the water and swam swiftly toward his point of descent. At that moment, I felt an immense force watching from above. Looking up, I recognized the potent chakra of an awakened Manjiki Sharingan. Resolute, I swam against the current as Shizui's body neared the jagged rocks. Activating the second gate of the 8 gates, I surged upstream, managing to grasp him just in time. Upon feeling my warmth, Shursui was taken aback, yet the raging waters rendered him immobile, unable even to perform hand seals. Utterly astonished, he wondered who this child was capable of such defiance against the torrent. As I successfully rescued him, exhilaration surged through me. Couldn't help but exclaim how thrilling it was. Shursui, initially preparing to perform hand seals, froze at the sound of my voice. Despite his blindness, he sensed the depth of my gaze. How could a mere 5-year-old possess a double tomo? I scoffed. I awakened my eyes merely a month after my birth. Shursui was momentarily dumbfounded. How could this be possible? No one has ever awakened their eyes this early in history. Yet he fell silent as he contemplated the current state of the Uchiha clan and its relationship with the village. Seeing Shursui lost in thought, I grew anxious, fearing he might slip back into despair, especially since the system had yet to confirm the completion of my task. Thus, I revealed the dark truths of our village and Danzo's ambitions. Upon hearing my words, Shursui was left in utter shock and disbelief, realizing that all of this was orchestrated by Danzo to conceal his true power. He has consistently refrained from practicing shuriken, throwing, and ninjutsu, fearing the watchful eye of Danzo. Shursui was somewhat taken aback by my profound restraint, yet he soon succumbed to an endless sense of powerlessness. What do you wish to convey by telling me this? My eyes had lost their luster, yet I managed to smile in response that if you, brother Shursui, do not wish to be deemed a coward, then please first shroud your identity in secrecy, preserving a final glimmer of hope for our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing my words, Uchiha Shursui gazed at me in astonishment, the one who had just mocked him now earnestly imploring him. This stirred something within him. Uchiha Shursui resolutely nodded, conjuring a flame that reddened his face, and then leapt off the cliff, turning his back to the village, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, I let out a sigh of relief, soon revealing a smile, for the system rewards had materialized. 6 months later, Uchiha returned to the place of Shizui's demise, his expression one of confusion. Recently endowed with a Manjiki, he had glimpsed the stone tablet beneath the Nankawa shrine, unveiling the secrets of the Manjiki Sharingan. Since that moment, the situation had deteriorated further. I could no longer safeguard the village or the Uchiha. I beheld this scene from below, my mind clouded with doubt. What is the filial son doing? Preparing to annihilate the clan? But in the next moment, I recalled that I possessed an experience card for the 8 gates release, rendering me fearless. The thought of my beloved mother, Mikoto, facing death at his hands made me scratch my head. If that were the case, then Fuyu cannot perish either. Otherwise, Mother Mikoto would be heartbroken. However, as the team leader, Fuyu would certainly not stand idly by while his clansmen perished. Choosing to live alone, it seemed the crux of the matter lay with the Knight of the Nine Tails. Yet, I quickly conceived a perfect solution. Ding! Concerning the impending Uchiha clan annihilation, your choices are 1. Prevent the Uchiha extermination. Reward. Bag of Wishing 2. Remain indifferent. Reward. Permanent residency in the Pure Land. Indeed, my elder brother would not spare me. I sighed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha was earnestly conversing with the masked man. Uchiha declared, I can assist you in avenging the Uchiha clan, but you must not harm the village, nor lay a hand on my second brother, Yangsha. The masked man chuckled. He lacks the potential and temperament. There is no need for him to live in such torment. Uchiha responded coldly. As the night deepened and the bright moon ascended, none anticipated that at the Third Shinobi World War, a resounding figure stood in the shadows. It appeared that the hawkish faction had met its demise. I promptly closed my eyes, inwardly proclaiming, activate the 8 Gates Formation of Might Guy. With that utterance, a golden radiance erupted from my eyes. My physique began to grow, adorned in crimson warring state's armor, seemingly harmonizing with the first Hokage. In the next instant, formidable power surged through me. The 8th gate, the Death Gate, was opened. In a fleeting moment, my blood evaporated, enveloping my form in a shroud of red mist. And then, with a thunderous roar, all was engulfed in chaos. A terrifying shockwave, akin to a typhoon, erupted from the Shadow Rock, instantly obliterating the statue of the third Hokage. In the following moment, I transformed into a crimson streak of light, hurtling towards the Uchiha clan's younger generation with an aura of dread. Simultaneously, within the Hokage building, the once serene Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, turned towards the Uchiha youth, only to be startled by a sudden, cataclysmic roar. Behind him, he immediately leapt through the window. In the next second, he beheld the blood-red light, accompanied by a ferocious gust of wind. His pupils constricted in alarm, and he hastily employed the earth release technique. Although the earth wall was swiftly completed, its defensive capability lagged significantly behind the speed of the tempest, rendering it utterly ineffective and sending him flying without the slightest resistance. This scene unfolded across many locales in Konoha, as numerous individuals were cast into the air, their figures and cries of anguish filling the atmosphere. Help! What is happening? An enemy attack. In the village, Kakashi, Might Guy, and many others gazed down at the fissures in the ground, which spread out from the Uchiha clan's territory for several thousand meters. Who could be responsible for this? Compared to the terror of the Nine Tails, they felt an even greater dread emanating from this unfamiliar foe. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, who was admiring the masked man responsible for the clan's annihilation, lifted his gaze to see my face, shock washing over him. Just as he opened his mouth to utter a word, his expression transformed in an instant, his eyes swirling as he was abruptly drawn into the vortex, the very moment of his disappearance. A bubble of air, exhibiting a terrifying and brutal demeanor, obliterated everything within a 100-meter radius of where the masked man had stood. The ground erupted with a thunderous roar, shaking violently, while cracks spread outward, accompanied by the frenzied gusts that ravaged everything in their path. Stained with droplets of blood, Uchiha Itachi swiftly ascended to the rooftop, gazing at the man clad in the crimson armor of the Warring States period, his pupils narrowing in. Recognition, Uchiha Madara. He then glanced towards the position of the one-eyed masked man, only to find him vanished, leaving him in a state of realization. However, confusion soon gripped him again. This was the crimson aura of the 8 gates. Yet would Uchiha Madara even employ such a technique? I remained indifferent to any doubts regarding my identity as Uchiha Madara. After all, my transformation into Uchiha Itachi served 3 distinct purposes. First, to utterly eliminate the threat posed by the Nine Tails. Second, to eradicate the hawkish factions on both sides. And third, to create some turmoil for Konoha's upper echelons, successfully diverting their attention. At that moment, a terrifying air cannon whizzed past Uchiha Itachi, the sheer force of the attack sending a chilling tremor through him. Such overwhelming power made cold sweat bead on his brow. He had never encountered such a formidable individual before. Was this truly the essence of the legendary Uchiha Itachi's ancestral strength? Young one, I acknowledge your path, I declared coolly as I turned to leave Konoha. Though I could indeed eliminate Uchiha Itachi, I refrained from doing so to spare my brother's infamy, quell Shizui's resentment, and prevent the heartbreak of Mikoto. The most prudent choice would be to allow Uchiha Itachi to depart from the village. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. Yet, in the next instant, he halted, and I turned to him in confusion. To my astonishment, he knelt before me, pleading, "Lord Madara, please spare my brother. I have no interest in the slaughter of innocents. My true concern lies with the lineage of Uchiha Madara. Who dares to perpetrate such atrocities?" I turned and strode forward, the sound of erratic laughter echoing behind me. "My clan, if there is to be death, I shall be the one to deliver it." With a resounding crash, I transformed into a crimson light, departing from the Uchiha compound. Uchiha Itachi, noticing this, swiftly leaped aside to evade the fissures rapidly spreading towards him. Observing the terrifying chasm left in my wake, a smile crept across his face. Despite the numerous uncertainties surrounding Uchiha Madara, he was undoubtedly more reliable than that one-eyed masked man. Who the individual is matters little. What is paramount is the preservation of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku emerged, declaring, "There are still 2 hawks who have not attempted to kill me. Come, make your move. After all, you have already been warned by that individual. Leave Konoha at once and never return." Uchiha Itachi bowed his head in submission. Meanwhile, the second Hokage transformed into Uchiha Madara, crushing Senju Tobarama's visage beneath his heel, and fought alongside the formidable Yuyan. Almost immediately, an overwhelming crimson light radiated from his being, an extraordinary phenomenon that compelled countless villagers to gaze upward in astonishment. Some elders, upon witnessing this, widened their eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Uchiha Madara!" In that moment, I erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Oh, Mother of Greece, behold! This is the village you and I have established. How utterly absurd! The Senju of the forest no longer exist, and yet tonight they wish to annihilate my Uchiha clan. Ha ha ha!" My raucous laughter resonated throughout Konoha. Within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, over 60 years of age, alongside other high-ranking officials, gazed at the figures standing atop the ruins of the second Hokage's monument, their hearts gripped with an overwhelming dread, making it difficult to breathe. Sarutobi's complexion darkened as he whispered, "Uchiha Madara, he is indeed Uchiha Madara." However, Tsunade shook her head in disbelief, insisting, "He is not Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara cannot use the 8 gates technique. It is impossible for one who opens the 8 gates to employ ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi fell silent. The inability to use ninjutsu indicated that the visage before them was genuine, not a mere transformation technique. This truly was Uchiha Madara. The 3 of them gazed in disbelief. Meanwhile, at the root headquarters, Danzo observed the blood-red figure with a grim expression. If Uchiha Madara were alive, he would not appear in such a youthful form. "Bring him before me," he commanded, and dozens of figures swiftly made their way towards the monument. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, Uzumaki, and other students from the Ninja Academy gazed curiously at the crimson figure atop the monument. "Iruka Sensei, what is the Senju of the forest? Why did he claim that Konoha was established by him and the first Hokage? And why did he say the Uchiha clan would be annihilated tonight?" Confronted with the myriad questions posed by his students, Iruka shook his head in a gesture of uncertainty. Yet, in the very next moment, standing atop the second Hokage's monument, I found my voice once more. This past decade has indeed provided me with ample entertainment. "Ah, Danzo Shimura, it appears that your momentary hesitation in the presence of that unassuming spy has weighed heavily on your conscience. Not only did your dissemination of Shrank mission details drive White Fan to take his own life, but you also exploited the Night of the Nine Tails, resulting in the demise of the 4th Hokage. Ultimately, your assassination attempt on the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, failed, and you resorted to spreading malicious rumors of the Nine Tails was under Uchiha control. My companion is far from being a mere pawn of your inept group. Now, with the formidable strength of the Uchiha clan, you are plotting their downfall. It is no wonder that that brat, Fei Jian, chose not to support you." Upon hearing this, even the children could not suppress their astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Danzo had indeed attempted to assassinate the 3rd Hokage. Iruka, reflecting on this revelation, recognized the peculiar shifts among the higher echelons at that time. Meanwhile, many of the Jonin and even Shunin present turned pale, their expressions betraying their unease, particularly those with ties to Danzo. After a moment of contemplation, they swiftly made their way to the Hokage's office, intent on reporting Danzo's hidden transgressions to Sarutobi. Yet, Danzo remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, believing he still held the reins of control, dispatching an additional 100 subordinates to follow me. And my words continued unabated. Sarutobi, as the strongest third Hokage, where were you when the fourth Hokage fell? When Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki for the village, was met with scorn as the demon fox, where were you? When the Uchiha boy, Shursui, had his eyes taken by Danzo, and in a bid to avert catastrophe, chose to end his own life, where were you? You merely stand idly by, casting blame while donning the Hokage's robes, sighing in despair. How astonishing it is that you can call yourself Hokage. I am utterly appalled by the folly of Konoha T that moment. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clutched the railing tightly, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Madara. Yet in the next instant, he appeared deflated, like a punctured balloon. The 12 young warriors, too, were taken aback, their eyes locked onto Naruto Uzumaki, stunned at the revelation that the demon fox was the orphan of the fourth Hokage. Naruto, in a daze, began to comprehend for the first time that he indeed had parents. The most profound shock, however, belonged to Iruka, who was largely unaware of the truths revealed by Uchiha Madara. But he had lived through the Night of the Nine Tails, and now, reflecting on it, he was overwhelmed with questions. Why was it that, in a village where both the third and fourth Hokages resided, only the fourth met his end? And why, after all these years, had there been no preparations to select a fifth Hokage? As a multitude of questions erupted, the once great third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, began to tarnish in the eyes of the villagers of Konoha. Baby, and you too, Tsunade, he thought. Mito and Yin, the two Hokage advisors, are hardly virtuous themselves, mere opportunists. Even at over 60, they refuse to step aside for you. Just the thought that this is the village I established fills me with a desire to eradicate you. But, being the elder, I shall make my move as long as you can survive in my presence. I shall not hold it against you. And no sooner had the words left my lips than countless individuals beheld the serene, crimson figure, which reignited their frenzied terror. In an instant, I found myself encircled by hundreds of ninjas, their expressions devoid of emotion as they fixated upon me. Lord Danzo requests your presence, they announced. Yet, before they could finish their utterance, I waved my hand impassively. Realizing the imminent danger, they hastily formed hand signs for Earth release, but it was far too late. In a fleeting moment, they were swept away by a column of air I unleashed, instantly reduced to mere pulp. But that was merely the beginning. The first to fall emerged from the hidden door of the Hokage building. With a thunderous crash, the blood-red figure surged forth, and Uchiha Madara, witnessing the impending assault, was overtaken by dread. His heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly, rendering him utterly immobile. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted, preparing to summon a fire dragon for defense. However, in the next heartbeat, he was horrified to discover that he could not keep up with Uchiha Madara, who had suddenly appeared beside him. At a mere slap from Madara unleashed a terrifying force. And in an instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi was obliterated, his remains scattered upon the remnants of the Hokage building. Hiruzen's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat as he stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that his friend of over 50 years had perished so abruptly. At this juncture, I spoke of the second target, Tsunade. With a swift motion, I dispatched her with a single strike. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly invoked the summoning technique, yet as the smoke of the summoning began to materialize, Tsunade had already met her demise, leaving the surrounding ninjas in a state of shock. As the smoke dissipated, revealing the stern-faced Monkey King, his gaze shifted to Uchiha Madara, his voice tinged with urgency and unmistakable plea for escape. Observing their palpable dread, I simply waved my hand dismissively and declared, "The third shall be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fear not, I shall strike but once. Rest assured, I will only strike once. The third, Sarutobi Hiruzen." Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel any sorrow, under extreme terror, he hurriedly shouted, "You Inma, Rui Jingu Bang. I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, the gigantic Monkey King, Yuinma, had already balanced on one leg. Transform. Smoke reappeared. In the next moment, a black Rui Jingu Bang with two golden ends appeared, landing in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. This time, Uchiha Waiki did not strike down but clench his fist, bringing down a terrifying, killing intent. Boom! The terrifying pressure from the air sent Sarutobi Hiruzen flying without any resistance, crashing into the ground, his life or death unknown. Uchiha Waiki glanced at the surrounding ninjas. No one wanted to come up for revenge. After Uchiha Waiki exposed the actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Shino, and Mito Gate, and anyone could think through the reasons with a little thought. Not to mention that some people already knew their true identities. Feeling the deep fatigue in his body, Uchiha Waiki felt a bit anxious. If it weren't for needing to complete the first and third points, it would have been better to kill them directly upon arrival. The fourth, Shimura Danzo. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen root ninjas appeared beside Uchiha Waiki. Lord Danzo is requesting you to surrender. Before he could finish, Uchiha Waiki casually slapped them, turning them into minced meat without any resistance. Uchiha Waiki could roughly guess how excited Kai was to see Uchiha Madara. These people were too weak. Boom! The Hokage building completely collapsed, turning into ruins. And Uchiha Waiki vanished without a trace. Root base. Shimura Danzo silently watched the direction of the Hokage building. The fourth, Shimura Danzo. In the next second, he saw a blood-red figure. Wait! Danzo hurriedly shouted. In the next moment, he revealed his right Manjiki Sharingan hidden under the bandage, showing an excited expression. Konoha Tsukimi. Hee, Konoha Tsukimi, a nice Manjiki. Uchiha Waiki, with his eyes tightly closed, sneered. You. Danzo was shocked. How did he know I would calculate him? In the next moment, he saw Uchiha Madara's tightly clenched fist, as if he saw something extremely terrifying, and hurriedly activated a Sharingan on his arm. Boom! The terrifying air punch was more terrifying than all previous punches. The air howled, shaking the entire Konoha, as if the air was quaking. Countless villagers painfully covered their ears, screaming, "Ah! My ears! Ah!" Amidst this terror, the man's voice emerged. I didn't expect you to actually transplant the Sharingan of my Uchiha clan. Danzo, you're quite impressive, even better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. A ruthless person like you should be like this. You can even harm your own village. Ha 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 ha. Many people vaguely saw the blood-red light rushing towards the village outskirts. Many breathed a sigh of relief, kneeling on the ground with weak legs. So terrifying. Choice completed. You have obtained rebirth attraction. Uchiha Waiki transformed into a blood-red light and rushed into a bandit den. After 10 seconds of screams, the dozens of bandits inside had lost their heads. Uchiha Waiki, who had released the 8 Gates of Dunjia experience card, shrank from a man in red Warring States armor with long black hair of 1.8 meters to a child just over 1 meter tall. Just as he recovered, he stumbled as if he was about to die painfully. His eyelids were heavy, and many bones in his body were fractured. Fortunately, he had given his body a sufficiently strong command. At the moment of release, he immediately used rebirth attraction. His arms seemed to melt, connecting with those headless corpses. Like a sinister technique that forcefully absorbed life, the corpses quickly dried up. In an instant, the void within Uchiha Waiki was filled, and his body and mind felt satisfied, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately after, an even stronger wave of drowsiness struck. Having eaten and drunk enough, the body wanted to rest. He fought against this overwhelming drowsiness, gritting his teeth to get up. He couldn't rest yet. He had to hurry back. He looked at the corpse of the Uchiha Jonin he had captured nearby. Uchiha Waiki carefully dug out the eyes and placed them in a glass bottle with maintenance liquid, destroyed the head of the corpse, absorbed it with rebirth attraction, and finally burned it together with the other dried corpses of bandits as he slowly descended the mountain. Chapter 18. The upcoming mutual slaughter between Do and Yano Yu 2 hours later. Uchiha Yosuke returned home. Although he fell asleep, as soon as he lay down, he noticed the blood on Sasuke's face, who was in a painful coma. Looking at the injuries on his parents, he immediately understood what Uchiha Itachi had done. All he could say was well done. It seemed that Sasuke would still betray the village in the future. After all, he cared more about his older brother Uchiha Itachi than his parents. That night was known as the Night of Madara. Although it was a minor incident compared to the Night of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha clan was devastated, with over half of its members dead. Hokage advisor Nara Shikaku and Mito Gaiden died. Sarutobi Hiruzen was seriously injured, and the loss of high-level combat power was extremely severe. The atmosphere in the village was quite uneasy, with rumors that Awagakure and Kumogakure were about to attack again, signaling the start of another war. But in the end, nothing happened. During this time, Uchiha Yosuke kept an eye on news about Danzo. He had used the Uchiha clan's Izanagi and was exposed for harming fellow villagers. However, after that night, it was as if he had vanished, with the Uchiha clan relocating back to the power center and the 24-hour surveillance lifted. The Uchiha Hawks received a substantial compensation in the name of fighting to the death against Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan seemed to be thriving. and many villagers said they had mistakenly blamed the Uchiha clan and should apologize. However, Uchiha Fugaku still wore a grim expression. It seemed he had evaded the punishment he deserved through some underhanded means by Danzo. Yosuke speculated that the rumors of war were likely spread by him. If the villagers did not let him off, he might secretly stir up trouble, bringing war to Konoha and making the villagers completely forget about him. If war did break out, Sarutobi Hiruzen would certainly refuse, but would tacitly allow it to happen, participating in the war in the name of atonement and playing the victim. In the end, it would still be the villagers who suffered. It was uncertain whether the villagers forgetting about Danzo was a good or bad thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hide away. He resigned from the position of Hokage and took on the role of Hokage bodyguard as a form of atonement, safeguarding the Hokage's safety. The position of Hokage was taken over by Nara Shikahisa, but he was only acting Hokage and would not carve his name on the Hokage monument. It seemed that his reputation was sufficient, but his strength was lacking, leading to this special situation. Once Jiraiya was willing to become Hokage or Tsunade returned to the village, he would likely step down. Additionally, the village seemed to have become prosperous recently. Yosuke specifically went to check on the lands of the Nara, Mito, Sarutobi, and Shimura clans and found that their lands had shrunk, with even the women unable to buy meat while grocery shopping. It appeared their assets had been confiscated. The way the villagers looked at them was as if they were seeing a nine-tailed fox, filled with disgust and disdain. A few days later, Yosuke saw many guards returning from the border. This instantly made the village much livelier. While eavesdropping, Yosuke learned that the Sarutobi clan would guard the border for 10 years as compensation. This change did not significantly affect the children, except for Naruto Uzumaki. The changes included the following 4 points. 1. Improved reputation. No one called him the nine-tailed fox anymore, even when children spoke recklessly. Nearby villagers would threaten to beat them with brooms. Moreover, some even referred to him as Master Naruto. 2. Sudden wealth. He inherited the estate of Kushina Uzumaki on that street, living a life free of worries about food and drink. As a landlord, he became someone the shopkeepers on that street would flatter excessively, causing him to feel quite elated. 3. Uzumaki clan's secret techniques. The secret techniques that had been confiscated by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo returned to the Uzumaki clan. However, no one dared to teach him, and due to the Nine Tails, Naruto couldn't control his chakra, leaving him feeling lonely. 4. A mother figure. While Naruto was enjoying his newfound wealth and spending money, Mikoto appeared. And with Yosuke's assertiveness, Mikoto became his godmother, taking charge of managing the assets on that street. Although Naruto was mischievous, his actions stemmed from a desire for care. His inherently good nature led him to awkwardly, yet happily, accept Mikoto as his godmother. For him, money was only needed to be sufficient. Mikoto was also dedicated, seemingly wanting to repay the debts of the past 6 years with her whole life. For a time, even Sasuke was sidelined as she focused on teaching Naruto various skills, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, knowledge, thinking, and social conduct, more intimately than a biological son. If either Naruto or Sasuke or Yosuke had been a girl, they might have ended up as in-laws. It was quite frightening, but everything was developing in a positive direction. The day after the night of Madara, Uchiha Shursui left Konoha, taking the Sharingan that Uchiha Yosuke had hidden outside the village. Yet, he still worried and would occasionally come back to check. Seeing that everything was improving, he began to feel more at ease, but also somewhat confused about the meaning of his existence. As an Uchiha, he was dead. As a member of Konoha, he was still dead. In this world, it seemed his existence had lost its meaning. At this moment, Uchiha Yosuke found him. The village appeared stable. But without a confirmed new Hokage, it signified that everything was not yet stable. Shursui, I hope you can secretly build a power as a backup. If something like this happens again, I hope you can step up to stop it. This statement gave Uchiha Shursui a strong sense of purpose. He seemed to come alive, filled with fighting spirit as he began to establish a power. Seeing the change in his state, Uchiha Yosuke smiled and nodded. People need to stay busy to avoid overthinking. As for Uchiha Yosuke's life, it remained unchanged. Although Mikoto could openly make lunchboxes for Naruto now, Yosuke had been eating the lunchboxes made by Yamanaka Ino for a long time and couldn't just stop. Thus, he continued eating Ino's lunchboxes while giving Mikoto's lunchboxes to Naruto. One time, while studying beside him, the pink-haired Haruno Sakura encountered a difficult problem and struggled for a full 5 hours. Unable to resist helping her, she began to affectionately call him Yosuke and Yamanaka Ino's attitude towards Yosuke also shifted from a crush on a handsome guy to respect for an older brother? Was it because she realized he was just using her to deliver food to Naruto? Or did she discover he had no romantic interest in her? Who knows? In any case, Yosuke did not dislike this non-blood-related sibling relationship. However, there was one thing that made him a bit anxious recently. Perhaps due to his young age or some other reason, he always struggled to advance in the third gate of the 8 gates. Although he knew that in a year, based on his talent, there was a 99 chance he would definitely be able to cultivate it. He felt inexplicably anxious, worrying about this and that. He feared he would end up like Lee, stuck at the 6th gate, unable to fully open the 8 gates formation. At that moment, the system in his mind spoke again. In the face of the upcoming mutual slaughter between Do and Yanoyu, your choice is 1. Save Yanoyu. Reward. 3rd gate of the 8 gates. Indifferent. Reward. Sharingan with 3 Tomo. Chapter 19. The rescue method of Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Yenshu took a glance and decisively chose option 1, contacting Uchiha Shursui. That afternoon, Uchiha Shursui came to the training location of Uchiha Yenshu. Yenshu, what happened? This was the first time Yenshu had sought him out, which made him a bit worried. Could it be that something had happened within the Uchiha clan again? Brother Hua, can you go to the Iwagakure border and help me rescue a medic named Yao Shirinayu, who is known as the Wandering Priestess? Of course. However, Uchiha Shursui had a question. After rescuing her, will you bring her over? No, you can ask her if she's willing to join you, on the condition that you handle any cursed seals that Danzo might have left on her. If she is unwilling, you can let her go. It's up to you. Uchiha Yenshu said, by the way, there's a little girl from the Uzumaki clan in the Kusagakure who has special healing abilities. You can rescue her. Perhaps you can control the leader of the Kusagakure and use it as a starting point for your power. Use the Kusagakure as a starting point for my power? Don't worry, they're not good people. Uchiha Yenshu smiled. Besides, I'm just suggesting, you can do as you see fit. Uchiha Shursui smiled and said, I understand. I will report to you regularly. Report to me regularly? Uchiha Yenshu was about to ask him when he saw him disappear. Seeing this, Uchiha Yenshu chuckled and shook his head, continuing his training. 5 years ago, Uchiha Yenshu was just over a year old, still using sandbags as training equipment. The effects of the Nine-Tails Night had not yet dissipated. The Wagakure took the opportunity to start a war, and the not yet defected Orochimaru was still fighting on the battlefield. Toby, a little boy with white hair and big eyes, was adopted by an orphanage at the age of 6. By the age of 9, he was already using medical ninjutsu and was sent to the battlefield as a medic. The sounds of wailing and pain, along with busy medics, were the main themes of the medical camp, and the ninja that Toby treated was Orochimaru. Orochimaru noticed Toby's talent and invited him to join, but Toby wanted to stay by the side of Yao Shirinayu, refused Orochimaru. After finishing treatment with Yao Shirinayu, Toby returned to the orphanage. Danzo found Yao Shirinayu and wanted her to infiltrate a Wagakure for intelligence gathering. Although she had once been the top spy, the Wandering Priestess, Yao Shirinayu now only wanted to run the orphanage well. However, after Danzo threatened her that the funds for the orphanage might be stolen and that children also had their value, she had no choice but to agree. At this time, Danzo discovered Toby eavesdropping outside, realizing he had good potential as a spy. He asked her to send a child to the route and threatened Yao Shirinayu with the orphanage funds again. This time, Yao Shirinayu firmly refused. But Toby heard, especially Danzo's words about how children might express a desire to become ninjas of Konoha, suggesting that she might find one. This made Toby choose to follow Danzo for the orphanage's sake. Time flew by quickly. Himogakure, Kirigakure, Sunagakure. Toby completed tasks rapidly and efficiently in various ninja villages. Meanwhile, Yao Shirinayu was still in Wagakure, only able to see pictures sent by Danzo to understand Toby's safety and growth. At the same time, she received another task, to kill a man who had betrayed Konoha. 5 years later, today, Toby arrived at a Wagakure for espionage activities. Unfortunately, he was discovered and was being searched by a Wagakure. Fortunately, the surrounding stones provided a complex terrain that allowed him to hide. Sweat poured down his face due to the tension, soaking his clothes. At 14, he was breathing heavily and feeling a bit exhausted, looking up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. He couldn't help but take out his pocket watch. It was 9:04 p.m. If not for the events of that year, it would have already been bedtime. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall the scene of everyone at the orphanage standing at the door, watching him leave. His emotions became complicated for a moment. Has it been 5 years since leaving the orphanage? I really want to see the director and the others again. At this moment, A sharp light reflected off his pocket watch. That was a shuriken. Startled, Toby quickly rolled out of the way, pushing off with one foot and swiftly distancing himself. The next second, he felt the attacking ninja descending from the sky. The fierce killing intent forced him to twist his body, turning his retreat into an attack. In a split second, he formed hand seals, causing a sharp chakra scalpel to appear in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he turned and slashed backward. Swish, thud, the lung of the attacking ninja was pierced, blood bursting forth. The body fell to the ground like a broken doll. The surviving Toby knew he couldn't stay any longer. Just as he hurried to leave, he caught sight of the attacking ninja's face, his pupils constricting. Director, he panicked. All the spy principles of chasing and killing the fleeing enemy were thrown out of his mind. Director, all he could see was the woman lying on the ground, desperately using her medical ninjutsu to heal the wound. In Yao Shi Yinayu's eyes, it was painful and very puzzling. Why are you healing me? You are. As an enemy, why are you saving me? It's me. Director. Toby noticed that Yao Shi Yinayu's glasses were gone and immediately put his own glasses on her. While using medical ninjutsu, he hurriedly said, Director, it's me. I'm Toby. Don't worry. I will definitely heal you. Yao Shi Yinayu still didn't understand. Who are you? Toby's heart felt like it was struck by a heavy hammer, and the medical ninjutsu in his hands could no longer be maintained. Ultimately, the medical ninjutsu disappeared. He fled in terror. However, he didn't notice that Yao Shi Yinayu's gradually cold body transformed into wood. Nearby, just as Yao Shi Yinayu broke free from the illusion, she was hit by a genjutsu from a man with a disfigured face and fainted again. Carrying Yao Shi Yinayu, the man with the disfigured face looked at the nearby rocks. Orochimaru walked out from there, laughing coldly, and said in a voice like smoke, Sharingan, who are you? The man with the disfigured face glanced at the Iwagakure ninjas rushing over in the distance, said nothing, and turned to leave. Orochimaru looked at Toby, who was walking away, and laughed sinisterly, also turning to leave, both sharing an unspoken understanding. Land of Grass Cave. I know you're awake. The man with the disfigured face said calmly. Yao Shi Yinayu, who had failed to pretend to be asleep, opened her eyes immediately, retreating while holding a shuriken, staring at the disfigured man in front of her, ready to strike at any moment. The man with the disfigured face glanced at her and said, My master asks if you want to join this organization. If you don't want to join, what will you do? Yao Shi Yinayu's killing intent intensified. Then you can leave. My orders were just to rescue you. Upon mentioning this, Yao Shi Yinayu recalled the panicked boy who saved her, claiming to be Toby. Although it was an illusion, she could feel that if it weren't for the man in front of her controlling her, her future self would surely have died in that manner. All the doubts made her slowly put away the shuriken, temporarily choosing to trust the man with the disfigured face, unable to help but ask. Why does he call him Do? What doesn't look like that? Chapter 20. So, are we the Savior Organization? The disfigured man shook his head and said, Although I don't know, a person like Danzo would definitely do something despicable like switching someone else's photo on the way. After all, he is very suspicious. He stroked his right eye disdainfully and added, to deal with suspicion, his choice would only be to brutally silence them. Such actions left Yakushi Nanoyu in great confusion, and his words made her unable to believe it. How is that possible? I gathered so much intelligence for the village at the risk of my safety. Do you think that Danzo would allow someone like you, who knows many secrets, to return to the orphanage in peace? The disfigured man laughed. Yakushi Nanoyu's pupils constricted. The emergence of the truth seemed to chill her to the bone. Based on her understanding of Danzo, he would definitely not let her continue to live. My lord should understand this matter. If you're willing to join, I can help you inquire. If not, you can leave now and investigate on your own. The disfigured man stood up, asking, So what is your choice? Yakushi Nanoyu's expression was slightly conflicted. What is the purpose of this organization? I don't know. Don't know? Yes. But I need to remind you that you're already dead. That boy named Toby seems to have caught the attention of Orochimaru. Orochimaru should protect him. But if you appear, even if Danzo no longer has power, that boy is still very likely to encounter danger. After this was said, Yakushi Nanoyu couldn't help but glance at the disfigured man's face. So this is your reason for disfiguring your face? What did you see? The moment she entered her area of expertise, Yakushi Nanoyu appeared very confident. There are 3 situations for disfigurement. 1 is resistance and struggle. The second is unconsciousness. And the third is willingness. You disguise yourself as the first situation, but didn't notice that struggles typically burn the neck, ears, and scalp. The disfigured man was taken aback. touching his disfigured face and smiling in surprise, as expected of the top spy. So you're also protecting something, right? Yes. Aren't you worried that your lord is another Danzo? Yakushi Nanoyu thought she would see the disfigured man showing unease, silence, or rage, but unexpectedly received such a response. That lord once said, "Don't look at what a person has said. Look at what that person has done. Don't look at what a person has said. Look at what that person has done." Yakushi Nanoyu murmured. Coming back to her senses, her gaze towards the disfigured man became somewhat envious. The disfigured man smiled slightly, accepting this envious look, and asked again, "So, what is your choice? If I agree, what is my task? Which village should I infiltrate? What intelligence do I need to obtain?" This. To obtain such a top spy who can infiltrate even the 5 great ninja villages without being discovered. He naturally has many target forces he wants her to infiltrate, but Yang Shu seems to know everything. He didn't dare to decide easily on how to arrange such a top spy. What's wrong? You want to recruit me, but don't even know the target? Yakushi Nanoyu felt somewhat disappointed in this organization. An organization with a goal is an organization. One without a goal isn't even worth a third-rate thief. The disfigured man shook his head and said, "My initial goal was just to save you." This. Yakushi Nanoyu felt a bit awkward. The next target is to rescue a little girl from the Uzumaki clan in the Grass Village. So our organization is the Savior Organization? Yakushi Nanoyu thought of her orphanage. Although she felt this organization was somewhat naive, her gaze towards the disfigured man softened quite a bit. No, I want to control the leader of the Grass Village and use it as the starting point for the organization. Doing this will cause great chaos. Yakushi Nanoyu was very clear about the consequences of doing this. The Grass Village is not good people. You can investigate and then choose to either join me in taking an orphans or side with the Grass Village. Are you saying that I can leave now? Yes. Yakushi Nanoyu's expression was strange as she walked away, looking back 3 times. It seemed she had never encountered such a free organization. The disfigured man deliberately waited a little longer in the cave, giving her enough time to investigate before heading to the Grass Village. After a while, a figure appeared behind him, looking angry and sorrowful. Yakushi Nanoyu followed for a while, and the disfigured man remained silent, prompting her to ask, "Do you need me to do anything?" The disfigured man replied, "Once I control this village and you thoroughly investigate its details, I will bring back that lord's response." Yakushi Nanoyu slightly lowered her head. Okay. The next day, the sky was gray. 6-year-old Uchiha Yangshu came out of his home for his daily training. Last night, the system gave a hint. Choice completed. You have obtained the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia. For this, Uchiha Yangshu wasn't particularly surprised. After all, that was the body flicker technique. Even if he guessed that Orochimaru would definitely be nearby, he was sure he could take Yakushi Nanoyu away. Passing through the forest, Uchiha Yangshu discovered a signal left by Uchiha Shursui and stopped in his tracks. "Hokage, what is wrong?" In front of him, a man over 8 meters tall appeared, his disfigured scars becoming more chaotic and looking even more terrifying. But contrary to his appearance, a sunny voice came out. "Yangshu, what are the future arrangements for Yakushi Nanoyu? Did she choose to join?" Uchiha Yangshu was a bit surprised. After all, this woman was determined to become the head of the orphanage. Even if not, she would still think about rescuing Tobi from Danzo. The possibility of her following Uchiha Shursui was too low, unless Uchiha Shursui also played tricks. Uchiha Shursui noticed this and smiled. "I told her that the Grass Village can take in orphans, and everyone thinks she is already dead. Going out might put Tobi in danger. Although Orochimaru knows she is still alive, he probably isn't interested in revealing it." Uchiha Yangshu nodded, but couldn't help but say, "Hokage, even though you want to establish an organization, you must not forcibly control members. You must not engage in deception, concealment, or brainwashing. Look at the former Konoha high-ranking officials. When Uchiha Madara attacked, no one went to save him, because everyone is not foolish." "I understand. That's good. As for Yakushi Nanoyu, let her arrange herself. She can do whatever she wants. Establishing an orphanage in the Grass Village is also fine, as long as she doesn't affect you." "I understand." Also, she asked why Tobi became like this, which is completely different from what she knew. Children grow and change too much. He must have been replaced midway. But the current Tobi hasn't grown crooked. There are many aspects that are still the same as when he was young, such as eavesdropping back then and choosing to sacrifice himself to protect the orphanage. Chapter 21. The famous scene of Naruto and Sasuke's kiss. Uchiha Shursui nodded, indicating he understood, and continued to ask, "What the plan for the village hidden in the grass next?" You can gradually replace the higher-ups of the village hidden in the grass, turning it into your own version, and then develop cautiously. Don't be reckless." "My version?" prosperous, democratic, civilized, harmonious, free. Uchiha Shursui blushed rarely, unable to withstand Uchiha Yinshu's increasingly rapid pace of flattery, hurriedly said, "I understand," and immediately disappeared. Uchiha Yinshu had a teasing expression. "Let us see if you still come to report to me." But a few days later, Uchiha Shursui came again. This time there were no issues, just a simple report. 1. Pharmacist Nanayu was disfigured and renamed to Hikaneu, surviving as the sister of Hikari. 2. The village hidden in the grass underwent policy reforms, and after killing a dozen ninjas, no ninja dared to disrespect the elderly or the young, and no one bit into the vortex. 3. An orphanage was established in the village hidden in the grass, with Hikaneu as the director, helping the village by earning money for the orphanage with many orphans. 4. Vortex was taken as a disciple by Hikaneu, teaching medical ninjutsu. But her medical talent was vastly inferior to her physique. Like most of the Vortex clan, she was more adept at sealing techniques and showed signs of awakening the Kagura mind's eye. 5. The villagers of the village hidden in the grass gradually increased, and many showed smiles. Although the higher-ups were forcibly controlled, the village hidden in the grass was indeed improving. Both Uchiha Shursui and pharmacist Nonayu recognized the current efforts. Time flies, and 5 years passed in a flash. Although Uchiha Yinshu was there as the second brother, Sasuke inevitably fell into a rebellious phase. Even Uchiha Yinshu's lectures were ineffective, instead igniting Sasuke's rebellious spirit even more, which made Mikoto, their mother, somewhat worried and helpless. Everyone knew the place Uchiha Itachi held in Sasuke's heart, and since their actions back then were approved by them, they didn't interfere with Sasuke. During these 5 years, everyone underwent significant changes. The most noticeable was their height. From age 6 to 12, their height increased from just over 1 meter to about 150 centimeters, resembling little adults. Another change was their appearance. The baby fat of 6-year-olds transformed into the youthful looks of just entering adolescence. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino exuded a strong sense of femininity. With increased interest in matters between boys and girls, they made different choices. Haruno Sakura went from seeing Sasuke 3 times a day a few years ago to now seeing him 30 times a day, making it harder to focus on her studies. Yamanaka Ino began to complain about Uchiha Yinshu, saying things like, "With Yinshu so excellent, who should I find as my boyfriend in the future?" which made their relationship somewhat ambiguous. However, Uchiha Yinshu, who neither accepted nor took the initiative, left Yamanaka Ino with no choice but to shout, "Yinshu, I hate you." But it wasn't a big problem, as she would still continue to prepare lunchboxes for Uchiha Yinshu the next day. Hinata Hyuga still looked like a little cutie, and just thinking about her becoming a goddess with long black hair in the future made Uchiha Yinshu feel a pang in his heart. He hadn't even touched her little head yet. Naruto's changes weren't significant, although the term Demon Fox had nearly disappeared and life had become worry-free. His mischievous nature still made him disliked by some more mature kids. His only constant friend were the boys like Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba. He remained a devoted admirer of Sakura. Even Mikoto felt helpless toward him, sometimes throwing him to Uchiha Yinshu to manage, hoping Naruto would behave a bit better. Nonetheless, he managed to control his ninjutsu reasonably well. As compensation for the village's apology to him, the orphan of the 4th Hokage, he was allowed to view the sealing book, learned the A-ranked multiple shadow clone technique, and graduated successfully, becoming a genin. Mizuki, the teacher at the ninja school, failed to use Naruto to steal the sealing book. When he attempted to do so, he was directly captured by ENBU and imprisoned. As a result, the plot where Naruto stole the sealing book to become a genin did not occur. As for Iraki Yumino, after learning that Naruto was the orphan of the 4th Hokage, he had long since forgiven him. Upon realizing Naruto could not take care of himself, he discussed with Mikoto about helping Naruto with his life and often accompanied him, becoming a father-like figure to Naruto, sometimes even living together. Sasuke graduated at the top of his class from the ninja school, even with both parents around. He had no intention of showing off or seeking praise from them. At this moment, he only had eyes for Itachi and couldn't let go of anyone else. Thus, everyone graduated safely and soundly. Uchiha Yinshu also received the reward for his decision to enroll. Choice completed. You have greatly increased your physical recovery ability. Now, even if he opened the 8th gate, he could last twice as long. The next day, classroom. The students were the same as before, but the atmosphere had completely changed. Countless eyes were filled with excitement and longing for the future. It was simply because they had a new forehead protector on their heads. From today onwards, they were ninjas. They were adults. Today was the orientation for becoming genin, and everyone gathered together, chattering and bustling with energy. Among them, seemingly unrelated, Uchiha Yenshu sat by the window, calmly controlling his muscles as he had for the past 6 years, engaging in minor training. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Uchiha Yenshu. Physical body, chakra, chakra nature, fire, earth, water, wind, lightning, and bloodline. Sharingan 2 Tomo, physique, immortal body, ninjutsu. 8 gates, 5th gate, replication. Shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, earth release, earth flow wall, body flicker technique, multiple shadow clone technique, fire release, great fireball technique. His physical body and chakra were both B rank, likely at the J-nin level. If one didn't consider his immortal body and the 8 gates, Uchiha Yenshu could probably go toe-to-toe with Kakashi. With an innate talent for ninjutsu that allowed him to learn techniques at a glance, his physical recovery ability, and the super recovery of replication, Uchiha Yenshu could easily overpower Kakashi. After all, Kakashi's painfully low chakra, consumed by the Sharingan, had become a fatal weakness. Naruto, don't cling to Sasuke-kun. Haruno Sakura's dissatisfied voice rang out. Uchiha Yenshu looked up, recalling the famous scenes between Naruto and Sasuke from years past. And guess what was about to happen next? He leaned back in his chair and revealed a smile. Yenshu, why are you smiling so happily? Ino asked curiously. Shoo. Uchiha Yenshu smiled and put a finger to his lips, signaling her to continue watching. He saw Naruto squatting on the desk in front of Sasuke, staring intently at him. Sasuke glared back in annoyance. The two stared at each other, getting closer as if proximity could express their unwillingness to be trifled with. At that moment, a happy genin behind them joked, leaning back and accidentally bumping into Naruto. Naruto, caught off balance, leaned forward towards Sasuke. Both of them froze. The girls nearby also froze. The air seemed to solidify, freezing at that moment. Sasuke and Naruto kissed. Chapter 22. The weak captain and teammates of the Sun Tree. Sasuke-kun's first kiss is gone. This thought appeared in the minds of countless girls who had fantasies about Sasuke. The next moment, Sasuke and Naruto simultaneously turned away to vomit, holding their necks and repeatedly spitting, their faces full of disgust. Suddenly, Naruto felt a chill run down his back. Killing intent? He turned around and saw the girls led by Haruno Sakura, their eyes blazing with anger, smiling dangerously at him. Naruto, his heart trembled, and he quickly raised his hands to explain. It was an accident. It was an accident. The girls sneered. In the next second, they transformed into terrifying demons, rushing at Naruto amidst his terrified gaze. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed in the classroom. Naruto's screams rang out. It really was an accident. Help me. Yenshu, save me. Ino looked over at Uchiha Yenshu, who was smiling and watching, and couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Yenshu. Don't say that. I'm just a bystander. What happens on stage has nothing to do with me as a mere audience member, Uchiha Yenshu said. Ino covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling a bit sorry for Naruto, who was being beaten by the group of girls. After a while, the class bell rang. The students immediately returned to their seats, and the classroom fell silent again. Irika Yumino walked in, smiling. Upon seeing Naruto's bruised face, his lips twitched, and he averted his gaze, choosing to ignore it. Congratulations, from today onwards, you are all independent ninjas, but for now you are still just rookie genin, and the real hardships are just beginning. From now on, you will form groups of 3, becoming a class, and follow 8 J-nin teacher to carry out missions. Groups of 3? Even the children from clans like Uchiha, Hyuga, and Nara didn't know about this without asking their parents. Naruto thought with some anticipation. The first one must be with Sakura-chan, and the other. As long as it's not Sasuke, anyone is fine. If it's Yenshu, that'll be perfect. Sasuke coldly thought. Groups of 3? Just adding more hindrances. Yenshu's strength is decent. He barely qualifies to be my teammate. Sakura looked at Sasuke with great anticipation. I can definitely be in a group with Sasuke-kun. The other one. I hope it's Yenshu. Many people were thinking about their desired teammates. Strength is one of the important indicators. Although Sasuke is strong, that personality, never mind. And Uchiha Yenshu, calm and reliable, like an older brother, became the first choice in the hearts of many. Iriki Yumino continued. To balance the abilities of each class, the teachers would decide the groupings. I'm about to announce it. He picked up the paper in his hand and announced. Class 1, Class 2, Class 7, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto looked up. Haruno Sakura. Naruto excitedly shouted, yay. Together with Naruto, Sakura lowered her head in frustration. And Uchiha Sasuke, Iriki Yumino continued. Sakura immediately perked up. Great. together with Sasuke. Naruto instantly felt hopeless. The cute Hinata, who had her headband tied around her neck, thought with some disappointment. Different class from Naruto-kun. Class 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino. Class 10, Narashikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Irika-sensei. Naruto stood up angrily, pointing at Sasuke and shouting, "Why do I, such an excellent person, have to be in the same class as this guy?" Irika Yumino glanced at him and said helplessly, "Sasuke has the best grades among the graduates. Naruto, you were at the bottom of the class." Once these words fell, the classroom erupted in laughter. Sasuke coldly added, "Don't hold me back, you loser." "What did you say? Bastard. Do you want to fight?" "Loser. What does loser mean?" Naruto roared. "That's enough, Naruto," Sakura said. Irika Yumino habitually ignored them and continued. "This afternoon, I will introduce the J-nin teachers to everyone. For now, you can all disperse." "Wait, Irika-sensei, what about Yinshu?" As soon as Ino said this, everyone suddenly recalled. "Right? Why is there no mention of Yinshu? Although he is not first, everyone can see that if he wanted to, the first place would definitely not be Sasuke." Irika Yumino said sternly, "Uchiha Yinshu has other arrangements and is not something you can know for now. That's a disperse." In each class, there are people they dislike and people they like, filling each class with various conflicts. Even with Uchiha Yinshu's involvement, it was still the same. Sakura still disliked Naruto and liked Sasuke. Naruto still liked Sakura and hated Sasuke. Sasuke remained aloof like a lone wolf, disregarding anyone except Uchiha Yinshu. But the situation was slightly less unexpected. For example, Naruto did not sneak attack Sasuke, transforming him to get close to Sakura and almost kiss her. Sasuke also did not go looking for Naruto and did not encounter Sakura. Sakura had no intention of speaking ill of Naruto. Everything felt increasingly obscure and chaotic, and Uchiha Yinshu did not know whether this change was good or bad. After watching the iconic scene, Uchiha Yinshu directly left the ninja school and headed to the Hokage building, arriving at the Hokage's office. Knock, knock. Uchiha Yinshu knocked on the door. "Come in." A voice came from inside. It was Narashikaku. Pushing the door open, he saw only Narashikaku inside, dealing with village affairs. Uchiha Yinshu knelt on one knee. "Hokage Provisional Lord." "Get up, Yinshu." Narashikaku put down his pen and looked at the black-haired boy in front of him, saying, "Moonlight Gale, Sai, Kabuto, come in." Uchiha Yinshu was taken aback. Soon he saw the pale-skinned, sickly-looking protagonist of the Naruto series, Moonlight Gale, who seemed like he could die from illness at any moment, coughing incessantly. Behind him stood two people. One was a boy about the same age, with pale skin and wearing a crop top, who replaced Sasuke in Class 7 after his defection, Sai. The other was a boy around 19, with white hair, big eyes, and a gentle demeanor, Kabuto. They stood there, and it felt like the clean walls were getting dirty because they were just too pale. A group of sickly boys actually wants me, a manly person, to join? If it weren't for knowing they don't like men, Uchiha Yinshu would be a bit scared. Chapter 23. Sasuke. Like a frog from today onwards, Yinshu. "You are a member of the Umbu team, Moonlight Gale." "Yes." Uchiha Yinshu replied and stood behind Moonlight Gale. "Gale, there's a mission to assign to you." "Yes." Moonlight Gale, Sai, Yakushi Kabuto, and Uchiha Yinshu knelt on one knee. After Moonlight Gale checked the task details on the scroll, Uchiha Yinshu followed his lead and used the body flicker technique to disappear from the Hokage's office to carry out his first mission. A month later, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura Haruno, Akimichi Choji, Narashika, Yamanaka Ino, Waihai Kurinai, Inazuka Kiba, Hinata Hyuga, and others after proudly becoming Genin, were stuck doing D-rank missions every day, such as catching cats, chasing dogs, picking up trash, digging sweet potatoes, and babysitting. This was completely different from what they had imagined being a ninja would be like. Just a month after graduation, they were sighing and feeling disheartened, struggling at the bottom of the barrel. They felt their lives were trash, only able to scrape by at the lowest level. In contrast, Uchiha Yinshu was doing quite well. He was catching spies, killing rogue ninjas, gathering intelligence and investigating incidents, engaging in the cold and ruthless work that ninjas should do, which was quite fulfilling. During this time, he confirmed that Sai was no longer under Danzo's control, which gave him some relief. It seemed Narashikaku was doing a pretty good job. However, he could never fully trust his other teammate, the medical ninja Yakushi Kabuto, who also wielded a chakra scalpel. No matter what, Uchiha Yinshu couldn't shake off his worries. With Orochimaru's charisma, even if Yakushi-nan came, it wouldn't guarantee that Kabuto would betray Orochimaru if he used his Sharingan and exposed his ninjutsu talents. Orochimaru would likely shift his attention from Sasuke to him. Currently, Uchiha Yenshu could only open the 5th gate of the 8 gates. Even though he had the combat power of a Kage-level ninja when opening the 5th gate, his recovery ability was only good enough to sustain a few minutes of fighting. Against a true Kage-level ninja, he was still far from enough. Only by opening the 6th gate, the Gate of View, could he enter a semi-buffer state, reducing his own consumption and damage, and unleash his full combat power in an instant, allowing him to fight without restraint. In short, the obedient Uchiha Yenshu faced another choice at this time. In light of the upcoming event with Zabuza Momochi and Haku, what is your choice? 1. Save Zabuza and Haku. Reward: increase physical strength by 1 card. 2. Remain indifferent. Reward: 3 Tomo Sharingan. Since this period was a busy holiday, Uchiha Yenshu immediately sought out Nara Shikaku, the acting Hokage, to apply. The reason? Nara Shikaku neither refused nor agreed. Uchiha Yenshu knelt halfway on the ground and said, "There are reports of the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi from the Mist Village, and I want to carry out a normal mission to see the difference between the two." Uchiha Yenshu, unafraid of being reprimanded, stared directly at him. After considering for a moment, Nara Shikaku agreed and reminded him, "You can go, but this is not an official mission." Yes. Outside the village, 5 figures turned their backs to Konoha and walked into the distance. At the front was a small orange figure, approximately 1.4 meters tall. Behind, from left to right, were a red chipao, a blue short-sleeve shirt, a green vest with a brown base, and a brown farmer's bamboo hat. "Mr. Tazuna." A gentle female voice came from Sakura Haruno, who wore the red chipao. "What?" The voice was somewhat aged, coming from the man in the brown farmer's hat. "Tazuna. Mr. Tazuna's country is the land of waves, right? Is there a problem?" Sakura Haruno looked at the man in the green vest. "Teacher Kakashi, that country also has ninjas, right?" "No, there are no ninjas in the land of waves. Although most countries have different cultures and customs, they generally have ninja villages and ninjas. The land of waves is quite special." With this, Kakashi educated them about the 5 great ninja villages and the concept of the 5 Kage reigning over tens of thousands of ninjas, finally smiling. "However, there will definitely be no confrontations between ninjas on a D-rank mission. Then we don't have to worry about encountering foreign ninjas," Sakura said, feeling slightly relieved on her first outing from the village. "Of course," Kakashi said, glancing at the corner of the forest. Sasuke and Naruto looked around suspiciously, feeling as if someone was nearby, but it seemed like just an illusion. 2 hours later, the 5 of them advanced slowly under the scorching sun. Kakashi squinted at a puddle that appeared on the dry ground ahead, formulating some ideas in his mind. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna passed by the puddle without noticing anything unusual. Kakashi also passed by. At that moment, from the calm puddle reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, a masked ninja emerged, wearing a forehead protector with 4 diagonal raindrop symbols arranged in a 2-2 formation. In the next second, another ninja appeared behind him, along with 2 masked ninjas, all charging fiercely. In their mechanical hands, sharp chains suddenly extended, binding Kakashi tightly. "Nani?" Kakashi was astonished. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna turned their heads and were horrified at the scene. "Wow, what happened?" Their voices were a bit distorted from fear. First one, under the bloodthirsty words of the 2 masked ninjas, the mechanical hand pulled hard, and the chains tightened instantly. In an instant, Kakashi was strangled by the sharp chains. His flesh turned to mush, and he fell to the ground, staining the yellowing earth red. Sasuke and the others were shocked on the spot. For them, who had spent all day doing cat-catching and dog-chasing missions, this was far too sudden. "Ah!" Sakura screamed. "Kakashi-sensei!" Naruto couldn't believe what had just happened. But in the next second, 2 masked ninjas appeared behind him. He was targeted. Second one, Naruto turned his head and saw the sharp chains sweeping toward him. It was his first time on a D-rank mission, his first encounter with foreign ninjas, his first experience of such fierce killing intent, and his first time witnessing someone he knew die. Countless firsts left him paralyzed with fear, his mind blank. Even Sakura, who had learned medical ninjutsu and had seen blood, was terrified. At this moment, only Sasuke, the boy who had seen Itachi Uchiha kill their clan and almost kill his parents, moved. He leaped high, took out shurikens from the ninja tool pouch on his thigh, and threw them with precision, pinning the flying sharp chains to a big tree in midair. This surprised the 2 masked ninjas. Before they could act, another kunai was thrown from Sasuke's hand, embedding itself in the middle of the shuriken. as the mechanical hands of the two masked ninjas tried to pull the chains. They were already completely pinned to the tree. Can't pull it free. This made their gazes towards Sasuke serious and fierce. Seizing the moment while the chains controlled them, Sasuke sneered, leaped onto their mechanical arms, grabbed their mechanical hands, and kicked fiercely at their faces with both feet. Boom! Hidden among the leaves. Uchiha Yenshu silently remarked, like a frog, ugly as hell, what's there to be proud of? Chapter 24. Kicking Kakashi out. Yangshu showing off, but Naruto couldn't help but say, wow, that's amazing. In this situation, Kakashi was incapacitated with fear, and everyone was helpless. Only Sasuke instantly controlled the opponent and even kicked them. It was truly impressive. The two masked ninjas were even more annoyed, immediately releasing the sharp chain devices from their mechanical hands to break free from the control. They even used the momentum from Sasuke's kick to charge towards Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna. One attacked Naruto, causing him to panic and forget to use the shadow clone technique. The other targeted Tazuna. Sakura gritted her teeth, sweating profusely, and held a kunai, positioning herself in front of Tazuna. Uncle, get back. At that moment, Sasuke quickly moved in front of Sakura. Facing the sharp claws formed from the masked ninja's mechanical weapon, he gritted his teeth but couldn't think of a way to respond. Just when it was critical, as Kakashi was about to step in and show off, he was kicked away by Uchiha Yangshu. In an instant, a black figure appeared. His arm was like steel, landing on the masked ninja's neck, causing him to crash into that steel-like arm and let out a horrific scream. Ah! Naruto hurriedly got up and saw that both terrifying masked ninjas had been defeated by a familiar figure. Yangshu bro. Sakura and Naruto ran over in delight. Only Sasuke turned his head in annoyance. What are you stealing the spotlight for? However, he recalled Uchiha Yangshu's speed and couldn't help but frown, feeling somewhat unwilling. The next moment, everyone felt a bit disheartened. Kakashi-sensei. But then, from the grass, a masked one-eyed man holding his stomach slowly walked out. They were shocked. Kakashi-sensei, you're still alive. Naruto quickly turned and saw that the ground, which should have been stained red, was now only scattered with substitute wooden logs. Did Kakashi-sensei use the body replacement technique? Naruto was very shocked. They then noticed the shoe prints on Kakashi's stomach, feeling puzzled. Kakashi-sensei, are there still enemies? They asked nervously. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Yangshu with his dead fish eyes. Yangshu shrugged, as if to say, if you can't grab something like this, don't blame others. This left Kakashi even more speechless. It was clearly his team, yet he came to steal the spotlight and said I was no good? But, is this kid really just graduated from the Ninja Academy? Kakashi rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and muttered, it really hurts. Kakashi-sensei, are you hurt? Sakura quickly approached and used the healing technique. Although the injury wasn't severe, Kakashi let Sakura treat him since it could train her. He didn't succeed in saving the situation, but that didn't hinder Kakashi's lecturing. Naruto, I'm sorry I couldn't appear to save you right away, but I didn't expect you to just stand there. Naruto lowered his head, unsure of what to say. Explain? All explanations would be excuses. Not good is the only thing he acknowledged. Right now, he was filled with deep unwillingness. Sasuke performed well. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, who had his hands in his pockets, then at Sakura, who was helping him heal, and ruffled her pink hair, saying, Sakura too. This made Sasuke a bit smug, while Sakura was very happy. Only Naruto was filled with frustration. He hadn't accomplished anything, while Sasuke, clearly in his first real battle, wasn't scared at all. He looked so calm, even his clothes weren't dirty, and he stood up to protect me. At this moment, Sasuke turned to Naruto and revealed a disdainful smile. Hey, not hurt, right, coward? Naruto, who already disliked Sasuke, felt his frustration and regret peak at being called coward. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and trembled all over with unwillingness. Tazuna, regaining his senses, looked at the situation before him, breathed a sigh of relief, and had cold sweat on his face from fright. It seems like we were saved. Uchiha Yangshu walked over to Naruto, patted his head, making a thumping sound that made Kakashi's corner of his mouth twitch. It looked painful just to watch. Yangshu bro. He released his tightly clenched teeth and fists and looked up at Uchiha Yangshu. Next time, I definitely can't let it be like this, Yangshu said. Yes, Uchiha Yangshu glanced at the claw marks on Naruto's hand and said, their nails are poisoned. Hurry and cut the wound to let out the poisoned blood. Yes, Naruto was full of fighting spirit. Seeing Uchiha Yangshu steal his words, Kakashi felt a bit helpless and could only turn to the other person. Mr. Tazuna. What is it? Tazuna tried to appear calm, but it was clear he was anxious. I have some questions for you. Kakashi looked at the two masked ninjas bound to the tree by Uchiha Yangshu and said, These are the CH Nin from the Mist, right? Those guys are known for fighting to the end, regardless of the cost. Why were you able to see through our actions? The masked ninja from the Mist interjected, glaring at Kakashi with resentment. Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Yangshu, saw that he didn't intervene, and continued, "It hasn't rained in the past few days. On a clear day like today, there can't be any standing water on the road. You clearly knew, so why did you let the kids take action?" Tazuna was a bit shocked. "As long as I want to, I can kill these guys in an instant, but I need to know." Kakashi looked at Tazuna, steering the conversation back to the enemy's actual target. "What do you mean? In other words, who is really being targeted? You or someone among our ninjas?" The result was obvious. It was you. We didn't know you were being targeted by ninjas before. Your commission only asked us to protect you from armed groups like gangs or thieves. Now that ninjas are involved, this is a task above B rank. You merely issued the task under the pretext of protecting you until the bridge was built. If the enemy is a ninja, we would definitely set this as a high-priced B rank task without hesitation. Mr. Tazuna, it seems you have some unspoken troubles, but a false commission will also give us a headache. What we are doing is already beyond our task scope. The more Kakashi spoke, the more cold sweat Tazuna had. "This task is still too early for us. Let's terminate the mission," Sakura said with a bit of embarrassment. The recent attack had frightened her. Or perhaps feeling she had acted too cowardly, she quickly added, "And Naruto is poisoned. Letting out the poisoned blood also requires anesthesia, and we need to go back to the village to get it." Kakashi pondered, looking at Naruto. After spending time together, he understood Naruto relatively well. Just having failed and vowing to perform well in the next battle, he would never give up this C-rank task. Moreover, for Sasuke, this C-rank mission is an opportunity earned after doing dozens of boring, time-wasting D-rank missions. Is the mission level high? Isn't that even better? It allows the village to see that they can complete not just C-rank, but even B-rank and A-rank missions. So stop giving us D-rank missions. Now, it just needs one reason. A reason to keep going. And Naruto has just given that reason. Chapter 25, Yangshu, wherever you go, I go. Are you going back to the village for treatment? For anesthesia? No. He picked up a kunai and stabbed it directly into his hand, causing Sakura's pupils to contract and a hint of surprise, followed by admiration, to appear on Sasuke's proud face. "I will no longer be discouraged. I will not run away anymore. I don't want to lose to Sasuke. I must complete this mission. I swear by the pain in my left hand. I will use this ninja kunai to protect the old man." Naruto, drenched in cold sweat, forced a smile and said, "The mission continues." Everyone was somewhat touched by Naruto's determination. At this moment, Kakashi spoke up with a laugh. "Naruto, your timing for releasing the poison blood is excellent. But if you lose any more blood, you will die from blood loss." Instantly, the air fell silent. The next moment, Naruto began to panic. Sakura, help me. I don't want to die. How can I die over something like this?" Sakura, okay, don't move," Sakura said helplessly as she used the healing technique. But the next moment, her pupils slightly changed. "The wound is almost healed. What's going on?" The Jinchuriki's chakra within the body is difficult to condense due to the influence of the tailed beast, and similarly, the body is also affected by the tailed beast, such as its recovery ability. A voice from the side made Sakura look up. "Brother Yangshu, do you know what's going on? What is a Jinchuriki?" "You'll know in the future, but anyway, Naruto's potential is as high as Sasuke's, so you need to work hard." Uchiha Yangshu ruffled Sakura's hair. Sakura could see it too, glanced at Sasuke, and nodded firmly. After a commotion, when they planned to continue the mission, they looked at Uchiha Yangshu. "Brother Yangshu, how come you're here?" "Just taking a break, came out for a trip," Uchiha Yangshu said. "A trip? Where to?" "Wherever you go, I go." "What is going on?" "Just experiencing a normal mission and broadening my horizons. Anyway, you just think of me as an extra mouth to feed," Uchiha Yangshu said. "Kakashi-sensei, is this okay?" Sakura welcomed Yangshu's addition, but was a bit worried about the rules, so she looked at Kakashi. "It's fine. Yangshu has already received permission." "That's great," Sakura said happily. "You're too early to be happy. This isn't my mission, so I generally want to intervene." "Then why did you intervene just now?" Kakashi somewhat reproached Uchiha Yangshu for that kick. That SY said generally. They understood. In other words, Uchiha Yangshu would intervene if he wanted to, and no one could force him if he didn't want to. But even so, they felt very happy about Uchiha Yangshu's addition. At least, they had an extra trump card. The Land of Waves, a small island nation surrounded by sea, only accessible by boat. On the day they took the boat, the fog was heavy, but they could still see the massive bridge. Even though it was only half-built, it made Naruto's eyes light up. "So big." The ferryman immediately nervously whispered, "Hey." Be quiet. I only dare to take the boat out because of the thick fog. I turned off the engine and paddled over. If they find us, it will be over. Scared, Naruto hurriedly covered his mouth, as if he had done something wrong, not daring to say another word. Mr. Tazuna, before we arrive, there is something I must clarify. Kakashi said, who attacked you, and why were you attacked? Please answer seriously, otherwise our mission may terminate immediately after Mr. Tazuna disembarks. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Tazuna. Seeing this, Tazuna sighed, it seems I have no choice but to tell you. No, please. You must listen to me. Just as you said, this job is probably beyond your mission scope. In fact, my life has long been targeted by a super scary person. Super scary person? Kakashi thought of a figure on the level of the 5 Kages, but the next second he had dead fish eyes and asked who? You should have heard of him, the wealthy man of the shipping company, a man named Kato. Tazuna said. Kakashi broke out in a cold sweat. Kato? Is it the Kato from Kato Corporation? I've heard he is one of the richest men in the world. Having a lot of money isn't a problem, but I wonder how many ninjas he could hire. That is troublesome. Yes, on the surface, he is the owner of a shipping company, but behind the scenes, he uses thugs and ninjas to deal in drugs and contraband, ultimately even swallowing up other businesses and countries, living off shady dealings. About a year ago, that guy set his sights on the land of waves. With his financial power and violence, he acted recklessly, instantly monopolizing the island's maritime traffic and transport. For an island nation like the land of waves, controlling the sea means controlling all wealth, politics, and citizens. The only thing Kato fears is that this bridge, which has been under construction since before, will be completed. Sakura suddenly realized. So that's why the uncle who can build bridges became a hindrance to Kato. The ninjas we encountered last time must have been Kato's lackeys. Kakashi looked at Tazuna and said, but I really don't understand the opponent can even mobilize ninjas. Why would you hide the truth and entrust us? Tazuna said sadly, the land of waves is an extremely poor country. Even the feudal lords are broke, so naturally, I am even poorer. I can't afford the high rewards for B rank and above missions. Forget it if you cancel the mission the moment you disembark. I will definitely be killed before I get home, but you don't need to worry about it. Even if I die, only my cute 8-year-old granddaughter will cry all day. Everyone. Also, my daughter will hate leaf ninjas for life and will be forced to live alone. Everyone. It's nothing. Anyway, this isn't your fault. Everyone. Since you've said that, if we terminate the mission, are we still human? Uchiha Yangshu, who was on the side, wanted to remind them, we are ninjas. Cold-blooded ninjas. But thinking about the plot, he decided to let it go and continue staying. Kakashi scratched his brow and thought for a moment, forget it, there is no other way. We'll continue to protect you. I can't thank you enough. Tazuna said happily. Passing through the fog, they revealed a peaceful land resembling a small fishing village. Everyone disembarked. I can only take you this far, goodbye. The ferryman said. I'm really sorry. Tazuna said. Be careful. The ferryman quickly drove the boat away. Seeing this, Tazuna turned to the 5-leaf ninjas in front of him. You must safely take me home. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone continued on their way. Kakashi had dead fish eyes, thinking if someone attacks again, it definitely won't be a Chunin this time. It must be a Jonin. Just thinking about this made him unable to help but sigh. What a thankless task. Chapter 26. Zabuza's appearance to reach Dazna's home. They needed to pass through a forest. Suddenly, Naruto cautiously looked around, ran a short distance, as if he had discovered something, and threw a kunai into the grass. Everyone was startled. But the next second, Naruto proudly exclaimed, what? It was just a mouse. Sakura was a bit annoyed with Naruto. What are you showing off for? There was nothing there from the start. Kakashi couldn't help but speak up in resignation. Come on, Naruto, don't throw kunai around like that. It's really dangerous. Dazna was furious. You little brat. Stop doing things that can be misunderstood. But Naruto didn't care at all. It seems like there's someone over there. No, is it this way? As he looked around, Kakashi suddenly glanced at a tree in the left forest, his expression serious. Is it over there? Naruto's kunai was thrown accordingly. Seeing Naruto throwing kunai again, Sakura couldn't hold back any longer and angrily punched him. I told you to stop. Really, there is someone watching us. Naruto clutched his head. You're the one lying. Enough is enough, Naruto. While Sakura reprimanded Naruto, Kakashi noticed a kunai behind the bushes, where a frightened white rabbit lay unconscious. Naruto, look at what you've done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, little white rabbit. Naruto apologized while holding the white rabbit. Kakashi felt something was off. That was a snow rabbit, but why was its fur like that? White fur should only appear in the winter when sunlight is scarce. Or it could be a snow rabbit raised indoors where sunlight doesn't reach, specifically used as a decoy. Naruto continued to apologize to the fainted snow rabbit. I'm really sorry, little white rabbit. In a tree in the forest, a slender bandage-wrapped figure watched Kakashi, who was on high alert. I see. No wonder that guy's reputation isn't low. The copy ninja of Konoha, Kakashi with the Sharingan, is here. The bandaged figure gripped the hilt of a knife behind him and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Kakashi's pupils contracted. Everyone get down. A cold gleam flashed in the sunlight. A large beheading sword appeared, slicing through the air with a sharp wind. As everyone hurriedly ducked down, the beheading sword whirled past and embedded itself into a large tree. A slender figure with a bare upper body and a face wrapped in bandages suddenly appeared, standing on the hilt of the beheading sword. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. Here it comes, the moment to shake off my frustration. This time, I want to let Sasuke show off. Kakashi recognized the newcomer and chuckled lightly. Isn't this the rogue ninja from the mist, Zabuza Momochi? Ninjas are most afraid of encountering unknown opponents without any information. Kakashi felt he had some confidence against a Nin like Zabuza. Rogue ninja, eager to show off. Naruto didn't think too much. He just wanted to perform well at that moment. But as he rushed forward, he was stopped by Kakashi. Back off. Why? This guy is completely different from the two last time. As Kakashi spoke, he looked for the position of Uchiha Y Tree. He found Y Tree was terrified, clinging to Dazna's leg, muttering, Grandpa, you have to protect me. You said you would die before me. I don't want to see a white-haired person send a black-haired person off. Looking closely, he noticed Y Tree had even taken off his forehead protector. Kakashi felt speechless but also relieved. At the very least, he could use Y Tree as a CH Nin or Special J Nin, and it was better to keep him hidden. He looked up at Zabuza on the tree, ready to lift the forehead protector that had been covering his left eye, preparing for battle. Seeing this, Zabuza confirmed, so you are Kakashi of a Sharingan. This statement made Sasuke's expression tense. Sharingan? He turned to look at Uchiha Y Tree, but found him completely still. Did his parents tell him? Although he found it strange why an outsider would have a Sharingan, Sasuke didn't think about things that were unhelpful in battle at that moment. Sorry, but hurry up and hand over the old man to me, Zabuza said. Kakashi felt a sense of urgency. You guys form a barrier to protect Mr. Dazna and his grandson. Don't entertain any fantasies about joining this battle. This is teamwork at this moment. As he spoke, he completely lifted his forehead protector, revealing a long scar shaped like a straight line, opened his eyes, and in Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's eyes, revealed his blood-red three-tomo Sharingan. Except for Sasuke. This was the first time the others saw a Sharingan. I can't believe I can see the legendary Sharingan so soon. It's truly an honor. Zabuza became serious. Earlier you kept mentioning the Sharingan. What is it exactly? Naruto started to feel anxious. No matter how much Mikoto liked him, she never told him about the family's abilities. As Naruto's close friend, Sasuke explained without reservation. The Sharingan is derived from the eyes, a power manifested by the pupils, capable of seeing through all Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, Ninjutsu in an instant and reflecting them back. But the abilities of the Sharingan don't stop there. That's right. What's even scarier is that not only can it see through the opponent's techniques, but it can also replicate them. Zabuza continued, and a dense mist began to silently envelop the area. He kept talking. When I was part of the assassination unit in the mist, your information was already in the manual I carried, and it was written like this. The man who can copy over 1,000 ninjutsu, the copy ninja Kakashi. Sakura was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Kakashi-sensei to be a famous ninja abroad. To the three who had lived in the village, it felt like discovering their boss was an international superstar. How amazing! Naruto's eyes sparkled. Sasuke, unable to hold back, wanted to ask Uchiha Y Tree, the Sharingan, even among the Uchiha clan, is only a special constitution possessed by a few. Not all Uchiha have it. In this case, an outsider is famous for having the Sharingan abroad. Feeling Sasuke's gaze, Uchiha Y Tree smiled slightly, as if to say, that's what you get for ignoring your parents. This made Sasuke so angry that he didn't even want to ask him anymore. Enough small talk. I need to quickly take down that old man. In an instant, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura used the body flicker technique and stood beside Dazna. Seeing this, Zabuza laughed. But it seems I need to take you down first, Kakashi. In an instant, he drew the beheading sword from the tree and vanished. This scene made Uchiha Y Tree somewhat envious. If he didn't have to worry about being targeted, he would love to open the 8 gates and fight him, but unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to open the 6th gate for at least 2 more years. So for now, he could only continue to hide his strength. Chapter 27. Kakashi trapped, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in crisis. He's over there, Sakura said immediately. They saw Zabuza Momochi standing on the water surface, surrounded by swirling mist. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique, in front of everyone. He seemed to become transparent and completely disappeared. The three, encountering this ninjutsu for the first time, were somewhat surprised. Seeing Kakashi walking towards the water, Sakura worriedly said, "Teacher, he'll probably deal with me first," Kakashi replied. "Who exactly is he?" Zabuza Momochi, known for his mastery of silent assassination techniques during his time in the mist, Kakashi explained. Silent? Just as the name suggests. It's a killing technique that strikes in silence, and by the time you notice, you're already in another world. My Sharingan isn't at a level where I can use it freely yet, so don't let your guard down. But then again, if we lose, it's just death. There's nothing to it. You're speaking so lightly, Sakura said, dissatisfied. I still want to marry Sasuke and have children. Kakashi didn't respond further. The four of them looked at the surrounding mist, their anxiety quickly escalating. In this mist, it felt as if every space concealed an enemy. This made Tazuna involuntarily cling to Uchiha Yenshu, trembling. He understood that even if the black-haired boy wasn't as strong as Kakashi, he was definitely stronger than the other three. Seeing this, Uchiha Yenshu hurriedly said, "Grandpa, don't be afraid. You can't let the white-haired person send the black-haired person off to die. You need to stand in front of your grandson." The tension, fear, and worry among Naruto and the others suddenly broke down. "Dude, can you not do that? You can act, but don't mess with our mindset at a time like this. The mist is getting thicker," Naruto said nervously. The three became tense again. In the next second, even Kakashi's figure disappeared, leaving only them in the entire world, increasing their anxiety and tension. At that moment, a voice appeared in the air. 8 points. What? Sakura tightened her grip on her kunai, anxiously looking around. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. So, which vital point should I choose? Uchiha Yenshu couldn't help but think. Is he really that twisted? In the next moment, Kakashi's chakra surged, releasing an astonishing killing intent. It clashed with Zabuza's faint killing intent in the mist, while Sasuke, caught in the middle, felt like a small stone in a strait, only able to watch them clash and gradually crush his body. If I stay here for an hour, I don't know how tense it'll get. This feeling of my life being in someone else's hands. No, if it's like this, I might as well just die. Sasuke. Kakashi's words suddenly snapped him back to reality, drenched in sweat and confusion. Don't worry, I will fight to protect you. I will never let our companions be killed. As soon as these words fell, everyone felt slightly reassured. But in the next second, a voice sounded from behind them. Can you really do that? Everyone's eyes widened. Zabuza. When? It's over. Kakashi's left Sharingan shrank sharply, blood-red light flickering and bursting forth. Holding a kunai, he charged directly at Zabuza, hitting his abdomen. But what flowed out was colorless water. Water clone. Teacher. Behind you. Naruto shouted urgently. Kakashi quickly turned, but Zabuza's executioner's blade was already swinging towards him. Deadly. Kakashi couldn't react in time and was instantly cut in half at the waist. In the next second, Kakashi's figure also transformed into colorless water. Water clone technique. What did he copy that? Zabuza's pupils constricted sharply. Don't move. Feeling the sharp kunai against his neck, Zabuza's expression was as serious as if he had no emotions. Standing behind him, Kakashi coldly said, "It's over." Impressive. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Sakura also smiled. "It's over." "Haha, you say it's over," Zabuza replied, "but you're quite skilled. You used the water clone to say some pretentious things while your real body hid in the mist observing my movements. However, I'm not that easy to deal with." In an instant, Kakashi watched as Zabuza in front of him turned back into a water clone, and the killing intent approaching from behind made his body stiffen. The terrifying executioner's blade struck again. Between life and death, Kakashi regained control of his body in an instant and hurriedly crouched down. Swish, the executioner's blade swept past and struck the ground. Zabuza used this momentum to kick Kakashi into the lake and quickly formed hand signs. 1, 2, 3. But he didn't finish. In the next second, he pulled out the executioner's blade and immediately chased after, only to see sharp iron spikes on the ground. Bored to death, Zabuza performed a backflip and directly fell into the lake, disappearing without a trace. Suddenly, everything became quiet. This made the three little ones panic. "Teacher!" Naruto exclaimed. "Sakura, Kakashi-sensei got kicked away." "Sasuke, don't underestimate the enemy's taijutsu." In the next second, Kakashi emerged from the water like a drenched chicken. Feeling the water on him, he found it unusually strange. Why does this water feel exceptionally heavy? A figure suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, quickly forming hand signs. Rat, tiger, monkey rat. Fool, because this is the water prison technique. Oh no. Kakashi's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to act, it was already too late. A 2-meter-sized water sphere enveloped him, allowing him to attack with a sharp kunai, but he couldn't break free. However, the ninja using the water prison technique needed to maintain it and couldn't move. It was a trade-off, but in the next second, Kakashi saw Zabuza forming hand signs with one hand. Water clone technique. Instantly, the water surged and gradually transformed into human form, the colorless water slowly gaining color. In the next second, another Kakashi appeared beside him. Seeing this, Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Yenshu, who was clinging to Tazuna, and slightly reassured himself, forgiving his mistake this time. Destroying one of Zabuza's clones, Kakashi believed Uchiha Yenshu could definitely do it. But for Naruto and the others, it still posed a significant threat. They looked at Uchiha Yenshu and saw his demeanor, knowing he wouldn't take action. Even Sakura had no intention of asking Uchiha Yenshu to intervene, as she understood that Sasuke liked women who could stand alongside him. But even while thinking this, their hands gripping the kunai couldn't help but tremble. Zabuza saw through that they were just freshly graduated genin and found it quite amusing. Haha, do you think wearing a headband proudly makes you a real ninja? No. A true ninja refers to those who always linger between life and death. In other words, to be strong enough to be written in my manual is the only way to truly be called a ninja. You guys are not qualified to be called ninjas. In the midst of the conversation, Momochi Zabuza seemed to vanish again, becoming transparent and disappearing once more. He disappeared again. Naruto thought he would once again lurk and wait for an opportunity. But unexpectedly, in the next moment, Zabuza struck and kicked him away, rendering even the decapitating sword useless. Naruto's forehead protector was kicked off and landed beside Momochi Zabuza, who stepped on it with a look of impatience, staring at Naruto and the others. Just a bunch of bratty kids. Chapter 28. The ninja technique of the 44 seals. This instantaneous speed made Sasuke feel a deep sense of life and death threat. His heart raced. Cold sweat poured down, and he gritted his teeth as he stared at Zabuza Momochi. After taking control of Kakashi, Zabuza had clearly become the big boss here. Even with Uchiha Obito backing them up, Kakashi still proposed a solution in this situation. You all quickly take Dazna and his grandson away. You have no chance of winning against him. As long as I'm still trapped in this water prison, this guy can't leave here. The water clone should also be unable to use its powers if it moves too far from the original. In any case, escape now. However, having witnessed Zabuza's instantaneous speed, Sasuke fully understood that escaping was not an option. With the three of them, they simply did not have the ability to escape from Zabuza, even if this Zabuza was just a water clone. The only way out was to save you, Kakashi-sensei. As for Obito, he couldn't bear to see Obito make another move to save him. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who was trembling in fear and unable to move, and did not place his hopes on him. He could only go for it. Seeing Sasuke dare to charge at him again, Zabuza drew his executioner's blade. Swish, 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 shurikens were thrown out. But the next second, they were blocked by the massive blade, producing a clang of metal. However, when the executioner's blade was retracted, Zabuza realized that Sasuke, who had been charging at him, had vanished. Having seen much, he became suspicious. Against an unknown opponent, ninjas would be extremely cautious. But the next second, he spotted Sasuke descending from the air, holding a kunai to attack. Too naive, with a single strike, he had already grabbed Sasuke by the neck. Fortunately, Sakura took this opportunity to sneak close, gripping the kunai in reverse, and launched a sharp wind attack towards Zabuza. Seeing this, Naruto's fear turned into shame. Everyone had charged in. Was he really going to be a coward again? No, I'm already a ninja. I won't run away anymore. I can't avoid this any longer. With a loud shout, Naruto charged forward. The next second, he was kicked out by Zabuza, rolling on the ground, blood flowing. Idiot Naruto! Even Sasuke isn't his match. What can you do alone with all that bravado? Sakura was truly exasperated. But the next second, she saw the headband in Naruto's hand and was momentarily surprised. His goal was, that headband? Naruto actually thought this through? Hey, eyebrowless. You need to write my name in your handbook. Remember me, the man who will eventually become the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto got up and tied the headband around his forehead. Leaf Ninja, Uzumaki Naruto. This made Zabuza shake with anger. He was actually being toyed with by a brat. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and showed a determined smile. Sasuke, Sakura, lean in a little. What? I have a battle plan. Sasuke snorted. So even you understand teamwork now. He and Sakura walked over, and in just a few seconds, they had finished discussing. Let's go. Naruto shouted as he charged forward. He began to form hand seals. Multiple. Shadow Kuron technique. In an instant, dozens of Narutos appeared around him. They all held kunai and recklessly charged forward. Although it seemed like a numerical advantage, after Zabuza swung his executioner's blade a couple of times, boom, 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 the Narutos quickly disappeared, their numbers reduced by a third in an instant, seemingly having no effect. But at that moment, Sasuke had already produced a large wind shuriken in his hand. Its target was the real Zabuza. Seeing this, the water clone of Zabuza immediately broke away from the Narutos. But the next moment, it was forced back by a hidden kunai. The holder of that kunai was Sakura. She used the massive cover of Naruto to launch a targeted attack, creating disturbances. For a moment, Zabuza's water clone was unable to approach. However, for Zabuza, catching a shuriken was quite easy. As expected, he caught the wind shuriken, even turning it into a weapon he could throw. But he did not anticipate that. Hidden within the shadow of that wind shuriken was another wind shuriken. Shadow shuriken technique. But still too naive, Zabuza leaped effortlessly, the incoming wind shuriken passing harmlessly beneath him. At this moment, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto all smiled. They saw the wind shuriken that had passed by, transforming into Naruto. Now, Naruto shot out a kunai, aiming directly at Zabuza's eyes. This shocked him, leaving him without time to choose. He hurriedly tried to evade, but even so, blood appeared around his eye. Dambrat! Enraged, Zabuza's wind shuriken spun rapidly. The next moment, it was blocked by Kakashi, who had freed himself from the water prison. Clang! Zabuza felt a chill as the menacing three-tomo Sharingan fell into his sight, causing him to freeze. Puff! Naruto fell into the water, quickly surfacing with an excited smile. The plan worked. Naruto, that was a beautiful tactic. You all have improved. Kakashi praised. Hee. The appearance of those shadow clones was all to allow my real body to successfully transform into a wind shuriken. Naruto boasted proudly about his strategy. But the next moment, Zabuza merged the wind shuriken and wrestled with Kakashi. The slightly eased atmosphere became tense again. Kakashi relaxed slightly and with a strong flick, sent the wind shuriken flying. Instantly, both of them mirrored each other, retreating quickly while forming hand seals. Ugly Shun Mao Zi Hai Yucho. Quite oddly, both were quickly forming seals. Wu Yu Zin Shu In Si Cho Wei Si Hai Wei Zi Rin Shun Yu Chun Yu Cho Wei In Si Zi Shun Mao Hai Shu Wei Zi Cho Shun Yu. 10, 20, 30. The spectators were dazzled. Uchiha Bito thought about kicking them. If it weren't for White not having appeared yet, he would have already been unable to resist launching a sneak attack. Rin, Z, Hai. Finally, the two stopped forming seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Two massive water dragons, each dozens of meters long, emerged from the water, intertwining and biting each other, producing faint dragon roars, as if they were real dragons, shaking the entire arena. Chapter 29. By appears, Yangshu Uchiha takes action as they bit each other. The body maintained by ninjutsu could no longer hold on. In an instant, it collapsed, turning into a vast torrent of water. Naruto, still in the water, was submerged and swept away. Even Sasuke, Sakura, and the others on the shore were caught off guard. Dazna looked at Uchiha Yangshu in panic, but to his surprise, he still didn't intend to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as the massive wave surged toward them, transforming the forest into a sea. Fortunately, the water quickly receded, sparing everyone from disaster. On the lake's surface, Kakashi and Zabuza Momochi were still engaged in a fierce battle. Clang, 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 kunai clashed against the decapitating sword. It seemed that the decapitating sword had the upper hand, but Zabuza felt uneasy. The water dragon technique was launched simultaneously. Isn't a Sharingan supposed to copy? There is only one possibility. My movements were completely seen through by him, Kakashi thought. These 5 words put immense psychological pressure on Zabuza. Could he really see what I was thinking? Zabuza became increasingly agitated, cursing inwardly. Damn it. This guy looks so arrogant. Kakashi said calmly. Zabuza gritted his teeth. It's just copying, just reheating leftovers. You can't win against me. Monkeying around. You can't win against me. Monkeying around. Kakashi and Zabuza said in unison. This completely stunned Zabuza, and in a fit of rage, he immediately began to form hand seals, intending to use ninjutsu to shut Kakashi's mouth. Tigarat monkey habit muze boa rostarat. As he began to form the seals, he saw Kakashi shout loudly, water style, great waterfall technique. A torrent of fierce water surged toward Zabuza. Zabuza couldn't believe it. Isn't the Sharingan supposed to copy? Why is he faster than me? Overwhelmed by the torrent of water, Zabuza could not resist and was swept away. Finally, he was helplessly slammed against a large tree, utterly powerless. This time, the forest had completely turned into an ocean. Swish, 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 swish. Four kunai struck Zabuza's left arm, left leg, and right leg in succession. He couldn't help but let out a tragic scream. Kakashi, perched in the tree, finally let out a sigh of relief. It's over. If it didn't end now, his chakra would be completely exhausted. The water gradually receded, signaling the end of the battle. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, two slender needles pierced fiercely into Zabuza's neck, blood splattering everywhere. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. Uchiha Yangshu was also somewhat surprised. He had been observing his surroundings, but still hadn't sensed the arrival of the attacker. The stealth skills are impressive. In the next moment, a figure appeared from the trees, wearing a brown skirt and a dark-colored kimono, with long hair and a mask, standing over one. 5 meters tall, about the same height as Naruto and Sasuke. He really is dead. The voice was somewhat hoarse and neutral. The mask had the symbol of the Mist Village's 4 drops of diagonal rain on the forehead. A member of the Mist Dumbu? Kakashi jumped down from the tree to check on Zabuza. He noticed that Uchiha Yangshu, who had been silent all along, had also approached Zabuza. Kakashi's fingers touched Zabuza's neck. He was indeed dead. Although he appeared dead, using a weapon like a kunai to kill someone, something seems off, but his current state isn't good, and with Naruto and the others present, he felt that if he exposed this, he wouldn't be able to protect them, so he turned his gaze to Uchiha Yangshu. Uchiha Yangshu stood up and looked at the masked man. The masked man was taken aback, not expecting Uchiha Yangshu to step forward as a representative. However, he still slightly bowed and said, "Thank you for your help. I have been waiting for the opportunity to kill Zabuza Momochi. This mask seems to belong to a pursuing ninja from the Mist Village, right? No wonder it's Konoha." Although it was a compliment, it sounded like he was saying, even a little brat like you knows I'm a pursuing ninja from the mist. Pursuing ninja? Naruto asked in confusion. Pursuing ninjas are specialized assassins responsible for tracking down rogue ninjas like Zabuza, who have turned against their home village for certain reasons. To prevent them from revealing village secrets, Sakura explained, glancing at Uchiha Yangshu, who had been unaware of the team arrangements and suddenly understood. Sasuke and Naruto were also surprised by Uchiha Yangshu's role. Their reactions were noticed by the mist-masked man, and his gaze toward Uchiha Yangshu became more cautious. But he did not expose it, instead openly admitting, "That's right, I am a ninja from the mist pursuing unit tasked with hunting down rogue ninjas. Since we are colleagues, please go ahead." Uchiha Yangshu smiled and stepped aside. The mist-masked man looked at him, noticing that he did not maintain a normal distance, but instead stayed half a meter away from Zabuza, feeling somewhat uneasy under the mask. But he could only proceed. In an instant, he vanished from the tree and appeared beside Zabuza. Between Kakashi and Uchiha Yangshu, he grabbed Zabuza's arm, intending to lift him. But in the next second, his expression changed drastically. Bang! He was struck hard in the stomach and slammed against the tree, blood involuntarily trickling from his mouth. Amidst muscle spasms, he trembled as he looked up at the black-haired, flat-top boy who seemed to be about his age. So strong. He glanced around at Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. He looked again at Zabuza, who was incapacitated on the ground, and his gaze flickered, fixating on Uchiha Yangshu, his calm voice hiding anger. "Attacking me. A pursuing ninja from the mist. Does Konoha want to provoke the 4th Great Ninja War?" Upon hearing this, the 3 kids' expressions changed. They had learned about it in school, where countless lives were lost. Every war was filled with blood and tears. If possible, Konoha would prefer to avoid any war. "Yangshu bro." Naruto couldn't help but speak up. Sakura also looked at Uchiha Yangshu with concern. Sasuke, however, found it hard to understand this useless second brother, his expression fluctuating. Uchiha Yangshu smiled. "If you really were from the mist, I wouldn't dare to act. But come on, sending a little brat to hunt down the formidable Jonin Zabuza Momochi? A little brat who can't even defeat me dares to say he is hunting Zabuza? So arrogant. Are you a bit too naive?" The mist-masked man opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Chapter 30. Capturing by Uchiha Yangshu opens the 8 gates of Dunjia. Alright, let's not waste time. If the real Miss Shinobi catch up to you, both you and Zabuza will die. Being brought back to Konoha is your only chance of survival. Now, do you want to fight us to the death, risking being killed by either me or the Miss Shinobi, or will you choose to come back to Konoha with us for a slim chance of survival? Uchiha said as he took out a kunai from the ninja tool pouch strapped to his leg and placed it against Zabuza's neck, smiling by the way. Before we fight you, we will definitely cut off Zabuza's head. We won't leave you the opportunity to save him. The masked mist shinobi was still thinking of solutions after hearing the previous words, but upon seeing Uchiha Yangshu's actions and hearing those words, he immediately lost all other thoughts. At the very least, delaying for a moment is still a chance. However, in the eyes of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, it meant something different. It seemed like they had become the bad guys. That gentle and kind Yangshu brother would actually threaten others in such a despicable way. Yangshu, Naruto felt that this was not right and opened his mouth, only to be stopped by Kakashi. This is a matter between the pursuing ninjas. Naruto could only unwillingly close his mouth. Dazna looked at the black-haired, flat-headed boy and stepped back in fear. The boy he had just held was actually such a demon. The masked mist shinobi seemed to have become a little sheep, looking defeated as he gazed at Uchiha Yangshu. What do you want? Take off your mask and remove all your ninja tools. If we find anything sharp on you, I will cut off one of Zabuza's fingers. The masked mist shinobi completely fell apart, weakly taking off his mask, removing all the shuriken from his body. Even the hair tie that bound his hair was thrown on the ground, revealing a fair and delicate face, faintly showing that he was a gentle person. Turns out it's a girl. Naruto was somewhat surprised. Bai is male. Although he looks like a girl and has worn women's clothing, he is indeed male. Naruto, Sasuke, secure his hands. Sakura, search him. Yes. Sakura pursed her lips and walked over. As she passed by Uchiha Yangshu, he said, Sakura, mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Sakura's body trembled, and she couldn't help but look at Sasuke, nodding firmly. I understand. Yangshu brother. Although Naruto didn't dare to make eye contact with Bai, Sakura still searched him thoroughly. Seeing this, Uchiha Yangshu used a rope to bind Bai. Kakashi-sensei, I understand. I will abandon the mission. No, we can take the initiative in this mission. Uchiha Yangshu glanced at Dazna and said, as long as we take out that Kato, it will be fine. You also don't want them to complain about you abandoning the mission if they fail and have to go back to do rank missions every day and night, right? Kakashi shuddered at the thought of Naruto's complaints and sighed. I'll listen to you. Then, so that we won't be caught up by the Miss Shinobi, could you tell me where Kato is, pretty boy? For this, he didn't hide anything, as he could see the situation clearly. If caught by the mist, Zabuza would definitely die. So the sooner they left, the better. He told Uchiha Yangshu. Kakashi initially intended to go with Uchiha Yangshu, but was rejected. Uchiha Yangshu only summoned one of Kakashi's dogs, Hakken. This was a brown, short-legged pug, good at tracking scents, able to speak human language, with a voice like a middle-aged samurai, serious, yet somewhat proud. For example, hey kid, don't say I'm a cute little dog. Yes. Although Uchiha Yangshu never said it. Hakken jumped up and grabbed Uchiha Yangshu's shoulder. Uchiha Yangshu jumped onto the tree trunk and moved quickly through the forest. Soon, he arrived at the temporary residence of Zabuza, and the beautiful boy retrieved an item related to Kato's aura and swiftly moved towards the location indicated by the beautiful boy. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Yangshu arrived in front of a building where many ninjas were patrolling. Is the target inside? Sniff, Hakken said seriously. He just went in not long ago. That's good. Hakken, you can go back. Are you planning to go in alone? Hakken, a dog that knows too much won't be considered cute by anyone. I said, don't say I'm a cute little dog. That being said, Hakken disappeared the next second. Uchiha Yangshu smiled slightly as he looked at the building in front of him. This was a building built against a cliff, based on 3 small flat-roofed buildings, with one small flat-roofed building stacked on top of the other. Each layer was about less than 2 meters high, very short, but also sturdier. There were many ninjas patrolling in front and above. Seeing this, Uchiha Yangshu smiled, took off the heavy iron ring that was inscribed with the character for willpower, and slowly placed on the ground. Even so, the ground still sank under the weight, and the soil showed fine cracks. However, there was no sound. Seeing this, Uchiha Yangshu stretched lazily, doing warm-up exercises. The recent work pressure had been too high, and he had to hide his strength, fearing being discovered by Kabuto and targeted by Orochimaru. Today, he finally found a good opportunity to vent. Then let's begin. Uchiha Yangshu put on a red demon mask. In an instant, Uchiha Yangshu disappeared into the forest as if he had never existed. The next second, A rugged black, flat-headed boy of about 1.5 meters suddenly appeared on the rooftop platform of the solid building. Many renegade ninjas were stunned, some startled enough to raise their eyebrows. But upon seeing his height, they revealed disdainful smiles. "What's wrong, kid? Lost your way? Do you want Grandpa to help you find the way? Come over and dance for me, and maybe I'll let you go." Ha 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 ha. As they laughed, Uchiha Yangshu also laughed. 8 Gates of Dunjia. First gate. With one foot stomped on the ground, he shouted, "Open!" Boom! The ground shook, and the renegade ninjas struggled to stand as they looked at the boy in front of them. They saw the tragic state of the ground, their pupils shrinking. This was a building sturdy enough to withstand cannon fire. How could a single kick create such a deep pit? And the cracks under their feet? How could he? They could no longer laugh. Uchiha Yangshu was still smiling. Opening the first gate allowed him to balance with his current physical recovery. That was enough to deal with them. He could also try out new techniques. Under their terrified gazes, Uchiha Yangshu spread his arms, as if embracing something. They stared blankly. But the next second, they became furious. "How dare you scare us? You little brat, looking for death." They rushed at him, but Uchiha Yangshu's smile became even more radiant. It was the first time he saw food delivered right to his door. In the next moment, Uchiha Yangshu's aura changed dramatically, becoming fierce and terrifying like a monstrous and unfamiliar creature. Chapter 31. New techniques in coordination with the 8 doors of Dunjia, the outstretched arms transformed into a massive mouth filled with the scent of blood. The claw-like fingers turned into enormous sharp teeth. The hearts of the exiled ninjas felt as if they were being gripped tightly, unable to breathe, their eyes wide open as they stared at the indistinct figure before them. What kind of creature is that? With skin as hard as steel. A brown hue, a huge head that resembled a lizard, and teeth as sharp as spears. This. As the black-haired, crew-cut boy in front of them slowly brought his hands together, they seemed to catch a whiff of the bloody scent from that terrifying mouth, as if it were about to devour them. No, don't. All the terror seemed to freeze at that moment. Only an excited, expectant voice could be heard. "Overlord, bite." It was as if a colossal beast had suddenly taken a bite of the air, causing the atmosphere to tremble and emit a mournful sound. Boom! The dozen or so exiled ninjas seemed to be bitten by the giant beast. Flesh and bones shattered together, blood and urine mixed and fell to the ground. Seeping into the cracked earth, Uchiha Yangshu's fingers came together, resembling neatly arranged teeth about to rotate when the indistinct giant mouth became illusory. As Uchiha Yangshu's hands began to twist and pull in the opposite direction, those twisted, inhuman corpses fell lifelessly to the ground without any reaction. Failed. Uchiha Yangshu sighed. This move required crushing after biting to be considered perfect. However, he had grasped a bit of the feeling this time. Next time, if he was a little quicker, it would succeed. Next up, there are 2 more moves. Would succeed? Uchiha Yangshu was filled with anticipation and excitement as he jumped down, appearing in front of the sturdy building and before the many exiled ninjas. The sudden earthquake, the screams overhead, and the appearance of the boy with the devil mask made the exiled ninjas feel extremely tense and uneasy. Enemy attack. Kato, a short middle-aged man with a height of about 1.3 meters, a brown, frizzy hairstyle, and wearing small black glasses, immediately stuck his head out of a window on the middle floor. Seeing that it was a boy, he was instantly displeased. "Just a kid. What are you all afraid of? Hurry up and kill him." The financier spoke up. Even though the exiled ninjas sensed something was off, they had no choice but to draw their kunai, swords, and point them at Uchiha Yangshu. The other side was just a kid. Yes. Everyone, let us go together. Charge. The anxious, trembling exiled ninjas encouraged each other. If Uchiha Yangshu was here to fight, he would be very disappointed. But he was here to test his techniques. The second move, Uchiha Yangshu made a slight movement, causing everyone to take a large step back in fear. However, they did not see Uchiha Yangshu advance, but rather stand still. His legs spread apart as if posing like a bullfighter, his hands clenched into fists, forming a triangle with his head. This posture brought about a moment of silence. 3 seconds later, the exiled ninjas showed a hint of relief in their smiles. What? He really is just a little brat. But they couldn't finish their next words. For some reason, a massive, terrifying figure appeared on that petite body. It was 10 meters long and 3 meters high, with 3 sharp horns at the front, 2 long and 1 short. Compared to its heavy body, which was quite slender, yet it exuded an indestructible strength and solidity. As they gazed at this creature, They inexplicably felt a heavy, fierce, and sinister presence emanating from it. Under its calm gaze, it overwhelmed them, causing their hands and feet to tremble, cold sweat to pour down, their hearts to race, saliva to uncontrollably drip, and their breathing to quicken to the point of suffocation. We're going to die. We're going to die. We're going to die. Even Kato, who was not a ninja, widened his eyes in terror, staring at the horrifying figure of the boy in the red devil mask. A monster! A monster! The exiled ninjas could no longer bear their fear. They threw down their weapons in terror. Don't kill me. No, no. I just defected from the village. Don't come any closer. They began to turn their backs on Uchiha Yangshu and flee. Uchiha Yangshu felt the powerful, heavy force within him and took a step forward. Boom! The ground trembled, creating countless dense cracks. Boom! Boom! Boom, 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 boom. Uchiha Yangshu's speed skyrocketed, filled with excitement and anticipation. Triangle. Charge. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a colossal object in high-speed motion generated fierce wind pressure, causing the terrified, fleeing exiled ninjas to crash into the sturdy building, unable to escape. At this moment, both the exiled ninjas and Kato realized the target of this monster was not them, but the sturdy building, or the cliff behind it. They were merely ants caught in between. No! The screams of extreme terror completely dissipated in a massive explosion. Boom! The ground, the forest, shook violently. The cliff trembled uneasily, its edges crumbling and falling, creating clouds of dust below. Some unfortunate souls were crushed, turning into blood and mud, preventing the dust from rising. In the air, a strong scent of blood permeated, and the earthy smell became significantly less pungent. Many people were merely pinned down, pushing the stones off themselves in the darkness, sunlight shining on them, bringing them some relief. We survived. Having survived that seemingly cataclysmic attack, they were filled with hopes and dreams for the future. A nap, a shower, a meal, reading for a while, practicing ninjutsu. These ordinary things that they usually took for granted became something beautiful at this moment. But the next second, they looked around. The 4 small buildings had vanished, reduced to ruins, stained with various shades of red, exuding a bloody horror. Behind them stood a boy wearing a red devil mask. Before him was the cliff, with a 10-meter deep, gaping crack, a terrifying sight. This made countless survivors swallow hard, their hearts racing as if they had seen a prehistoric monster. They quietly moved the stones off themselves, barely breathing, fearing being discovered. Uchiha Yangshu looked at the deep crack before him, feeling very dissatisfied. According to his expectations, this cliff should not have been able to stop him, but now it had. Looking at the enormous crack of this deep pit, his strongest technique, triangle charge, which combined speed and power, had completely shattered everything in front of him. He had not controlled it perfectly. The force was not concentrated well, and it spread out. After reflecting on this failure, Uchiha Yangshu glanced at the dozen or so surviving exiled ninjas and Kato. Kato's petite body trembled uncontrollably, and he fearfully said, "How much do you want? I'll give it to you. I'll give you anything. Just let me go." But the next second, they saw another terrifying giant monster. Chapter 32. The playful Yangshu, the tail, covered with scales like forged steel, exuded an overwhelming power. At its end was a massive, hammer-like structure, hard and enormous. They could only imagine how terrifying it would be if that thing struck them. When the tail began to swing back, they were instantly filled with dread. It was like witnessing a knife being raised high, a fist pulling back, an action preparing for an attack. Unlike the previous one, this time the target was not solid buildings or cliffs, but them. They stared with wide eyes, wanting to scream, but the sound was stuck in their throats. Unable to escape, they could only watch helplessly as that tail, as solid as a giant hammer and filled with terrifying power, swung towards them. The armor dragon, tail whip, boom! A sound erupted like a cannon, and at the same time, a mist of blood filled the air. Boom, boom, boom. Countless building remnants were smashed against the cliff. Uchiha Yangshu retracted his foot and glanced at the scene, still unsatisfied. The power was not concentrated enough. Was it a lack of speed? According to his expectations, those people should not have turned into a mist of blood. They should have only had their feet left standing on the ground, because this technique was the strongest move to break through defenses, concentrating power at a single point to forcibly destroy all defenses. Against such fragile bodies, it couldn't even be considered a breach of defense. They were like paper. It should have been a puncture, not being turned into a mist of blood. After reviewing this failure, Uchiha Yangshu released the 8 gates. In an instant, he felt somewhat limp, his expression slightly fatigued. These techniques were a bit too heavy a burden for his current body. He needed to rest a bit. Then, he used the cell absorption technique. Uchiha Yangshu's hand turned into a gooey substance, like a slug, somewhat disgusting as it connected to the surrounding blood and mud, quickly repairing his injuries and replenishing his lost power. After a while, he got up and headed towards the forest. Upon finding the heavy iron ring, Uchiha Yangshu donned it and comfortably made his way towards Kakashi. In the forest by the lake, Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, Tizuna, and the bound handsome boy were hiding, along with Zabuza, who was feigning death. Except for Zabuza, everyone else couldn't help but look towards the southeast. What happened? Was there an earthquake? Naruto looked around anxiously. Sasuke felt the tremors beneath his feet, shocked. Kakashi-sensei, it's Yangshu. Not sure, but it should be man-made. This. They were all frightened. Such a powerful force. Even the earth was crying out. Is this really something a human can do? If it wasn't Yangshu who did it, then doesn't that mean Yangshu is in danger? Kakashi immediately looked at the handsome boy. The handsome boy shook his head and said worriedly, I didn't receive any news that Kato invited such a powerful person here. Seeing this, Kakashi decided to take a look. You all keep an eye on them. Yes. The three little ones responded. Kakashi immediately left. But 5 minutes later, Kakashi returned, followed by Uchiha Yangshu. This left everyone stunned. Yangshu, are you okay? Uchiha Yangshu shook his head and smiled. I had a lot of fun. Everyone stared blankly at Uchiha Yangshu. Fun? Does that mean that terrifying attack was caused by him? Was it really that frightening? Whoosh! A kunai suddenly appeared, gleaming coldly as it shot towards Uchiha Yangshu's shoulder. Uchiha Yangshu pinched it with his fingers. Talp! He caught it. Everyone's pupils shrank. A kunai at such speed was actually caught with just 2 fingers. Uchiha Yangshu looked at Sasuke and smiled dangerously. Sasuke, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, even if mom and dad try to stop me, I won't let you off this time. Sasuke shivered, recalling the previous terror, and couldn't help but swallow hard, stubbornly saying, I just wanted to test your strength. Heh, without even basic manners. You really are a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. This made Sasuke unable to resist activating his Sharingan, staring fiercely at Uchiha Yangshu as if he wanted to eat him. Can't you say the word ask? If I weren't your second brother, I could have kicked you to death after catching that kunai, and no one would say anything because you attacked a teammate first. Although Uchiha Yangshu hadn't activated his Sharingan, the aura around him was thick with a murderous intent that made Sasuke's pupils shrink, sensing the terrifying gap between them. All right. Kakashi played the peacemaker, pulling apart the pair of twin brothers. He then earnestly spoke to Sasuke. Yangshu is right, Sasuke. Next time you want to know a teammate's strength, you can ask instead of attacking directly. In your case, you could be treated as a rogue ninja and hunted by the village. Yes, Sasuke said through gritted teeth. Kakashi sighed upon seeing this. He looked at Tizuna and said, Kato has been eliminated. After we send you back home, the mission will be complete. Is that all right? No problem. I'm super grateful to you all. Tizuna bowed without a hint of doubt. Kakashi nodded. So, Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura left with Tizuna, leaving Uchiha Yangshu alone to guard the handsome boy. What's your name? The handsome boy glanced at Zabuza, who was pretending to be dead, and replied, Haku. Are you really a boy? Though officially marked as male, this guy really looked like a girl. Haku didn't want to answer, but looking at Zabuza, he could only helplessly reply, I'm a boy. Oh, Uchiha Yangshu continued to ask questions casually, and Haku answered in a similar manner. During this somewhat calm time, an hour later, Kakashi and the others returned. Tizuna has arranged for us to have a boat. Let us go. Kakashi escorted the seemingly dead Zabuza. Even in a feigned death state, he didn't feel safe leaving him with Naruto and the others. Uchiha Yangshu then handed Haku over to Naruto and the others for supervision. Once on the boat, after leaving the small island nation of the Land of Waves, Uchiha Yangshu immediately received a notification. Choice completed. You have gained an increase in physical strength. Uchiha Yangshu could feel his physical strength, power, and speed roughly doubled as he glanced at his attributes. Name, Uchiha Yangshu. Physical strength, B. Chakra, B. Chakra nature. Fire, earth, water, wind, lightning, and bloodline. Sharingan 2 Tomo, constitution, immortal body, ninjutsu. 8 gates, 5th gate, cell absorption. Shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, earth style, earth flow wall, body flicker technique, multiple shadow clone technique, fire style, fireball technique. Still AB rank. No change. But Uchiha Yangshu felt that in another year, he should be able to reach a rank. Chapter 33. Yangshu. Become the Hokage. An A rank, which should be the standard for elite Genin, should have reached the level of Might Guy. If the physical foundation reaches this level, he wouldn't even need to use the 6th gate of the 8 gates, and he wouldn't fear Orochimaru anymore. Now, he looked at Haku and Momochi Zabuza. Originally, he thought he would have to let them escape. But looking at the situation, going to Konoha wouldn't cost them their lives. Since that's the case, let's take them back to Konoha. A few days later, Hokage's office. I didn't expect you really brought this trouble back. Acting Hokage Nara Shikaku looked at Uchiha Yanshu, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him, with a headache. Konoha, which does not want war, finds rogue ninjas from other villages troublesome. Uchiha Yanshu said, "It's better to have than not to have." That is true. Kakashi also said that without you, it would have been impossible to bring them back, so I'll give you credit for this. Thank you, acting Hokage. All right, Yanshu, let me ask you something from the heart. Why have you been hiding your talents? Acting Hokage, I haven't. Nara Shikaku, not hearing him, muttered to himself, "It's understandable to hide your talents in the ninja school. After all, you are from the Uchiha clan and don't need to attract the attention of the higher-ups to gain enough resources. But even after joining the Umbu, you still hide your talents. This might be your habit, but why did you suddenly stop hiding during this mission? Is it because there are people in the Umbu that you fear?" Uchiha Yanshu lowered his head and remained silent. Nara Shikaku continued to talk to himself. "Is it your captain, Mizuki Kaze? He has always been a direct member of the Hokage's Umbu, and even his girlfriend, Yuzuki Yugao, is the same. Both of their backgrounds are very clean and can be completely trusted. Is it your teammate, Sai? He was once a member of the Root, but after learning about his brother's suicide due to illness and the exposure of Danzo's actions, he became disappointed in Danzo. Even so, I haven't relaxed my surveillance on him and haven't found any issues so far. If that's the case, then it can only be your other teammate, Yakushi Kabuto. Raised by the captain of a medical unit, Yakushi Nan, his background seems quite clean, but Yakushi Nan is missing, and his abilities are outstanding. Always speaking without a hint of flaw." Nara Shikaku smiled. "So, it's him. I understand now. Yanshu, I will handle him well." Uchiha Yanshu couldn't help but raise his head. "What? Do you have something to say?" Nara Shikaku smiled. "Acting Hokage, how do you want to handle it? Investigate like any other spy, interrogate, and root out the forces behind it." Hearing this, Uchiha Yanshu fell silent for a moment. A few seconds later, he sighed, as if compromising, and said, "Yakushi Kabuto is one of Orochimaru's people." Orochimaru? Nara Shikaku's expression changed. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's strength has reached the level of a Kage. If he targets Konoha, Yanshu-kun, can you tell me everything you know? Uchiha Yanshu shook his head and said, "Alerting the enemy will cause them to act recklessly. Orochimaru, who has conducted human experiments, if he really becomes desperate, can you imagine how terrifying that would be?" Nara Shikaku's expression changed slightly. The relaxed smile on his face completely vanished, leaving only seriousness. As someone who has conducted human experiments and possesses Kage-level strength, if he is truly pushed into a corner, even with the protection of the 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku, Konoha might still face a horrific disaster like the Nine Tails attack. But should we just ignore it? Are you suggesting that I let Orochimaru take whatever he wants? Nara Shikaku's gaze was extremely deep, as if he could see through all thoughts as he stared at Uchiha Yanshu. Uchiha Yanshu sighed and said, "What do you think Orochimaru, who has conducted human experiments on would release, would want from us in Konoha?" This. At once, Nara Shikaku was left speechless. "What do you think is the reason Jiraiya-sama has not returned?" Why ask this suddenly? If you want to continue the conversation. All right. The reasons Jiraiya-sama hasn't returned are simply two. 1. He doesn't want to be Hokage. 2. He has long known about the dirty past of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, why hasn't Tsunade-sama, the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, returned? That is because, perhaps she is completely disappointed in Konoha. Thinking of what Sarutobi Hiruzen has done, Nara Shikaku felt increasingly displeased, too pathetic. Does Tsunade-sama wish for Konoha's destruction? No, absolutely not, Nara Shikaku said with great certainty. Then since she still loves Konoha but doesn't return, you should understand the reason. Uchiha Yanshu said gently. Nara Shikaku was struck by lightning, and in an instant, he understood the reason. The 3rd Hokage. Because the 3rd Hokage is still alive, she wants to return no matter what. Then, given that both Tsunade and Jiraiya are in this situation because of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Orochimaru, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's most favored disciple, has planted spies in Konoha, what he wants is already obvious. As someone who respects his teacher, yet has become increasingly pathetic over the years, with his reputation already tarnished, what would he do? Orochimaru wants to take the opportunity to destroy Konoha. Halfway through, he covered his mouth, his expression falling into conflict. The next second, he looked at Uchiha Yangshu, his expression inexplicably terrifying. When did you realize? I've always been in the position of an outsider. An outsider? Does that mean looking from the perspective of someone standing aside? Nara Shikaka nodded and said, Yangshu-kun, do you want to be the Hokage's secretary? Thank you, acting Hokage. But I think my path does not lie here. Nara Shikaka nodded slightly, his expression calm as he said, since you know, what is your choice? We'll see when the time comes. We'll see when the time comes? Yes. Aren't you afraid that Konoha really? No breaking, no standing. Moreover, Konoha has become an old tree. Even with your support, it is still an old tree that needs new strength, new spirit, and new leadership. But Uchiha Yangshu didn't say these words out loud. In front of smart people, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. The phrase no breaking, no standing greatly shocked Nara Shikaku. Even the way he looked at Uchiha Yangshu changed. Yangshu-kun, do you really not want to join in? As long as you are willing. In 3 years, you will definitely be able to assist the Hokage. You could even become the first Hokage from the Uchiha clan. This is the wish of your Uchiha clan. You, Nara Shikaku, said excitedly. Acting Hokage. There was no other meaning to the title at this moment. These words seemed like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the fire in Nara Shikaku's heart. He fell silent for a while. After a few seconds, he apologized. I lost my composure. I will treat this matter as if I didn't discover it. Chapter 34. A choice to give it your all. Uchiha Waiki slightly lowered his head, indicating that he felt the same way. Nara Shikaku tilted his neck slightly and said, well then, let's assign you a task. Before long, Moonlight Breeze, Sai, and Yakushi Kabuto entered. Uchiha Waiki returned to the Umbu team, executing missions alongside Moonlight Breeze, Sai, and Yakushi Kabuto. In the cold-blooded killings, one life after another came to an end at his hands. Meanwhile, Akimichi CHG, Narashikama, Yamanaka Ino, Waihai Kurinai, Inazuka Kiba, and Haiga Hinata were also undertaking their first C-rank mission, all beginning to grow and witness the harshness of the ninja world. During this time, the CH-Nin exams began. In an alley, Sai, Yakushi Kabuto, and Uchiha Waiki stood like strangers, wearing cat masks, calmly waiting. The next moment, Moonlight Breeze's figure appeared. The three looked over, intending to listen to the mission details this time. But unexpectedly, the CH-Nin selection exam would commence in 6 days, and during this period, your task is to participate in the CH-Nin exam and become the first place in the CH-Nin selection. Yes, Sai, Yakushi Kabuto, and Uchiha Waiki immediately responded. However, Uchiha Waiki thought to himself, it seems this mission is bound to fail. Don't be fooled by Sai's strength. He can handle Naruto, but if he faces Gaara, it's like water meeting a stone. There is no chance of winning. Yakushi Kabuto's usual technique is the chakra scalpel, but that level is completely insufficient against Gaara's sand armor. Most importantly, Yakushi Kabuto is also hiding his true power. He will definitely not expose it. As Uchiha Waiki pondered this, the system presented him with a choice. In response to the upcoming CH-Nin exam, your choices are 1. Give it your all. Reward. 6th gate of the 8 gates. 2. Remain indifferent. Reward. Sharingan 3 Tomo. The 6th gate. Uchiha Waiki's eyes sparkled. Both Sai and Yakushi Kabuto were surprised and looked at Uchiha Waiki. They could all sense that this guy was hiding his strength. His biggest flaw was that he always maintained a dignified appearance and never gave Yakushi Kabuto a chance to heal him. But this time, he was so excited about this mission, it seemed things were about to get interesting. Removing his mask, he walked out onto the street. Uchiha Waiki happened to see Sakura chasing Naruto. Next to Naruto were the 7-year-old Konomaru, Moegi, and Udon, who were fleeing in terror. Seeing the lumps on their heads, they must have been hit by Sakura and had further provoked her. Uchiha Waiki smiled at the peaceful commotion, but suddenly sensed something and looked to the side. A puppet master? He walked over. Konomaru, who was running in the front, turned the corner and bumped into someone with a loud thud. He fell onto the ground, dazed, looking at the boy and girl in front of him. The boy was wearing a black jumpsuit with a cylindrical object on his back, hands in his pockets, and purple markings on his face, standing a good 10 centimeters taller than Naruto, appearing to be 2 years older than him. His name was Kankor. The girl wore a light purple off-shoulder mesh dress, her hair tied into 4 spiky balls at the back, with a forehead protector bearing the letter I around her neck, carrying a huge fan on her back, looking more mature, resembling a teenager. Her name was Temari. That hurts, you little brat, Kankor said calmly, grabbing Konohamaru by the collar. The 7-year-old Konohamaru was frightened and didn't dare to move, his little face filled with discomfort. "Stop it, Kankor. Be careful not to get scolded later," Temari spoke up. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," Sakura immediately said nervously. "Who are these people?" The forehead protectors should indicate they are from Sunagakure. But other village ninjas shouldn't be able to enter here. What on earth is going on? At this moment, she still didn't know about the CH9 exam. Kankor glanced at Naruto and Sakura's Konoha forehead protectors, feeling nothing but disdain. These guys are just Konoha's genin. Before the annoying guys arrive. "Let us have some fun with you first." "Let me go." Konohamaru began to struggle, kicking him in the stomach. "Not bad for a little brat," Kankor said. "Apply more force." Naruto could no longer hold back. "Bastard. Let Konohamaru go." He charged forward, but Kankor's finger twitched, and Naruto immediately felt something pull at his foot. The next moment, he fell to the ground in shock. What's going on? Seeing this, Kankor felt even more disdain. What the heck? Konoha's genin are so weak. "Hey!" The sudden voice startled Kankor, and he quickly turned his head, looking down to see a boy about 1.50 meters tall. He let out a sigh of relief, but was also somewhat enraged. "Dare to scare me?" He threw a punch. Kankor stopped. Temari's voice hadn't even finished when there was a loud bang. Bang! Temari's eyes widened as she watched Kankor get heavily slammed to the ground, looking severely injured. A single blow. A single blow? She broke out in cold sweat, hurriedly retreating, gripping the large fan on her back, staring intently at the masculine and handsome boy in front of her. Who is he? When did he arrive? He looks even younger than me. Why is he so terrifying? Uchiha Waiki held Konohamaru with one hand and glanced at Sasuke, who had been discovered and was preparing to throw stones from the tree, and the red-haired, black-eyed Gaara lurking nearby, calmly saying, "This is Konoha. If you intentionally look for trouble and get beaten up, don't say we Konoha are bullying the weak." Temari's palms were sweating, and she couldn't help but swallow hard, her slight movement indicating a nod as if saying she understood. Seeing this, Uchiha Waiki walked over and placed Konohamaru beside Naruto. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled as he looked at Uchiha Waiki. "Big brother Waiki, you're so strong." The next moment, he turned to Naruto, filled with resentment. "Naruto, you're so useless. Next time I let him go." Naruto shouted. Kankor, struggling to get up, glared at Uchiha Waiki, taking off the cylindrical bandage from his back. "Hey, are you going to use a crow?" Temari didn't expect Kankor to still want to use a puppet. This is someone else's village. In the tree, Gaara, discovered by Uchiha Waiki, turned into sand. The next second, he appeared in front of Temari and Kankor. "Let us go. We're not here to play." Furious, Kankor looked at Gaara, instantly regaining his composure, even showing signs of fear. "I am sorry, Gaara. I understand I was wrong." Temari also took a small step back, somewhat afraid. Gaara turned away, ignoring them. Kankor and Temari both breathed a sigh of relief and followed closely behind. Watching them leave, Sakura turned to Uchiha Waiki. "Iki, do you know what is going on? Ask your captain." "So, as Sunagakure ninjas, is it legal for them to enter our Konoha?" "Well, they're an event. Many foreign ninjas have come." Uchiha Yoshu saw Sakura and wanted to ask, so he waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Go ask your captain." Gaara stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Uchiha Yoshu. "What is your name?" Chapter 35. Uchiha Yangshu. You will be even more surprised afterwards. Under everyone's gaze, Uchiha Yangshu left the forest. Bang, bang, bang. That was the sound of shuriken hitting the target. "Hey, did you hear?" Wrapped in bandages and wearing a tight outfit, Rock Lee said excitedly. This time in the Chunin exam, it's the first time in 5 years that newcomers are appearing. "No way. It's probably just some result of the Jounins wanting to save face." Tion, with 2 bun hairstyles and wearing a pink chi-pao with short sleeves, laughed. "No, 3 of them belong to that Kakashi S class." "That is indeed quite interesting," said Hinata Niji with long hair. "But it's just a matter of time, anyway." Tion threw a shuriken, sharp as ever. "It will be a very sad thing." Niji hid his disdain beneath a calm demeanor. A week later, 2:50 p.m., Uchiha Yangshu returned to the ninja school after a long absence. As required, he needed to go to classroom 301. Sound ninjas, grass ninjas, rain ninjas. Many small ninja villages came, but among the great ninja villages, only Sunagakure showed up, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure did not come. Even so, seeing so many unfamiliar ninjas from different villages, each with a rebellious demeanor, Uchiha Yangshu revealed a smile. However, the most anticipated was still Orochimaru. I wonder how much damage I can inflict on him with just the 5th gate? What will the effect of my new technique be? Can it deal a fatal blow to the 10,000 snakes? I'm really looking forward to it. Uchiha Yangshu ignored the illusionary classroom 301 on the second floor and went directly to the real classroom 301. Yang Suye. His arrival immediately drew a joyful voice from a blonde girl. Many ninjas looked over, feeling as if a gathering of delinquents had been interrupted. Male ninjas felt quite displeased at Uchiha Yangshu's masculine and handsome appearance. What is he pretending for? Many girls' eyes lit up upon seeing Uchiha Yangshu, and discussions erupted. So handsome. Konoha has a big handsome guy too. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? In anger, Ino snorted coldly and pulled Uchiha Yangshu to a nearby seat, excitedly saying, Yangshu-ji, do you know that handsome guy over there? He is also from Konoha. Uchiha Yangshu looked over and said, I know him. Should I call him over for you? Is that okay? Ino's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy. Uchiha Yangshu smiled. You two are already like a couple. Sai. Uchiha Yangshu called out. Sai, slender and wearing a crop top, walked over calmly, expressionless, and said, I didn't expect you to call me. After all, we're on the same team. Uchiha Yangshu smiled. You, seem to have changed? Sai hesitated a bit. Uchiha Yangshu smiled and didn't say anything. With the support of the sixth gate of the 8 gates, he naturally didn't need to keep pretending to be weak. He became more cheerful instead of remaining silent. This beautiful girl is Ino, and this handsome guy is Sai. You two should get to know each other. Sai paused, then looked at Ino. He remained calm, only nodding slightly. Then he sat down beside them. Ino was very excited, hugging Uchiha Yangshu's arm and shaking it wildly. Yang Suye. He is so handsome. He is my type. Yes, 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 Uchiha Yangshu responded perfunctorily. Ino started to cautiously approach Sai. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yangshu, in the midst of the boring wait, once again entered into subtle manipulation and practice within the school. Shikamaru and CHG also came over and sat beside them. Shikamaru, I didn't expect you to participate in such a troublesome exam. CHG, Yangshu want something to eat? Ino, Kiba, and Hinata gathered around. Hinata, Yangsuye, Kiba, this time, I will definitely win against you. Akamaru Wolf, Ino, Niji, Lee, and Tian also came over, though they were brought by Lee. Lee Yangshu, long time no see. Lee, these are my teammates, Hinata Niji and Tian. Lee, this is Uchiha Yangshu, my good partner. Lee Yangshu, were you going to burn your youth with teacher guy again? Lee's arrival caused the group to become lively, the atmosphere very active. Even Ino started a full-on attack towards Sai. Sai, what do you like to eat? Ino leaned beside Sai and asked. Sai slightly shifted his body, feeling a bit uncomfortable. This made Ino even more excited. Just as she was about to lean closer, she was pulled back by Uchiha Yangshu. She glared at Uchiha Yangshu in anger. Be a little more reserved, Uchiha Yangshu said helplessly. Sai let out a sigh of relief, feeling a bit regretful for sitting over here. But this feeling seemed quite nice. He couldn't quite understand his own emotions. Thus, the 3 teams of 9, plus Uchiha Yangshu and Sai, formed a small group of 11 people, with Uchiha Yangshu at the center, being watched by many with unfriendly eyes. This made Uchiha Yangshu even more eager to see how they would perform in the Forest of Death. Hopefully, they would continue to be so rebellious. Before long, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived. As soon as they arrived, all the ninjas turned their heads, their aura intimidating like that of delinquents, with many in their 20s densely packed throughout the classroom, as if the entire space was hostile towards them. This atmosphere startled some, as their old classmates Shikamaru Kiba and others watched with smiles. After all, they had just been scared. Can't show favoritism. Hey. As the expressionless Asai spoke, everyone curiously followed his gaze. They discovered a teenager with large glasses, white hair, and a gentle demeanor approaching Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Sai looked at Uchiha Yangshu. Uchiha Yangshu nodded and walked over. With this movement, Shikamaru, CHG, Kiba, Lee, and others followed. Yakushi Kabuto, who was introducing the Chunin exam to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, paused for a moment, a smile appearing on his face. So Saikuin and Yangshukuin are here too. Do you know each other? Naruto asked in surprise. We are teammates, Uchiha Yangshu said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Then, they widened their eyes, staring at Sai and Yakushi Kabuto as if they were rare animals, constantly murmuring. Yangshu's legendary teammate. Seeing this, Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but laugh heartily. I didn't expect Yangshu-kun to be so popular. You will be even more surprised afterwards. Uchiha Yangshu smiled. Chapter 36. The 10th question of the foolish bet. Pharmacist Do frowned slightly, looking somewhat gloomy. The next moment, he regained his gentle and radiant expression. "You're all the newcomers this time, right? This is the intelligence I have gathered over the past 4 years, a total of 200 cards." Pharmacist Do proudly displayed his intelligence cards, deeply attracting everyone's attention. After Sasuke inquired about Gaara and Rock Lee's information, he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Yenshu. Seeing this, Pharmacist Do shook his head with a smile and refused. "That would expose my own intelligence." Everyone somewhat understood, but Pharmacist Do quietly stared at Uchiha Yenshu, prepared for the possibility of being exposed. However, Uchiha Yenshu did not respond. He just smiled and ignored it. Next, Pharmacist Do spoke about the powerful individuals present this time, continuously testing Sasuke, the vessel targeted by Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, Naruto stepped forward, pointing at the hundreds of ninjas in front of him and provoking, "I am Uzumaki Naruto. I won't lose to you all. Do you understand?" Being pointed at by a 12-year-old child, many ninjas in their 20s, still genin, were exceptionally furious. Even the ninjas from Konoha were somewhat displeased with Naruto. However, even Shikamaru, Kiba, and Neji were a bit annoyed. Such behavior was equivalent to creating enemies for oneself. Even if they weren't afraid, it was extremely unwise. Only Sasuke and Lee smiled excitedly. Uchiha Yenshu then walked back and casually sat down. Sai followed suit, while Neji and Tenten pulled the excited Lee back. As Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Shino, Kiba, and Hinata hesitated, 3 rapid sounds came. Swish, swish. Pharmacist Do hurriedly retreated. Clang, clang. 2 shuriken were embedded in the ground. The hunchbacked sound ninja revealed his right forearm full of small holes and punched towards Pharmacist Do. Pharmacist Do successfully dodged, but in the next moment his glasses shattered. Just as he was about to act, he felt a sudden discomfort in his stomach and painfully vomited. Everyone was shocked. From their perspective, they could not see the reason behind it at all. Sai couldn't help but have a serious expression and was about to step forward, but was stopped by Uchiha Yenshu's next words. "The teacher is here." As Uchiha Yenshu had predicted, a cloud of smoke appeared at the podium. "Everyone be quiet. You useless bunch." The smoke quickly dissipated, revealing a fierce and muscular man with 2 twisted scars on his face. Behind him were numerous Konoha ninja examiners, and in an instant, his imposing presence completely suppressed the chaos in the classroom. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I am Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the first round of the Chunin exam." The chaos was instantly wiped away, and the Chunin exam began, with positions shuffled. For Uchiha Yenshu, who had never skipped class, the exam questions were not difficult. But for many genin who lacked theoretical knowledge, it was a bit challenging. As a result, many cheating methods emerged. Gaara's Sandai, Kankuro's puppet manipulation, Ino's mind transfer jutsu, Shino's insect manipulation, Akamaru's peeping, Sai's super beast imitation. Each displayed their own abilities. Many genin were eliminated, and the atmosphere in the classroom became extremely tense, with many breaking out in cold sweat. For Uchiha Yenshu, it was quite easy. He even thought it was nice to see the number of people in the classroom go from crowded to sparse. However, the final 10th question made Uchiha Yenshu somewhat displeased. The 10th question, you can choose to answer or not. If you do not answer, the candidate will be immediately judged to have scored 0, which means failure. Of course, his 2 teammates will be eliminated together. If you answer and get it wrong, you will be permanently disqualified from the Chunin exam. As Marino Ibiki finished speaking, a commotion erupted in the classroom. How can there be such unreasonable rules? What kind of ridiculous rule is this? What should I choose? Uchiha Yenshu, who knew the answer, had a completely deadpan expression. This question from Marino Ibiki posed no problem for someone whose goal was to improve their own strength. It didn't matter whether one passed or failed. It wouldn't affect his strength improvement. But for those aiming to reach the Chunin level, it was different. Why did they want to become Chunins? Wasn't it to avoid doing those petty tasks like catching cats and harvesting crops all day long for a meager amount of money? The Chunin exam itself was a channel for promotion to Chunin, and those participating naturally wanted to become Chunins. It was like going for a job interview, and the HR says that if you come for the interview, others won't get the chance to interview you again, and you might fail the interview. Would you want to stake your entire future on this one interview? Only a fool would gamble. Experts in interrogation and questioning, just perverts who switch concepts. If Uchiha Yenshu didn't know the answer and lacked talent, he might choose to exit cautiously. That would be the thought of a normal person. But one had to admit that the atmosphere in the entire classroom had become extremely oppressive and gloomy, as if a great mountain was pressing down on everyone. Countless candidates were drenched in tormenting cold sweat, the size of soybeans, dripping onto the desks, their breathing short and rapid, as if they were about to suffocate. At that moment, Naruto stood up, slamming his hand on the table. Bang! The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly froze. Everyone looked at Naruto. Naruto declared with a roar, "Don't underestimate me. I want to back down at this critical moment, even if it means being a genin for the rest of my life. I will become Hokage in one breath." Although it sounded childish, at that moment, Naruto seemed like a shining light in the hearts of others. In an instant, he dispelled everyone's unease. Marino Ibiki looked around and found that the number of wavering people had significantly decreased. He checked the numbers, 78 people, with 26 teams. There are still quite a few left, but continuing to wait would be the same. Marino Ibiki said, "Your determination is commendable. Therefore, I judge that everyone remaining here has passed the first round of the exam." Amidst the astonished and angry questions from everyone, after Marino Ibiki recounted his terrifying scars, a figure burst through the window. Whoosh whoosh. Two kunai were embedded in the ceiling, pulling aside a cloth that read second round examiner, Mitarashi Anko, blocking Marino Ibiki as well. A beautiful woman with purple hair appeared, wearing a light brown trench coat and a fitted netted top that accentuated her beautiful curves. Facing the 78 genin, she declared with a fierce aura, "I am Mitarashi Anko, the examiner for the second round of the exam. The time and place for the next round will be discussed with your jonin teachers." That's all dismissed. The next day, training ground number 44. A snake as thick as an ox, centipedes the size of a person, bees as big as small dogs. Through the lush, gigantic, eerie forest. These sights made many candidates swallow hard. It felt ominous here, a bit eerie, a bit scary. Mitarashi Anko revealed a malicious smile and said, "This place is called the Forest of Death, and you will soon be able to experience it yourselves. Now, before the second round of the exam, I need to give you this." Chapter 37, The Forest of Death. The outrageous Yangshu many candidates watched as Utai Sai Hong Do pulled out a thick stack of papers from her arms, looking serious. Even Uchiha Yangshu felt the same way. How could she hide such a thick stack inside? Sai held the short blade of the umbu at his back, deeply suspicious that the Uchiha Yangshu in front of him had been swapped out. "Yangshu-kun is particularly lively today," Yakushi Kabuto chuckled. "Yes, finally seeing hope," Uchiha Yangshu replied calmly. "Hope?" The two were puzzled. Uchiha Yangshu smiled and said no more. The consent form for the death disclaimer was handed to Naruto, who passed it on to those nearby, like it was an exam paper. Seeing this, Taisai Hongdo smiled and said, "Now, let's explain the second round of the exam. In simple terms, you will be participating in an extreme wilderness survival challenge here, with the destination being a tower located 10 kilometers from the center of this training ground. But that's not all. There are a total of 26 teams. 13 will receive the Heaven Scroll, and the other 13 will receive the Earth Scroll. Only the teams that reach the tower with both scrolls will be considered qualified. In other words, it's a scroll competition. The time limit is 120 hours. Exactly 5 days. What about food?" Ding Ci paused from eating chips. "Self-sufficiency. The wilderness is a natural treasure trove. There's plenty of food," Utai Sai Hongdo replied. "But there are man-eating beasts, poisonous insects, and toxic plants everywhere." Yakushi Kabuto understood how to create anxiety. Suddenly, the atmosphere became more uneasy. Ding Ci became dispirited, his body of fat seeming lifeless. Niji said, "Moreover, it's impossible for all 39 people in the 13 teams to qualify." Lee added, "The distance will increase daily, and the recovery time will become shorter. This is indeed a severe test." Sasuke said, "Moreover, with enemies all around, we can't let our guard down. Even getting a good night's sleep is impossible." The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Shikamaru raised his hand slightly and asked, Can we give up halfway?" "As per the rules, giving up midway is not allowed," Utai Sai Hong Do said with a smile. "So please rest assured and spend these 5 days in this forest. Now that we've talked about the conditions for passing, let's discuss the conditions for elimination. 1. Teams that cannot bring the Earth and Heaven Scrolls to the tower within the specified time. 2. Teams that lose members or have incapacitated members. An additional condition was added. Absolutely no peeking at the contents of the scrolls. If you do, the consequences are yours to bear. Now, please line up to enter the tent and receive your scrolls." Everyone began to line up. As each person entered the tent, their expressions showed subtle changes. For example, one person became anxious about losing their belongings, while two began to protect one person, looking around cautiously. Uchiha Yangshu's team was different. Yakushi Kabuto and Sai watched as Uchiha Yangshu didn't hide the scroll, but instead displayed it for everyone to see that his scroll was the Heaven Scroll, causing many teams with Earth Scrolls to cast eager glances. Though this made the two frown slightly, it was not a big deal. However, Uchiha Yangshu's next words made the situation even more chaotic. 1, 2, 3, 4. 12. One team didn't show any greed, but that's fine. Those with the Heaven Scroll. Remember, these 12 teams are your targets. Countless pupils constricted. The faces of those with Earth Scrolls turned extremely ugly. Exposed. As the one who exposed them, Uchiha Yangshu was naturally hated for it. What started as a public matter had now escalated to a personal grudge. Yangshu. Sai snapped angrily. I'll handle it, Uchiha Yangshu said. You better be able to. Sai suppressed his anger. He still wanted to complete this mission. Yakushi Kabuto stood nearby, smiling as he watched. Yutai Sai Hongdo observed, munching on dumplings, her gaze fixed on Uchiha Yangshu, smiling, an interesting little brat. Before long, everyone was separated and arranged at various entrances of the 44th training ground. With 44 entrances, all 26 teams could occupy one entrance each. At 2:30 p.m., the assistants took out keys and unlocked the doors. With a creak, the doors opened. A path leading into the so-called Forest of Death appeared before Uchiha Yangshu and his companions. The three rushed in without hesitation, as if in a race, moving at incredible speed. Uchiha Yangshu laughed. I'm going to have some fun first. You guys do as you wish. With that, he vanished onto a tree trunk. In the next second, he disappeared. His speed was astonishing. Yakushi Kabuto and Sai's pupils constricted. Zulfust. Even at my fastest, I can't keep up. But is this his fastest speed? The two exchanged smiles. Yakushi Kabuto said, it seems things are really getting interesting. Sai said, looks like he can really handle it. The two exchanged glances and tacitly chose to split up. Umbu members are better at assassination techniques and are more independent and proud. For Sai, cooperating with these low-ranking ninjas who can only do D-rank tasks like catching cats and harvesting crops is a disgrace. Yakushi Kabuto wanted to see what others were up to and look for any surprises or good materials. Both Yakushi Kabuto and Sai chose to act in secret. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yangshu stood atop the tallest tree, laughing loudly. The Heaven Scroll is here. Come and get it if you want. For a moment, the entire Forest of Death echoed with Uchiha Yangshu's voice, causing many who knew him to feel puzzled. What is wrong with Yangshu and II? Yangshu and II seems particularly excited? This is the first time I've seen such a Yangshu and II. It feels so interesting. Sasuke, let us go over. Among them, Kankuro, who had already stolen the Heaven Scroll from Naruto's team, paused, glanced in Uchiha Yangshu's direction, and turned to Gaara. Gaara said nothing and headed straight toward the tower. This relieved Temari, glad for that ruggedly handsome Uchiha Yangshu. Kankuro was displeased. You're lucky. He still remembered the slap Uchiha Yangshu had given him a week ago. If it weren't for Tsunagekyu's mission to destroy Konoha, needing Gaara to participate in the finals a month later, he would have gone over to take care of that bastard. Aside from their special hidden missions, others from different villages had tasks to some extent. The biggest task was to kill Konoha ninjas, reducing the elite of Konoha's younger generation. However, the reason these people were assigned such tasks was primarily due to their more meticulous thoughts compared to their peers, making them suitable for ambush. In addition to these ambushers, some teams with the Heaven Scroll intended to pick up the scraps. For example, Konoha, Chapter 38 alone. Yet no one dares to move, although they are both from Konoha. Uchiha Yangshu's provocation is as foolish as Naruto provoking hundreds of ninjas in the classroom. Even the teams with the Earth Scrolls in Konoha were pointed out by Uchiha Yangshu. Naturally, they would not help and would instead take the opportunity to make things worse. In short, their only goal was to succeed in this Chunin exam. In addition, there were those familiar with Uchiha Yangshu, such as Niji's team. They watched as the 6 Earth Scroll teams, 18 people, approached Uchiha Yangshu in a circular formation, glancing at Lee. Aren't they going to help him? No need. Yangshu only does things when prepared. Could it be a trap? That's right, his 2 teammates are missing. Tintin felt she had discovered their plan. Byakugan. Niji's eyes widened, and dense veins appeared around them. After a moment, he canceled his Byakugan and said, no, his teammates are not within a kilometer radius. This left Tintin stunned, staring blankly at the smiling Uchiha Yangshu in the distance. So what is going on here? Uchiha Yangshu stood on a sturdy branch of a large tree. The surrounding rain, grass, and 6 teams of 18 lower ninjas closed in, revealing sinister smiles. Kid, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Hand over the scroll, and I might spare you. He revealed Konoha's information. and I can let you live. Uchiha Yangshu looked around and saw no familiar faces, which made him feel more at ease. It seemed he could play around freely. In an instant, Uchiha Yangshu vanished without a trace. Gone. They were utterly shocked. They couldn't even see which direction Uchiha Yangshu had gone. It was as if they were surrounding an illusion. They tightly gripped their kunai and short swords, seeking a semblance of security. But the next second, a figure appeared behind one of the grass ninjas. Bang. Everyone turned to see a flash of black. In an instant, it vanished again. All they saw was the grass ninja crashing into a tree, blood pouring from his nose and mouth, rolling his eyes. One hit. Knocked him out? As their anxious breaths quickened, Uchiha Yangshu's figure flickered rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. Don't come any closer. In an instant, screams filled the air, and in the midst of this oppressive sound, the bloody creatures grew even more excited. Tintin's eyes widened. Niji even opened his Byakugan, but still couldn't he believe it. So fast. Such speed. It rivals that of Gai-sensei. They looked at Lee. The heavy iron rings on Gai-sensei were heavier, but even under that burden, Gai should only be slightly faster than Yangshu. Lee's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "But indeed, Yangshu is amazing. I really hope to fight him." Lee's excitement also stirred Tintin and Niji. So strong, they were eager to see how they would fare against him. Besides them, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were also peeking. It turned out they were worried about Uchiha Yangshu being surrounded, feeling helpless to help. But they didn't expect to witness such a crushing scene. Yangshu is so strong. Choji, who was obsessed with eating, couldn't he help but stop shoving chips into his mouth, amazed. Is this the result of his relentless training over the years? Shikamaru recalled the moment he saw Uchiha Yangshu subtly controlling his muscles at his seat while picturing himself playing and slacking off, and a hint of determination sparked within him. But the next second, it was extinguished. Life is so hard. Why torture oneself? Yet he couldn't help but keep watching. Ino crouched in the bushes, unable to contain her excitement. Yangshu is incredible. My Yangshu is the best. Isn't he uninterested in you? Shikamaru asked. He is. He wants to be my brother. Ino's face flushed with happiness. Shikamaru had always looked down on such romantic feelings. Women are too troublesome. But now, looking at Ino's expression, the relationships formed during their 6 years at the Ninja Academy between Yangshu and Ino seemed to blossom at this moment. Non-blood-related kinship. This struck him as beautiful and shocking. He tried to understand the birth of this outcome. Admiration? Respect? Affection? Lacking in this area, Shikamaru realized one thing. He felt a twinge of jealousy. Nearby, hidden teams from Sunagakure, Otogakure, and Konoha, preparing to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, quietly retreated while cursing. Damn, how can someone so strong expose us? Is there such a thing as fishing law enforcement? Damn, how is that bastard so strong? We can't even see his figure. Are they preparing to act? Lee said excitedly. He planned to fight alongside Uchiha Yangshu. Niji, with his Byakugan activated, shook his head and said, they retreated. How much did they retreat? All of them. All of them. Lee was taken aback. All of them. Lee felt a bit dejected. He had finally wanted to ignite some fire. Tintin swallowed hard. I remember at least 10 teams hiding in the shadows, right? 30 people retreated because of one person? Niji bitterly nodded, looking at Uchiha Yangshu's masculine figure. He remarked, yeah, he is too talented. No, Yangshu has been training with Gai-sensei since he was 3, fainting from training every day. Having such strength is expected. 3 years old? Tintin was shocked by Yangshu's age and the intense training Gai-sensei put in, amazed that Yangshu could endure it. Lee fell into reminiscence. Admiring. Gai-sensei said Yangshu started training as soon as he could walk. Although after starting school, he could only train after classes, the iron rings on him are heavier. And he practices body training every day at his seat. Gai-sensei hasn't seen it, but he said Yangshu's effort is the most he has ever seen. The most he has ever seen. This time, even Niji was shocked. After all, Lee's training volume is simply inhuman. It could even be said that Lee surviving under such training volume is a miracle in itself. And that Lee, compared to Uchiha Yangshu's effort, is still lacking? In an instant, they began to understand why that masculine figure was so powerful. At this moment, Tintin thought of something. That forbidden technique. Gai-sensei taught it to Yangshu. Hiss! Suddenly, they looked at Uchiha Yangshu as if he were a monster. Chapter 39. Yangshu Uchiha? He went to play with the 6 Earth Scrolls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If he was short on money, he could still make a deal, but Yangshu Uchiha smiled and threw the scrolls like stones in the directions of 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. The Earth Scrolls. They didn't expect Yangshu Uchiha to throw them out. Many teams that hadn't gone far hurried back. Even the Earth Scroll teams were no exception. After all, the Earth Scrolls could be exchanged for Heaven Scrolls, and there was even a possibility of ambushing a team that got a Heaven Scroll. Suddenly, the scene was in chaos. The sounds of shurikens, kunai, ninja swords, and blades clashing produced a fierce clang. Ninjutsu, such as the body replacement technique, clone technique, and transformation technique, emerged one after another. And chakra was rampant and raging in this forest. Niji, Ten, and Lee were also tempted to join the scramble. Meanwhile, Yangshu Uchiha, with one Earth Scroll and one Heaven Scroll in hand, calmly and slowly left the chaos. No one dared to touch him. Everyone tacitly ignored the Heaven Scroll on him. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino had good luck. The scrolls fell directly into their bushes and even landed perfectly in Ino's arms. Ino was stunned. The next second, she hurriedly urged in a low voice, "Let's go, let's go." Shikamaru and Choji also realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly wanted to distance themselves from the chaotic battlefield. Half an hour later, they stopped panting, hiding in the bushes. So lucky no one chased us. Lucky. Shikamaru sighed slightly. It was clearly because the other scrolls were thrown out first, causing many people to scramble. They had the last one, the scroll thrown in the 10 o'clock direction, and naturally, there were people eyeing it. But because the 12 o'clock direction next to them was where Yangshu Uchiha left, they didn't dare to cross that invisible line. Meanwhile, in the 8 o'clock direction next to the 10 o'clock, the scroll had fallen among multiple teams, and they were fiercely competing for it, including a team with Heaven Scrolls. A little distraction could lead to death, which was why the three of them managed to escape with this Earth Scroll. What now? Should we go to the destination immediately? No, let us wait until the third day. Why? Ino asked. Strong people who haven't found suitable scrolls will go there early to wait for opportunities. And those who have not been able to obtain scrolls will also wait there for 2 days, so the third day is the best choice. The strong ones have gone in, and the others have not given up yet. Shikamaru's words were immediately strongly agreed upon by the other two. Thus, they began to lie low. Not long after, Sai returned, looking at Yangshu Uchiha with some surprise. How was the harvest? Yangshu Uchiha smiled. Thanks to you, I took out 2 teams. Saying this, Sai threw 2 scrolls in his hand to Yangshu Uchiha. Yangshu Uchiha looked at them and saw they were a pair of Heaven and Earth Scrolls. He could send another team directly. He smiled and put them away. Sai didn't respond but asked, what now? Should we wait at the finish line for DU? I still want to play. Yangshu Uchiha refused. With your strength, is there anyone who can play with you? Sai couldn't help but complain. Ha ha ha. Yangshu Uchiha laughed, jumped onto a tree trunk, waved, and left. Seeing this, Sai could only helplessly be alone. Although it didn't matter much, he still decided to eliminate some teams. Soon, he discovered 3 people hiding behind a big tree. Their methods were very simple, and there were still some potato chips left. Suddenly, he thought of Choji, who was crunching chips next to that blonde, ugly girl, Yangshu's friend. He thought for a moment, just as he was putting away his pen and scroll, and was about to leave, his body suddenly stiffened. He widened his eyes and awkwardly looked down, discovering a shadow connecting to him. I'm trapped. The next second, a blonde girl appeared behind a tree, her fingers forming a heart. Heart, turn around. The ninjutsu was interrupted before it could start. Ino, Sai exclaimed in surprise. Shikamaru, let him go. This is trouble. Shikamaru withdrew the shadow imitation technique. As soon as Sai could move freely, he saw Ino rushing over. Why didn't he expect to meet you here? Sai. Sai wanted to resist and move away from Ino, but it only excited her more. This time there was no Yangshu Uchiha around, and while it felt nice, he also wanted to draw his blade. But considering Yangshu's relationship with this blonde, ugly girl, he ultimately suppressed his complex emotions and said, let go. Ino seemed to recall Yangshu Uchiha's reserved nature or realized she was too enthusiastic on her second meeting. Her face flushed as she stepped back. Sai breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Sai, aren't you Yangshu's teammate? Why aren't you with him? You want to play. Playing. The 3 were somewhat speechless. While others fought hard for their lives, he was here playing. However, with his strength, this was indeed a place he could enjoy. Well then, goodbye. Sai planned to leave. But before he could finish, Ino stopped him. So, are you alone now? Yeah. Then let us go together. You need a rest too, right? By the way, do you want something to eat? I have lunchboxes I made. Yangshu loves to eat them. I don't. Hurry. Wait, I don't. Hurry up. Sai was forced to eat a meal. It was delicious and a bit warm. On the other side, Yangshu Uchiha excitedly ran forward. Orochimaru. 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 Suddenly, In front of him appeared a brown giant python as thick as a cow and several meters long, resting comfortably. Looking at its swollen belly, it seemed to have just eaten something the size of a person and was digesting. Suddenly, voices came from inside. How can I die here? Multiple. Shadow clone technique. Was that Naruto's voice? The next second, the brown giant python quickly inflated. Instantly, the python could not bear the burden, struggling in pain and letting out a roar. Boom! The brown snake skin burst, and flesh splattered everywhere. Among them appeared several Narutos, all covered in slime, gasping for breath. I'm going to become Hokage. How can I turn into snake dung here? Yangshu Uchiha stood on a tree, quietly watching Naruto. Whoosh! A kunai shot out rapidly from Naruto's hand. Who? Give me. Chapter 40. Yangshu Uchiha. Sharingan? You mean this thing? Thud. Yangshu Uchiha pinched a kunai with 2 fingers, smiling at Naruto. Yangshu bro. Naruto was a bit surprised. Aren't you over there? He had also heard Yangshu's provocation and was about to go over when he was swallowed by a snake. He didn't expect to run into Yangshu right after coming out. Wait, could it be a transformation technique? Seeing Naruto's increasingly suspicious gaze, Yangshu used the body flicker technique and instantly appeared beside Naruto. Without any resistance, he slapped Naruto's head hard, making a bang 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 sound, somewhat exasperated. Your transformation technique can hold a kunai. Yangshu bro, can you read minds? Read your big-headed ghost. Yangshu slapped him on the head again. Bang! Naruto's head hit the ground directly. Ouch, that hurts. He held his head. Where's Sasuke? Yeah, where's Sasuke? Suddenly, Naruto, disregarding the pain in his head, jumped onto a tree branch, calling out while rushing, Yangshu bro, let's talk later. But the next second, he realized that Yangshu was following closely beside him, making him puzzled. Yangshu bro, I feel a chakra presence that excites me. Oh. Although I don't understand, Naruto didn't say much more. Finding Sasuke was the most important thing now. 2 figures about 5 meters tall moved quickly. Soon, they saw a long-haired woman from the grass village who exuded a super cool vibe, dressed in light brown clothes, her body coiling around the tree, trunk like a snake, approaching the terrified Sasuke in a spiral manner. Swish, 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 swish. Shurikens were pinned to the tree trunk, blocking the woman's advance. She turned her head, her tongue long like a snake, twisting, licking, swaying, and looking up to the left, landing on Naruto, who was standing with his arms crossed. Sorry, Sasuke. I forgot the code, Naruto said proudly. He felt great about this rescue. Naruto. Sakura, looking a bit disheveled, was delighted to see Naruto. Seeing Yangshu beside him made her even happier. Yangshu bro. The grass shinobi woman then turned to Yangshu, cackling, isn't this the Uchiha family's waste? The twin brother of Sasuke, who can't even activate the Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression darkened. This indeed counted as a shame for their family. You mean this? Yangshu Uchiha said disdainfully. Sasuke suddenly raised his head. He sensed a powerful ocular power. It was even stronger than the 2-Tomo Sharingan he had fully advanced to yesterday. He widened his eyes and saw that Yangshu's normally calm black eyes now had a pair of crimson, sharp 2-Tomo Sharingan. Naruto, Sakura doesn't know what this means. But Sasuke understood clearly. Orochimaru, disguised as the grass shinobi woman, understood even better. Bloodline. The power in the bloodline that can forcibly elevate the limits, especially the most special Sharingan among bloodlines. This Uchiha Yangshu, who had always focused on physical training and didn't practice ninjutsu, known as the Uchiha family's waste, had actually opened his eyes long ago. And it was even the 2-Tomo. What did you open your eyes? Sasuke couldn't believe it. It was as if his pride had been shattered in that instant. Yangshu Uchiha glanced at Sasuke with his 2-Tomo Sharingan and calmly said, You can ask Mom and Dad. Now, Yangshu Uchiha looked excitedly at the grass shinobi woman in front of him. Your chakra excites me. I hope you don't mind if I remove the restraints on me? Cack. Of course, the grass shinobi woman also became a bit excited. She didn't expect that besides Sasuke, there was another who activated the 2-Tomo at 12. This reminded her of a certain organization called Akatsuki, and a figure in a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds, Itachi, with those sharp and bloodthirsty Sharingan. Indeed, Itachi's family is extraordinary. Seeing Orochimaru give up on herself, Sasuke's pride was once again shattered. After Yangshu appeared, did he ignore me? He trembled with anger. Whoosh, the kunai was thrown out by him. But the next second, it was dodged by Orochimaru. Hey, your enemy is me. However, the grass shinobi woman and Yangshu Uchiha both tacitly ignored Sasuke. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yangshu Uchiha smiled, tossing the heavy iron ring behind him. When thrown, it was incredibly light, but the slight arc of descent made Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura sense something was off. The next second, it was as if they had returned to 9 years ago. The scene in the forest reappeared before Sasuke. Brother, can I give it a try? Boom! The ground cracked, fissures spreading, creating terrifying chasms. The giant tree mourned, heavily collapsing, stirring up countless dust. Standing on the tree trunk, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura hurriedly dodged to avoid being eliminated. Leaving the trees, they realized how deep the ground's mourning was. Even standing on the trunk, they could still feel a slight tremor from the ground. Is this really something a person can wear? Yangshu Uchiha and the grass shinobi woman seemed to teleport, each appearing on a fallen trunk, facing each other in the bright space, their faces filled with smiles. I didn't expect you to wear something so heavy. The grass shinobi woman admired Yangshu Uchiha. Such effortless control made her want him more and more. Yangshu Uchiha smiled. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. The next second, the grass shinobi woman's expression changed drastically. No, the 8 gates. First gate. Open. The chakra erupting from Yangshu Uchiha made Sasuke and the others widen their eyes in disbelief. What is this? The grass shinobi woman was filled with anger, as if Yangshu Uchiha had destroyed a treasure. Why? Your body is clearly so precious. Why train in such self-harming techniques? Yangshu Uchiha sensed her fighting spirit weakening and immediately. Second gate. Open. Third gate. Open. Fourth gate. Open. Fifth gate. Open. Suddenly, the terrifying chakra erupted from Yangshu Uchiha's body, about 1.5 meters tall, raging like a hurricane throughout the area. Green energy enveloped his blood-red body, and his whole aura became fierce and unstoppable. Sasuke and the others had never seen such a Yangshu Uchiha before and were greatly shocked. What technique is this? Such terrifying chakra. So strong. So powerful. Yangshu bro is amazing. Is this really Yangshu bro? At this moment, Yangshu Uchiha's gaze was solely on the grass shinobi woman. Fight! Bang! Yangshu Uchiha vanished. The next second, where he had disappeared, a terrifying pit appeared, with chips flying everywhere. At the same time, a tremendous wind swept through. If Sasuke and the others hadn't hurriedly hidden behind a tree, they might have been blown away. So terrifying. The grass shinobi woman, however, was filled with impatience. Yangshu Uchiha's behavior of destroying his body made her extremely angry. Chapter 41. The Armored Dragon's Tail Whip. Shadow Snake Hand. A dozen brown long snakes, as thick as small wine cups, stretched out infinitely from her sleeves, directly attacking the empty space. In the next second, the ground there cracked open, revealing the vanished Uchiha Yangshu. A punch was thrown. Bang! The brown long snakes instantly turned into a mist of blood, staining one side of the forest ruins. Sasuke and his companions were immensely shocked by this powerful force. So strong. Yangshu is amazing. He disappeared again. They hurriedly looked at the grass ninja woman. She was forming hand seals. Way in a brief moment, she completed the seals, landing on the ground, creating a huge curse mark. Summoning technique. A massive cloud of smoke instantly enveloped the forest ruins, along with Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Uchiha Yangshu, seeing this, did not feel disappointed. It could be any opponent, as long as they were strong enough. However, he wouldn't let Sasuke follow Orochimaru so easily. Once Sasuke defected, he would fall into Itachi's plan. At that time, he would have to save Itachi, prevent Itachi from suffering from the Kekai Genkai disease, and help Sasuke advance to the Eternal Sharingan, which would be too troublesome. It was better not to defect. Once Sasuke awakened the Manjiki, Uchiha Fugaku would surely be willing to give his eyes to Sasuke. Then he could appear on the battlefield with the Eternal Manjiki, fighting alongside Naruto, gaining the Sage of Six Paths assistance, and battling Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Yangshu looked towards the grass ninja woman at 11 o'clock. Orochimaru, are you so obsessed with Sasuke? Upon seeing this, the grass ninja woman stopped pretending and revealed Orochimaru's pale face. Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha Yangshu and spoke in a hoarse, smoky voice. At least his capacity is much greater than someone like you who is trained in the self-destruction ninja technique. Self-destruction ninja technique? What is that about? Sasuke at 9 o'clock hurriedly asked. Orochimaru replied sinisterly. The 8 Gates of Life, a forbidden technique that temporarily grants immense power by unlocking the chakra pathways within the body. It is rumored that mastering the 8 gates can give one the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, but the cost of this power is life. Even if you don't open the 8th gate, just by opening the 5th gate, you will become a wreck of broken muscles in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Yangshu. Yangshu. Stop. Don't make such a huge sacrifice for us. I think you should take care of yourselves better. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke and smiled again. In an instant, the three felt as if they were being stared at by a terrifying snake, their bodies stiffening. At this moment, the smoke beside them gradually dissipated, revealing the silhouette of a colossal monster that obscured the sky. Hey, Orochimaru, you actually summoned me to deal with a little brat. Bastard, watch out, or I'll eat you. As soon as he finished speaking, the smoke completely cleared. A gigantic purple-striped serpent, comparable to the Nine Tails, appeared. A person standing next to it looked like an ant. Prepare 100 live sacrifices for me. As soon as this was said, Sasuke and his companions looked at Orochimaru. Not cooperating, but live sacrifices. They couldn't help but swallow hard. Is there really such a terrifying creature in this world? Is Yangshu okay? The great snake, completely unconcerned about Orochimaru not paying, said those words as if they were a command. After saying that, it swung its tail towards Uchiha Yangshu, who was covered in green energy. That tail was so enormous. It looked like a house was being swung at him, making Uchiha Yangshu lick his lips. The next moment, on his small body, a 10-meter-long, 3-meter-tall, monstrous creature covered in steel scales and exuding a powerful aura appeared. In an instant, an ancient and savage ferocity ravaged the entire scene. What is this? What kind of creature is this? Not a creature, but a ninja technique. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but be stunned. This technique is not a transformation technique, but what is stronger than a transformation technique? How is it formed? This seems to be a defensive ninja technique. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes fell on the tail of this hard body. The tail, occupying 2/5 of its entire length, was filled with a powerful force. At its end was something resembling a massive hammer. No, it's an attack. Orochimaru revealed a smile. Interesting. And as a summoned beast, the great snake, arrogant and domineering, felt an ominous premonition at this moment. But the tail that had been swung out, like spilled water, could not be retracted at all. In front of it, the armored dragon, like a beetle before a human, swung its tail backward. The next moment, an excited shout echoed throughout the forest. Armored dragon, tail whip, bang. As soon as it swung, the air could not bear it and let out a mournful cry. This seemed like a warning, causing countless people to cover their ears. In the next second, the sound seemed to shatter. A sharp sound, like someone sliding a solid object across a blackboard, caused immense pain. In an instant, the small tail of the armored dragon collided with the tail of the great snake. It felt like a small stone hitting a bubble. Boom! The sound of destruction erupted. At the same time, there was the sharp scream of the great snake. Roar! Sasuke and his companions covered their ears in pain, struggling to open their eyes. The scene before them was unforgettable for a lifetime. Flesh and blood filled the air, forming a rain of blood. The massive tail of the great snake was completely shattered, letting out a horrific scream, about to turn into smoke and disappear. The armored dragon, which had seemed like a small beetle before the great snake, had vanished, leaving only Uchiha Yangshu. It was as if Uchiha Yangshu was joking with everyone. There was no tail at all. At the tail's position, there was only Uchiha Yangshu's left leg. The next second, it was as if everything was a dream. The armored dragon did not exist. The great snake did not exist. The only reality was the 1.5 meter tall Uchiha Yangshu. In this rain of blood, in the next moment, the green energy on Uchiha Yangshu disappeared, and he fell to the ground like a sack. Bang! Yangshu! Naruto and Sakura rushed over anxiously, but Orochimaru blocked them. Orochimaru glanced at the figure lying on the ground, with a left leg and half a body weak and boneless, and said ominously, I didn't expect he had such a technique. It's truly a pity, little brat. Then he looked at Naruto and Sakura, and behind them, the stunned Sasuke, who seemed to be questioning life. Orochimaru knew that no matter what he said now, Sasuke wouldn't listen. So there was only one thing left to do. Beat. Beat him until he has a desire to survive. Beat him until he is unwilling to accept his weakness. Beat him until he knows my power, Orochimaru. Even though Sakura's abilities and psychological resilience were much stronger than in the original plot. Compared to Sasuke with the 2-Tomo Sharingan and the emotionally intense Naruto, who could slightly enter Nine Tails mode, Sakura still became a burden. The three were being crushed by Orochimaru. In such a life-and-death crisis, they had no time to care about the unknown fate of Uchiha Yangshu. And indeed, Uchiha Yangshu was very miserable. Chapter 42 Sasuke. Uchiha Waiki looked at the state of his left leg, the hip, and the waist, which could not support him, filled with sharp pain and a sense of shattering, and let out a bitter smile. I didn't expect this move to leave me crippled. The lack of bone strength is what caused this. But muscle can be trained, while bones cannot. If only I had the bones of the Kagaya clan. The system might have that possibility, but Uchiha Waiki just thought about it and wouldn't pray to the system. If it exists, it exists. If it doesn't, it doesn't. He wouldn't force things he couldn't control. Uchiha Waiki took out a scroll from his pocket. Unrolling, it revealed the outline of a human figure. He formed a hand seal and calmly said, "Release." Instantly, one corpse after another appeared. All thieves and rogue ninjas captured and sealed in the scroll by Uchiha Waiki in the name of hunting. He began to absorb them. Uchiha Waiki's hand transformed into a flowing liquid, connecting to these corpses, quickly absorbing their flesh and cells to rapidly repair his own body. Soon, he felt a slight itch in his waist, as if ants were crawling and biting, making him want to scratch. But Uchiha Waiki had trained himself for such things long ago. He didn't want to die in such a foolish way because he couldn't resist the urge to scratch. The waist and hip were quickly repaired. His left leg, which felt as soft as noodles, began to be restored. The repair allowed him to feel an extreme level of sensitivity. Uchiha Waiki then realized just how shattered his left leg had become. TSK. It could be used as flour. While Uchiha Waiki was repairing himself, sounds of unwilling cries rang out. "Naruto! Sasuke! Naruto! Sasuke!" Finally, with a cry of Sasuke, the curtain fell and Orochimaru left. It seemed Sasuke had been bitten and had the curse mark of heaven planted on his neck. Now, even though Uchiha Waiki had healed himself, he still chose to lie down. After all, the curse mark of heaven had already been planted, and he couldn't stop it. It seems that with my talent, it wouldn't be impossible to remove the curse mark of heaven. But researching it is such a hassle. Forget it. Let be. After all, Sasuke won't die in the end, a free minter. Why not take advantage of it? Thinking of this, Uchiha Waiki lay back comfortably and even fell asleep. Waiki and I. A worried voice of Sakura came to his ears. She seemed to realize he was about to wake up and exclaimed in surprise, "Waiki and I." Uchiha Waiki opened his eyes, yawned, and stretched. Indeed, exercise helps sleep. He glanced around. In the tree hollow, there was a green lawn growing on the ground, and it felt quite nice. Next to him lay Sasuke, and further away was Naruto. Both were covered in injuries. Naruto was sound asleep. Sasuke's face was full of pain, struggling with his eyes closed. As if he were having a nightmare, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Upon closer inspection, there was a 3-tomo curse mark on his neck, the curse mark of heaven. It was indeed planted by Orochimaru. Sakura was also covered in injuries, looking as if she might faint at any moment. It seemed she hadn't fought directly against Orochimaru like Sasuke and Naruto, conserving a bit of stamina. Clearly, the battle with Orochimaru had put immense pressure on them. Looking outside the tree hollow, the sky was dimming. By the looks of it, he had probably slept for 4 or 5 hours. Whoosh! Sakura suddenly shot out a kunai. A squirrel hurriedly turned to flee. Uchiha Waiki noticed something stuck to the back of that squirrel, from the pattern in that corner. It could be roughly determined to be an explosive tag. Behind the kunai that Sakura shot was a trap. She probably hadn't noticed the explosive tag. Just didn't want the squirrel to trigger the trap she had set. Seeing this, Uchiha Waiki stepped out of the tree hollow and immediately saw the 3-sound ninja hiding outside the grass. Tosu, Saku, and Kin. Waiki and I, what's wrong? Uchiha Waiki thought for a moment, shook his head, and rubbed Sakura's head, saying, "Sakura, you've worked hard." Ikini. Sakura's eyes turned slightly red. Even though she was a ninja, she was still a girl. Fighting and killing didn't excite her as much as it did the boys. She only saw the present, with Naruto and Sasuke both battered and in pain. Uchiha Waiki naturally understood this. He also knew that Sakura would eventually cut off her 6-year-long hair, because Sasuke once said he liked long hair, that she would be beaten severely by Kin. But if she wanted to stay by Sasuke and Naruto's side, this was something she had to go through. Rather than stopping her, it was better to let her experience it, at least without the danger of death. "Sakura, keep it up, I believe in you." After saying that, Uchiha Waiki left. Ikini. Sakura didn't understand what this meant. The 3-sound ninja, hiding in the grass, were sweating profusely as if they were about to suffocate. They only breathed a sigh of relief after Uchiha Waiki completely left. They never expected he would wake up. It seemed that he hadn't sustained much damage. Luckily, he didn't discover us. Didn't he discover? He looked right at us. You say he didn't discover? What? Do you want to give up the mission? Give up the mission? How could that be? That lord would kill us. They fell silent. After a while, they regained their spirits and began to attack. Uchiha Waiki had left, but he hadn't completely gone. He was worried that his appearance would lead to Sakura's death. But after Shao Li stepped up, he felt much more at ease. Although Shao Li, in the state of the heavy iron ring, was completely no match for Tosu and Saku. Sakura was being chased and beaten by Kin. Her eyes were already bruised, and her beautiful short pink hair had been cut off by her tears. This made her even more determined. Soon, Ino, Shika, and Cho arrived. Just having become Jinin, they only knew the shadow imitation technique, mind-body switch technique, and the body flicker technique, and were no match for the enemy, but they still slightly eased the situation. Finally, Tintin, Niji, and Lee arrived, which momentarily halted the fighting. Just as Niji was about to take action, Sasuke woke up, his body covered in curse marks, exuding a terrifying purple chakra reminiscent of Orochimaru. Sasuke instantly took down Saku. Breaking his arm, Tosu surrendered, dropped the earth scroll, and left with Saku and Kin. Seeing this, Uchiha Waiki felt relieved and went to pick up his heavy iron ring. Not long after, Sai appeared. Seeing Uchiha Waiki in such a tattered state, with grit written on the heavy iron ring he wore, he was somewhat surprised. Waiki, what happened to you? Just entering here, Uchiha Waiki had crushed 6 teams of 18 members, enough to show how astonishing his combat power was. Not to mention in this forest, even their team leader, Moonlight Gale, he doubted Uchiha Waiki could defeat. Now, however, he was in such a messy state. Could it be that there was a pig pretending to be a tiger in this team? Uchiha Waiki smiled and said, I had a fight with Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Sai was utterly astonished. Chapter 43. The preliminary matches begin. Strip it off. Lee. Sai is not like Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, who know nothing. He is a member of the Umbu and certainly knows who Orochimaru is. The legendary Sannin. His combat power is on par with that of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and is at the same level as his former superior, Danzo. This means he is equivalent to the superior of his current team leader, Moonlight Guy, a minister-level figure in the Umbu. How can Uchiha Yangshu still be alive in front of such a character? He began to doubt the truth of the matter. Uchiha Yangshu saw the disbelief in Sai's eyes and smiled. By the end of today, you'll understand. Sai nodded slightly and didn't say much more. The two of them walked straight toward the tall tower. Just as they were about to reach the tower, Yakushi Kabuto appeared. Sorry. Both of them understood his implicit meaning. He hadn't accomplished anything useful for the team. However, this was already a habit for the Umbu. After a slight acknowledgement, the three entered the tower, completed the trial, and became the second successful team. The first team was Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Out of 26 teams and 78 participants, only 7 teams and 21 participants made it through. 1. Sound Ninja Trio, Tisu, Saku, Kodo. 2. Sand Ninja Trio, Gaara, Kankuro, Temari. 3. Umbu Trio, Yakushi Kabuto, Sai, Uchiha Yangshu. 4. Guys Team Trio, Hyuga Niji, Tenten, Rock Lee. 5. Kakashi's Team Trio, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. 6. Yuhi Kurenai's team, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino. 7. Asuma's Team Trio, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. But this number was still too high to be presented to other ninja villages and countries a month later, so a preliminary round was necessary. Yakushi Kabuto, having completed Orochimaru's mission, was not wholeheartedly committed to the Umbu's tasks, and he wasn't even interested in showing up to get beaten. Yangshu Sai, sorry I've sustained some injuries, so I'll leave the upcoming preliminary matches to you. Although Sai was somewhat dissatisfied, Yakushi Kabuto was half a medical ninja in the team, so he didn't say anything. Besides, with Yangshu around, they could complete the task. Yangshu didn't want to hinder their plan and tacitly accepted it. With Kabuto stepping back, there were still 20 participants, needing to be reduced to 10. After matching on the big screen, the first match was Sai against Sasuke. No matter how much Sai looked down on Sasuke, he ultimately lost to Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan and the recently acquired Heavenly Curse Mark. Sasuke was also taken by Kakashi and had the Heavenly Curse Mark sealed. Uchiha Yangshu was not interested in the confrontation between Orochimaru and Kakashi that was about to occur there. He was still too weak to fight to his heart's content. However, Orochimaru should be very interested in him. After all, a person who had opened the 5th gate and was still alive despite having half of his body crushed, combined with the regenerative ability of a Sharingan, would likely excite Orochimaru to implant a curse mark on him if it weren't for Yangshu's overwhelming close combat ability. In the second match, Saku faced Yamanaka Shino. Unsurprisingly, Saku, who had his arms broken by Sasuke, was defeated and Shino emerged victorious. The third match was Kankuro against Uchiha Yangshu. The aggressive Kankuro was once again knocked down, and even his puppet, the crow, was smashed to pieces by Uchiha Yangshu. It was as if his crafted figurine had been destroyed. He was filled with resentment, and it seemed that this feud was significant. Try to make a puppet that can defend against my attacks. It's too fragile, Uchiha Yangshu said, while thinking of Scorpion S. Salamander puppet. The fourth match was Haruno Sakura against Yamanaka Ino. Though they no longer fought over Sasuke, their relationship as both best friends and rivals led to an intense battle, resulting in both suffering injuries and no one advancing. The fifth match was Tenten against Temari. Tenten, relying on throwing shurikens and kunai as her main offensive means, faced Temari, who used wind techniques as if she had encountered her nemesis. Even getting close for a melee was impossible. In the end, Temari blew Tenten into the air, and while she was falling, she used her large fan to cushion Tenten's back. Fortunately, Tenten was light. If it had been a male, he might have suffered a serious injury. After the referee announced Temari's victory, she tossed Tenten onto a pile of various sharp weapons, but fortunately, Lee intervened in time and saved Tenten. Lee, what are you doing? Is this how you treat an opponent who gave it their all? Tenten questioned angrily. Shut up, hurry up, and take that garbage away. This statement enraged Lee, who charged in to use Leaf Hurricane. However, as soon as he made his move, Temari mocked him. Just like your appearance, you really are slow. Temari caught him without countering. Teacher Guy descended, stopping Lee's continued attack and taking him back upstairs. In the sixth match, Nara Shikamaru faced Kodo. Shikamaru used Kodo's Sunban with bells as a disguise and employed the shadow mimic technique to control Kodo. While they exchanged shurikens, he made her overlook the wall behind her. A backward dodge led her to suffer an unexpected attack, causing her to faint and granting Shikamaru victory. The seventh match was Uzumaki Naruto against Inazuka Kiba. Both were reckless fighters. Even when Kiba used Fong over Fong, Naruto, with his tough skin and resilience, was never defeated. In the end, using the technique he had learned from Lee, Naruto performed a barrage of shadow clones, dropping down from the air and kicking Kiba unconscious, achieving a hard-fought victory. The eighth match was Hyuga Hinata against Hyuga Niji. This duel between two members of the Hyuga clan was a clash of techniques, as they both tried to prevent the other from hitting their chakra points. The danger involved was something that those outside the Hyuga clan could not comprehend. Hinata, who admired Naruto and loved his perseverance, kept getting hurt but continued to stand up. However, without Naruto and the Nine Tails power, her body ultimately could not hold out, and she collapsed. Niji emerged victorious, becoming the target that Naruto wanted to defeat. As for Uchiha Yangshu, he became Sasuke's target. The ninth match was Gaara against Rock Lee. Uchiha Yangshu had been looking forward to this match for a long time. Fighting with the 8 gates open would excite those who trained in the 8 gates. Even opening just 3 or 5 gates would evoke the same excitement. Teacher Guy, Yangshu, do you also want to see Lee burning with youthful passion? Yes. Teacher Guy, Uchiha Yangshu exclaimed. Hearing this, the others quietly lowered their heads, distancing themselves from Uchiha Yangshu. In front of foreign ninjas like Temari, their faces practically screamed, I don't know him, which was too embarrassing. Even Sai used the technique of concealing his presence, afraid of being discovered as Yangshu's teammate. Watching Lee, who was helpless against Gaara, Teacher Guy gave a thumbs up, flashing his 8 bright teeth, nearly blinding everyone. Lee, strip it off. Chapter 44. Shao Li's 8 gates. Shao Li was taken aback. But Teacher Kai, you said that it can only be opened when protecting many important people. It's okay. I approve. Teacher Kai's thumb stood even straighter. Shao Li's expression gradually became exciting, even ecstatic. Yes. In front of everyone's eyes, he lifted his leg and revealed what was on his foot. A 1,000-pound iron ring. Sasuke's eyes widened. What? Sasuke, do you know what this is? It looks a bit like what Brother Yangshu threw. They recalled in their minds the terrifying weight of that object when it was thrown to the ground, like a bomb, and immediately, they no longer looked down on Shao Li. At the same time, a sense of foreboding arose in their hearts. No way. It can't be the same as Brother Yangshu. Kakashi looked speechlessly at Kai. What kind of useless training is this? Shikamaru and the others frowned. Weighted objects? The bandaged Kenjuro scoffed. Boring. Hand in hand, Temari expressed disdain. It's just removing some heavy items. How could I keep up with my Gaara speed? The next second, the 1,000-pound iron ring hit the ground. Boom! The entire tower trembled, and some people lost their balance and fell to the ground. Everyone stared in horror at the little mushroom clouds on either side of Shao Li, resembling bombs, and the debris that exploded from them. The density of the dust, the cracks faintly visible at the edges, made them forget to breathe. Temari was so shocked she couldn't speak. Naruto looked stunned. Sasuke and Sakura were even more so. One Yangshu was already so monstrous And now there's another one like this? This weight is about the same as what Yangshu wears, right? Although Yangshu moved more freely with it, as if he wasn't wearing anything. But someone who can wear something like this and still move is a monster. You've gone too far, Kai. Kakashi could hardly imagine how much suffering Lee had endured to be able to move, roll, and jump with that kind of thing. The others were left with blank minds, with only a few words echoing in their heads. Is this something a person can wear? He can actually wear this thing and jump? Is this guy even human? Teacher Kai was still burning with youthful energy. Go for it, Lee. Yes. Teacher Kai, Xiaoli shouted excitedly. In the next second, his body vanished as if he had teleported. Gaara's dark-ringed eyes widened. He can't see. Then, he felt someone behind him. As he turned his head, he only saw Xiao Li's fist coming at him. But the next moment, he vanished again. In almost an instant, he felt someone in front of him. But this time, he only saw a phantom in the sand being shattered and scattered. From this point on, he could only see a phantom. He couldn't keep up at all. The speeds of the two were not even in the same dimension. This shocked Kanjuro and Temari greatly. This is Gaara. He was actually being overpowered. Bang, 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 so fast. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim. Amazing. So strong. So fast. These words echoed among the crowd, filled with shock. In the arena, Gaara seemed like a clumsy turtle, unable to keep up with Xiao Li's speed. The next moment, Xiao Li leaped high, and as he quickly spiraled down, he kicked down. Bang! The sand couldn't defend in time, and Gaara's head was kicked down weakly, as if his spine had been broken. This made the Sand Village's captain, Maki, show a shocked expression. This is a Jinchuriki. Such a monster was actually injured by a genin. Temari and Kanjuro's faces turned pale. It's hard to believe he actually hurt Gaara. No way. Teacher Kai was even more excited. Youth. It must explode. Next to him, Yangshu was also very excited, but like a normal person, he let his classmates and teammates breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaoli, however, was filled with flames of excitement in his eyes. Yes, with even more excitement, Xiao Li's attacks became even more unpredictable. In just a few seconds, he landed a punch on Gaara's cheek, sending him flying. Xiao Li did not pursue. Gaara slowly got up, but sand began to fall from his face. Until Gaara lifted his head, everyone was shocked to find that what Xiao Li had hit was just the sand armor covering Gaara's skin. The fierce, bloodthirsty appearance was vastly different from the calm child from a moment ago. But the next second, the sand slowly covered him again, and Gaara gradually regained his composure. Saying, "Is that all?" Seeing this, Xiao Li broke out in a cold sweat, but became even more excited. Just as he prepared to use the front lotus. Uchiha Yangshu Ruara, Li. Don't hold back. Burn with all your might. Believe in your efforts. Believe in your body. Believe in yourself. Yangshu. Xiao Li was taken aback. In the next second, he looked at Teacher Kai. Seeing the smile on Teacher Kai's face, the excitement in his eyes, and the wild grin on his lips, it was all on display at that moment. Thank you. Yangshu. Thank you. Teacher Kai. First gate. Open. Second gate. Rest gate. Open. Third. Gota. Life. Gota. Open. Xiao Li's body was covered in blood red, with bulging veins, looking extremely ferocious, like a burning man. Terrifying chakra emerged, causing his watermelon head to fly wildly, giving off a somewhat wild aura. As he gritted his teeth, green energy wrapped around him. He became incredibly fierce. Even Jonin wouldn't dare to underestimate him. The moment this appearance emerged, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura immediately recognized it. Just like Brother Yangshu's state. This violent chakra. Could it be that he also knows that move? They recalled Uchiha Yangshu's terrifying tail whip and felt a chill run down their spines. No way, that's my unique move. Uchiha Yangshu looked at Xiao Li excitedly as he spoke. Seeing this, they breathed a sigh of relief. That move? Kakashi recalled the earthquake during the mission in the Land of Waves. Yangshu, have you perfected those 3 moves? Teacher Kai asked excitedly. Yes, but still a bit lacking. I see. Keep it up. Yangshu. Yes. The dialogue between Teacher Kai and Uchiha Yangshu left them deeply shocked and speechless. One move was already enough to defy the heavens. And now there are 3 moves? 2 more? And they're still not perfected? Even Sasuke, who had gained a surge of power after obtaining the heavenly curse mark and was somewhat unruly, now understood that even if he activated the curse mark, he was definitely not a match for Uchiha Yangshu. But, Yangshu, my twin brother, just you wait. It won't be long before I surpass you. And, Itachi. The whole venue was shocked by Xiao Li, who had opened the 3rd gate. But Xiao Li was not done yet. There, still, the 4th gate, Wound Gate, open. Chapter 45. The Never Give Up Youth, the fourth gate, is the true entry into the state of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Push beyond your limits, Li. Yes, Yangshu. The ground beneath Little Li began to crack, its sinister exterior hiding immense pain, as well as an excited fighting spirit. The 5th gate. Duman. Open. Boom. The ground could no longer withstand it and shattered completely. Kai. Kakashi looked at Little Li with concern. At this moment, Teacher Kai's eyes were only on Little Li. A tear of relief falling as he said, I support Li's choice. As if in response to Teacher Kai's words, Little Li erupted into action. In an instant, the ground seemed to crumble like tofu. Countless jonin watched Little Li in the arena, then looked at Might Guy and Uchiha Yangshu, their expressions filled with disbelief. Could be that both of them could reach this level. Niji felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He and Tintin had also learned this technique, but they couldn't master it. All along, they thought only Little Li had succeeded. They didn't expect that this Uchiha Yangshu had also learned it. But then he recalled what Little Li had said, that Uchiha Yangshu was even more hard-working than he was, starting physical training before he was 1 year old and training with my guy until he fainted at just over 3 years old. The brilliance he displayed now was indeed the result of continuous effort. I still haven't worked hard enough. Niji clenched his fists, watching the rampaging Little Li in the arena. Amidst the ground's collapse, Gaara was kicked into the sky. Just as he was about to crash into the ceiling, Little Li appeared there. Kick, strike, kick, strike. Gaara, seemingly unable to react, was continuously attacked in midair, unable to fight back at all. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening sounds rang out, accompanied by the hurricane generated by Little Li's movements, sharp as a blade and hot as fire. Mixed in were some cracking sounds. These sounds made Maki, Hanabi, and Kankuro involuntarily recall the shattering of the sand armor. No way, they were extremely worried. In the air, sand was flying everywhere. Gaara was extremely shocked. My sand armor. Can't take it anymore. You're really tenacious. Little Li was equally astonished by Gaara's ability to withstand blows. If it were him, he would have been beaten down long ago. Yet now, Gaara was merely bleeding a little, truly impressive. Despite these thoughts, Little Li's speed showed no signs of slowing down. Boom, 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 boom. Each strike landed on Gaara, and the sand began to turn red. Unrestrained and confident in his body, he had now become the center of attention in the arena. This spectacular eruption of 10 years of hard work allowed him, who didn't know ninjutsu or jinjutsu, to possess such formidable power. Is this still the speed of a human? Gaara couldn't believe it. If that's the case, Little Li's momentum became even more ferocious. This is the final move. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared at Gaara's abdomen, his fist launching with unparalleled speed. Boom! Gaara was slammed down to the ground. But the next second, he was caught. Two opposing forces struggled within Gaara's body, and Little Li roared, Rurenkai. A strike erupted, shaking the air and generating an even more terrifying hurricane. Boom! A strike sent Gaara crashing into the ground, dust mixed with stones enveloping the entire tower, causing everyone to quickly shut their eyes, clenching their fists to protect their eyes, gritting their teeth to endure the fierce aftermath. At this moment, a suppressed scream rang out. Little Li's right hand and foot twitched uncontrollably. The green energy around him, the blood-red skin, and the visible veins had all disappeared, leaving him without combat power. Seeing this, countless people breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he couldn't go on. If he continued, it would really scare them to death. This genin is truly amazing. At this time, the dust completely dissipated, revealing Gaara at the center. His gourd on his back had vanished, replaced by soft sand. He cushioned the impact just now. Everyone widened their eyes. Such a fierce Little Li actually lost? Even though Gaara alleviated a large portion of the impact with the sand, he was now trembling all over, his movements extremely difficult, unable to move. He who could control the sand, however, was now controlling the sand to come forth. Yuhi Kurenai saw the sand take the form of a large hand, instantly recalling a cruel technique she saw Gaara use on their way here. Little Li, this is bad. Little Li also sensed the impending danger, but having just used the 5th gate, his muscles had already torn apart. Even though his bones weren't shattered like Uchiha Yangshu's, it was still far from pleasant. If it were someone else, they might have already fainted, but he still struggled. His astonishment towards Gaara grew even more. To be hit by Rurenkai and still be able to retaliate. The sand, like ants, wrapped around Little Li's left leg and left arm. For him, whose right leg and right arm were injured, there was no escape. Gaara clenched his hand, as if the sand wrapping around Little Li's left leg and left arm were his own hand. Sand binding coffin. Everyone stared wide-eyed with worry. Little Lee, sensitive as if his flesh were exposed, felt immense pain from this slight pressure. At this moment, they suddenly saw a masculine black figure appear. That's enough. He stomped down, crushing the sand. Yangshu. Little Lee didn't feel relieved. Instead, he trembled like an elderly man nearing death, shivering uncontrollably, looking at him with unwillingness. I haven't lost yet. No, Lee, you've lost. Uchiha Yangshu fixed his gaze on him. I haven't. The light in Little Lee's eyes dimmed, as if his consciousness had blurred to the point where he couldn't even see what was in front of him. You've lost, Lee. Uchiha Yangshu shouted angrily. Youth is not about being reckless. It's not about risking your life. Losing means losing. You should lie down now. Rest up quickly. Then work harder, and one day in the future, win against him. Yangshu, youth is about never giving up, but it's definitely not about dying. I understand. Little Lee took one last look at the now standing Gaara, revealing a calm, yet unwilling expression as he fell unconscious. Uchiha Yangshu caught him, holding him in his arms. Gaara glared at Uchiha Yangshu with a murderous look, the surrounding sand stirring restlessly. The referee was Moonlight Gale, Uchiha Yangshu's captain. He glanced at Uchiha Yangshu. This time, Uchiha Yangshu's performance was extraordinary, so he wanted to see how he would handle the situation. Uchiha Yangshu carefully placed Lily down, turned to Gaara, and calmly smiled, saying, Fifth Domain, open. Chapter 46. Yangshu Uchiha. My youth is to protect important people. A faint sound, akin to a thunderclap, suddenly erupted. In an instant, Yangshu Uchiha entered a terrifying state, veins bulging, skin blood-red, and enveloped in green energy, just like Lee had done before. Everyone around widened their eyes in disbelief. There's actually another one, and looking so relaxed. This guy is way more terrifying than Lee. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were all shocked. It really is a technique. Moonlight Gale and Sai stared blankly at Yangshu Uchiha, based on the combat power he displayed at that moment. Could he usually use even 1/10 of that ability? He is hiding his strength too well. Gaara's murderous gaze shifted instantly, and he took a half step back, feeling somewhat uneasy. He is actually afraid. We will fight, but not now, Yangshu Uchiha said. As soon as he finished speaking, the state he was in disappeared. He picked up Lee and nodded slightly at Moonlight Gale before jumping upstairs to let Sakura help Lee with his treatment. With the sand coffin being stopped, Lee wouldn't have to fall into a paralyzed state, which wouldn't affect his potential. This time, he should be able to open the 8th gate, right? Yangshu, thank you. Gai-sensei walked over, his expression somewhat subdued. I almost had to watch Lee's future be destroyed, Gai-sensei. Lee is an important person to me. My youth is about protecting the people who matter to me. Thank you. Yangshu, I understand now. Seeing this, Yangshu Uchiha let out a sigh of relief. Next time such a situation arises, he believed Gai-sensei would directly step in to save Lee. That is what youth is about. Who would just watch their important person sacrifice themselves? Just because I respect him, I have to stand by and watch him self-sacrifice? What am I then? Giving everything for Lee is youth, but protecting Lee is also my youth. After saving Lee, the 10th match was Tosin versus Akimichi Choji. If Choji could enlarge himself, he could slap Tosin to death with one hit. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Choji was defeated, and Tosin won. Thus, the following 9 people advanced to the 3rd round of the finals. Sasuke Uchiha, Shino Aburame, Yangshu Uchiha, Temari, Shikamaru Nara, Naruto Uzumaki, Niji Hyuga, Gaara, and Tosin. The first match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Niji Hyuga. The second match, Gaara versus Sasuke Uchiha. The third match, Shino Aburame versus Yangshu Uchiha. The fourth match, Shikamaru Nara versus Tosin, with the winner facing Temari next. The matches were conducted in a knockout format, with 2 people pitted against each other, ultimately resulting in one victor. However, with Orochimaru's plans to destroy Konoha and the Sand Village, it couldn't continue. The finals would be a month later, during which everyone could use the time to train, and the supervising teachers would provide special guidance. Originally, Sasuke wanted to immediately find Kakashi for training. Now, his first priority was to go home and find his parents. Uchiha Fugaku's home. In the kitchen, Mikoto, busy with chores, heard the sound of the entrance door opening and said joyfully, Yangshu, you're back. But she was surprised to see Sasuke return first. She had prepared for Sasuke not to come back for a month, and had already prepared food to send over starting tomorrow. She didn't expect Sasuke to be the first one back. Could it be that he wanted to show off? Mikoto felt a bit hopeful. However, upon hearing Sasuke's tone, Her expression dimmed slightly. Mom. The anger in Sasuke's voice made Mikoto realize he had something to ask her. What could it be? Did he discover that his older brother Itachi had deceived him into awakening his Sharingan? Or did he find out that they had never pursued Itachi? Just thinking about Sasuke, Mikoto's mind was filled with thoughts of Itachi, and she was shocked again. Second brother. When did Yangshu awaken his eyes? Mikoto was taken aback. Hearing this news, she was surprisingly delighted. Yangshu, is he finally willing to use his Sharingan? But now is not the time to be happy. Sasuke, let us sit down and have a good talk with your father. Sasuke nodded coldly. If his second brother Yangshu Uchiha were here and saw him treating Mikoto this way, he would probably be beaten up. What else with the attitude? Mom and dad raised you. Do you still need to look at their faces? But as parents, they always felt guilty about not doing enough for their children. In the room, Fugaku and Mikoto sat kneeling side by side, with Sasuke also kneeling in front of them. However, it was evident he was uncomfortable sitting this way, but he didn't choose to sit cross-legged out of rudeness. The kneeling posture made one's back straight and made the atmosphere somewhat serious. Just ask what you want to know, Sasuke, Fugaku said. After experiencing the massacre incident with Itachi, he had become much more reserved, his frown had softened considerably, and he no longer focused solely on the clan, but also cared for his family. Because of this guilt, he was very lenient with Sasuke. I want to know when Yangshu, my second brother, awakened his eyes. 12 years ago. 12 years ago. He had just been born. On the night Naruto was born, during the Kyuubi attack. Why? Why did he awaken his eyes that day? Sasuke was shocked. I don't know. It was just that Mikoto took you out and ran into Kushina and chatted for a bit. Kushina? Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto Uzumaki's mother. The wife of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and Mikoto's good friend. Mom's good friend. In an instant, Sasuke recalled what had happened at school. At that time, it seemed Yangshu was very casual with everyone, but upon closer inspection, there was one exception. Naruto. He was taking care of Naruto, perhaps having realized this. Mikoto said, Yangshu heard Kushina say that you and Naruto should be good classmates. That's why he threw the lunchbox you made for him to Naruto to eat. Right? Sasuke's pupils constricted. So no matter how I reported him, you didn't punish Yangshu. Looking back, Sasuke's face was filled with rage. At that time, he felt like a clown that anyone could mock. This made him clench his fists tightly, harboring a bit of resentment towards his second brother Yangshu, as well as towards his father and mother. Why didn't you tell me? You deliberately let me make a fool of myself, didn't you? But the next moment, he recalled how he had immediately come back to find his parents. He suppressed his anger and asked again, did he awaken the two Tomo back then? No, only one Tomo. It wasn't he until many years later that he awakened the second Tomo. You could say that back then it was just a coincidence, Fugaku said. Then you all tacitly allowed him to hide his strength? No, Sasuke. It was only this year, when he entered the Umbu, that I suspected he was hiding his strength. As his father, I still wasn't as perceptive as the acting Hokage Nara Shikahisa, Fugaku said, feeling somewhat down. Chapter 47. Kaleidoscope. Inside, Fugaku felt that he had failed as a father. His eldest son had to destroy the clan, but fortunately, the appearance of Obito allowed him to escape the heavy burden of his entire clan's downfall. His second son had been hiding his talents, never using his Sharingan and keeping everything from him. His third son was rebellious, always thinking negatively, becoming extremely extreme. Sigh. He really didn't know what to do. After a nod from Sasuke, he got up and left. It seemed he didn't quite believe Fugaku's words. This left Mikoto and Fugaku feeling helpless. They didn't dare to push Sasuke too hard, but talking would only make him more rebellious, and all they could do was watch helplessly. They truly didn't know what to do. At that moment, Izumi Uchiha returned. After glancing at Sasuke, he looked at his parents kneeling in silence in the room and said, Dad, Mom, don't worry. Sasuke has me and Itachi keeping an eye on him. He definitely won't fall into darkness completely. Izumi's words reassured the two of them a little, and they nodded slightly. But the next second, they froze. Big brother? You know about Itachi? Fugaku widened his eyes in disbelief. Izumi casually looked at Mikoto and said, Mom, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Fugaku looked at Mikoto as if seeking help. Mikoto smiled helplessly, stood up, and said, Izumi, what do you want to eat? I want to eat what Mom wants to eat. How about fried rice? Sound good. Fugaku watched their receding figures with a sigh, eventually revealing a relaxed smile. Yes, with his second son, who had been enduring for 12 years inside the village, and his older brother, who had infiltrated the Akatsuki outside the village. With them in control, it was strange for Sasuke to walk into darkness. He didn't need to worry at home at all. This time in the Chunin exam, Izumi Uchiha's overwhelming performance exposed the immense pressure on the 12 young ninjas. Even those who didn't advance like Sakura, Choji, and Ino began to practice hard on their ninjutsu. Neji, who advanced, trained even harder. Naruto even went to ask Gai-sensei if he could learn the 8 gates technique like Izumi. Gai-sensei naturally excitedly agreed. But after training all day and being exhausted, Naruto learned that it would take at least 5 years to succeed, and he decisively chose to give up. Instead, he went to bother the acting Hokage, Nara Shikaku. For such a clingy guy, Nara Shikaku had no choice but to hand him over to Ebisu, who specialized in guidance and teaching. However, the very reserved Ebisu couldn't handle Naruto's seductive techniques at all. Plus, training needed to be gradual, and Naruto didn't want to learn something that was clearly unhelpful for combat. Coincidentally, he encountered Jiraiya, and Naruto began training with him. Jiraiya wanted to teach Naruto summoning techniques, but because Naruto's chakra was hindered by the 9 tails, he could only summon tadpoles, which were basically useless. So, Jiraiya wanted to utilize Naruto's potential that erupted between life and death by throwing him into a terrifying cliff. This also allowed Naruto to see the 9 tails in his heart for the first time, enabling him to borrow the 9 tails chakra and summon the Toad Boss. Meanwhile, Sasuke was training Chidori under Kakashi's guidance. Izumi Uchiha was doing his usual physical training. At the same time, under the guise of body recovery, he had Gai-sensei and Lee drink potion until they passed out, using his newly developed technique, rebirth expulsion, to expel the toxins from their bodies with fine chakra control, healing their internal injuries. Rebirth expulsion was something Izumi developed based on rebirth attraction, with effects that rivaled system rewards. This time, Lee didn't suffer the failure of being half paralyzed and almost unable to become a ninja, nor did he have the anxiety of waiting for Tsunade's return. He became more confident and sunny. Just as Izumi Uchiha said, he believed even more in his own efforts. He believed more in his body. He believed more in himself. Under the setting sun, Lee excitedly burned with youth alongside Gai-sensei and Izumi Uchiha. Izumi also healed the internal injuries in Gai-sensei's body. It was as if a broken iron pipe had been connected again, and the accumulated powerful energy began to flow. Gai-sensei became stronger and continued to grow stronger. Amidst this youthful fervor, Uchiha Shursui came. Izumi, you've exposed your strength. Do you have any plans? No. It's just that the people who threaten me are no longer a threat. Who threatened you? Orochimaru. What? If I join forces with Hiruzen? He is one of Itachi's plans, so don't worry. Uchiha Shursui nodded and then said, Izumi, I want to meet Itachi and tell him I'm still alive. Then go ahead. He didn't expect Izumi Uchiha to agree so readily. Perhaps sensing his concerns, Izumi said, You can leave the grass village to Hiruzen. With me here, the existence of the grass village isn't that necessary. Then, you meet with Hiruzen. Izumi Uchiha agreed. After all, the grass village was the result of Shursui's years of effort, and saying to give it up would make him feel like his efforts over the years were in vain. By the way, your right eye is with Dad. Do you want to get it back? Uchiha Shursui shook his head and said, That pair of eyes is too dangerous. And, suddenly, Uchiha Shursui's eyes showed blood-red 3 tomo, and in the next second, they began to spin rapidly. When they stopped, Izumi Uchiha saw a pair of clear eyes like blood flowers, kaleidoscope. How did you? Izumi was a bit shocked. Perhaps this pair of eyes is close to my bloodline, or perhaps I've been regretting all these years, Uchiha Shursui said, touching his eye socket, his voice deep. If it weren't for my misplaced trust in Danzo back then, if I hadn't trusted Hiruzen Sarutobi's determination, the Uchiha clan would never have faced near annihilation. At that time, if Obito hadn't appeared, the Uchiha clan would have been destroyed by those filthy higher-ups, and I would have committed suicide for them. I've always regretted it. Regretted my naivety back then, being toyed with by them, almost causing the Uchiha clan to fall into the abyss. I also understood why the Kodoame Tsukumi that changes a person's will is terrifying, because it changes the most frightening thing, the human heart, thus triggering the horror of the human heart. Therefore, I awaken this pair of eyes that can see through the human heart, kaleidoscope insight. Chapter 48. The medic ninja Yano Yu wants to marry over Uchiha Yenshu was a bit surprised. No wonder when looking into those eyes. It felt as if he was naked and seen through. So, Hohua, what did you see in me? Can you see directly what I'm thinking? No, I can only see the calm gray and the clear, yet intense red, standing in half. Before Uchiha Yenshu could ask, Uchiha Shursui explained, Yenshu, you like peace and justice. But you also enjoy passionate battles, especially those that are peaceful yet fiery. Is that so? Then you must have seen Itachi, right? Yes. Beneath the calm, white, lies an unstoppable black. Even if it means being shattered to pieces, one would still go to extremes to protect something. So you want to tell Itachi that you're still alive? Mainly because you expose your strength. After confirming that I wouldn't affect your plans, I wanted to bring Itachi back. Itachi protects Sasuke. What? It seems that your eyes, which can see through people's hearts, aren't that useful after all, Uchiha Yenshu laughed. It means that as long as Sasuke is protected and surpasses Itachi, that unstoppable black will be completely covered by the calm white. Uchiha Yenshu smiled and asked, do you know what calm white represents? What? You mean Mom, Dad, Izumi. All the people he knows, living together in a calm and beautiful life. Uchiha Shursui nodded in realization and said thoughtfully, so that's what it means. Uchiha Yenshu smiled slightly. My reading comprehension is perfect. Yenshu, I'll give you my eyes. Uchiha Yenshu was speechless and said, brother, do you really like digging out eyes so much? But the value of these eyes in my hands. Do you know what you are? What? The envious and desirous white, the restless gray, the shattered black. Always looking around in loneliness. What do you mean? Always giving up on dreams, relying on others, throwing one's own dreams onto someone else. But my abilities, you can't learn them. Everyone starts as a clueless baby. Why deny yourself and give up so quickly? Hua, trust me. The elder brother wants to see someone who doesn't easily give up their dreams and lets others fulfill them, but rather someone who wants to save the village and clan, who doesn't know if it's possible and may die, but still says I want to try and strives for a beautiful dream. Uchiha Shursui fell silent. Uchiha Yenshu, seemingly unfazed, began to do push-ups while upside down. About 5 minutes later, Shursui deeply bowed and said, thank you, Yenshu. I know what to do now. If you have any questions, feel free to discuss with me. Maybe I have a solution. Okay, I'll have Wanayu come find you. Don't give up on yourself. Living is more important than anything else. People are just animals wanting to survive. Uchiha Yenshu emphasized. Living. Uchiha Shursui smiled, seeming to feel much more relaxed. I understand now, Yenshu. Seeing this, Uchiha Yenshu continued training. 2 days later, the medic ninja Yanoyu, who had disfigured herself and changed her name to Honayu, became the elder of the Grass Ninja Village and the director of the orphanage, came to find Uchiha Yenshu. I didn't expect you to come so quickly, Uchiha Yenshu said with a smile. I've always wanted to know who saved me back then. So, when Hoho told me, I rushed here as fast as I could. She looked at the young boy in front of her, still somewhat incredulous. How old were you back then? 6 years old. But many were already on the battlefield at 6. I was just a bit more mature. Just a bit? Even the dignified Shursui obeys you. And you say you were just a bit more mature? My disciple, K-Rin, is about your age and is still excitedly saying she met a super handsome guy who saved her. For a moment, she felt a bit complicated. Do you have any thoughts? What? You looked at Uchiha Yenshu. Actually, I didn't want to meet you. Because if the other 4 major ninja villages knew that Konoha was controlling the Grass Ninja Village, they would likely create panic and make the other small ninja villages afraid of Konoha, thus starting the 4th Great Ninja War. Yanoyu nodded. She also had concerns in this regard. So she came, partly to find out who saved her back then, and partly to see what the other party intended to do. Uchiha Yenshu continued. But this is Huahua's years of hard work, and while the small ninja villages seem fine now, their situation is very dangerous. Yes, the Jonin in the village are very afraid of encountering ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages when they go on missions. And the freshly graduated genin don't even dare to leave the village. So I think, if the higher-ups or the village chief of your village could marry over to Konoha, what do you think? But if that happens, the Grass Ninja Village will cease to exist. Personally, I believe that living is the most important thing. Although it means marrying in, they would have a better future in Konoha. Just like when we Uchiha and Senju founded Konoha, it wasn't to make you slaves or to change your names, nor to seize your secret techniques, but simply for you to change from being the Grass Ninja Village to Konoha. It's just changing homes. But if that happens, the land of grass will lose its military power and countless thieves will invade. These matters will be handled well by the daimyo of the land of fire. And the village will also send people to take action. This way, other small ninja villages will definitely be swallowed by the other 4 great ninja villages. Without small ninja villages, only the 5 great ninja villages will remain, and thus there will be no weak victims in the wars. Orphans can also be reduced, unless one of the 5 great ninja villages is destroyed. But if one of the 5 great ninja villages is destroyed, the small ninja villages will be even more dangerous, as fleeing ninjas can easily control a small ninja village. So what do you think? Yanoyu fell into deep thought and began to contemplate. Uchiha Yenshu continued training. 10 minutes later, her face was slightly flushed, and she excitedly agreed. This approach is great, As expected of you, Lord Yin Shu. Seeming a bit impatient, she asked, when do you think I should marry over? Is there a target? I'm already 37 this year. The best age would be 50, someone who can accept me. Oh, and I need to make this face a bit prettier. Halfway through, she looked at Uchiha Yinshu's dead fish eyes and couldn't continue. Uchiha Yinshu said, although your spirit of self-sacrifice touches me, your identity 1T stand up to scrutiny. Why would Konoha believe that you're not a spy sent by the Grass Ninja Village to seize power in Konoha? Chapter 49. The Chunin Finals begin this. Making such a basic mistake, Yakushi Nanoyu felt a bit ashamed, her ears turning red as she lowered her head. Your disciple, Vortex K-Rin, she is a good choice. Uchiha Waiju said, but even though she is from a Vortex clan, because Konoha did not provide assistance, the land of the Vortex. Yakushi Nanoyu opposed. As a top spy, she should be able to investigate why the land of the Vortex was destroyed. So the Vortex clan should hate Konoha. My brother Sasuke saved her. Yakushi Nanoyu's pupils shrank sharply. She thought of K-Rin excitedly mentioning that boy, and with K-Rin's identity and Waiju's words, she suddenly understood everything. Yakushi Nanoyu said excitedly, I understand. I will definitely cooperate to bring them together. No need, just let K-Rin be. This is a long-term task. It will take at least 5 years. I hope you can work hard. Yes, Lord Yu. With a goal in mind, Yakushi Nanoyu excitedly left. Meanwhile, Uchiha Waiju smiled to himself, thinking, I found Sasuke another wife. Haha, one Hirano Sakura can't manage you. And now another Vortex K-Rin. If that doesn't work, I'll find you another one. I'll get you 3 women in one go. Anyway, it's impossible for you to have only Sarada as a niece. Just thinking about the future, when I'm old, with a bunch of kids calling me great-uncle, 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 gives me so much motivation. Sasuke, you'll become a breeding machine for the Uchiha family. Time passed peacefully. Itachi specifically sent a message to Fugaku, with a phrase from Uchiha Waiju. Thank you, Waiju, I understand. Although not explicitly stated, it was clear that Shui had gone to find him, probably conveying Waiju's words about living being more important than anything else to Itachi. As for the rest, Shui likely only mentioned that Uchiha Waiju had saved him back then, and wouldn't say anything else. At least, now that he wanted to bring Itachi back, he definitely wouldn't tell Itachi. Thus, Shui and Itachi now had a common goal, to make Sasuke surpass Itachi. 2 Manjiki Sharingan against 1 Eternal Manjiki, TSK. This looks fun. In addition, Uchiha Waiju encountered 2 choices. The first choice, faced with the impending death of the 4th Kazekage, your choice is 1. Save the 4th Kazekage, reward, Shadow Clone Technique. 2. Remain indifferent, reward, increase chakra by 1 card. Uchiha Waiju chose 2. Remain indifferent. The second choice, faced with the impending death of Moonlight Breeze, your choice is 1. Save Moonlight Breeze, reward, increase chakra by 0, 3 cards. 2. Remain indifferent. Reward, increase physical strength by 0, 3 cards. Although Uchiha Waiju was tempted by the second choice, he still chose 1. Save Moonlight Breeze, stopping him from getting close to Tsunagakure Gaara, and took him to the Hokage's office to let the acting Hokage, Nara Shikaku, handle it. The increase in chakra brought his chakra level to a rank, already at the level of an elite Jonin, close to a deputy Hokage. The increase in chakra also meant that when Uchiha Waiju opened the 8 gates, he would be even more powerful. But the damage to his body would also be more severe. With only a B-rank physical body, he was afraid that he could only open the first gate, and his current recovery ability wouldn't be able to keep up. This made him hesitant to use the triangular charge, fearing he might knock his own brain out. As such, the day of the finals arrived. Daimyo from various countries and ninjas from various villages arrived, and the entire Konoha presented a festive and joyful atmosphere. Regarding the 4th Kazekage, who had suddenly agreed to come to Konoha, the acting Hokage Nara Shikaku immediately sensed something was off. Combined with Orochimaru's intention to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 4th Kazekage would definitely become an obstacle. Under these circumstances, it was clear who the 4th Kazekage was. Killing a Kazekage, Nara Shikaku recalled Uchiha Waiju's words. If Orochimaru, who has conducted human experiments, truly becomes desperate, can you imagine how terrifying that would be? He knew it would be very terrifying, but he didn't expect that before becoming desperate, he would first kill a Kazekage. The 5 great ninja villages seemed to not be in his eyes at all. But if Konoha were replaced with Kumogakure, would Orochimaru dare to act so recklessly? He felt that Orochimaru probably wouldn't dare, because the 4th Raikage was in his prime, and the entire village possessed formidable offensive capabilities. No matter how many sacrifices were made, they would likely take down Orochimaru. In Konoha, Orochimaru had defected. Jiraiya refused to become Hokage. Tsunade wouldn't return. The upper echelons were corrupt. He had to admit that Konoha was truly aging. Looking at the bustling and lively scene in the village, yet feeling as fragile as glass that could shatter with a touch. No breaking, no standing up. Narashikaka murmured to himself, a hint of determination appearing in his eyes, along with an apology to his son Shikamaru and wife Yoshino. Villagers walked towards the venue for the Chunin exams, smiles on their faces. It has really been peaceful these past few years. I hope it can continue. The annual Chunin exam is a celebration. I heard the first match is between last year's top graduate, Hyuga Neji, from the Hyuga clan. That's definitely worth looking forward to. The opponent is also the orphan of the fourth Hokage, Vortex Naruto. That's even more exciting. The second match is also highly anticipated. Uchiha Sasuke, this year's top graduate. However, the third match is a bit strange, Uchiha Waiju. The waist of the Uchiha family also made it in. It feels a bit fishy. Among hundreds of genin, only 8 stood out. Who would believe there's no favoritism? Anyway, it's the Uchiha family that's embarrassed. Everyone was discussing and laughing. Waiju brother is definitely not sure. Ino glared at Sakura, who was covering her mouth. Furious. All right, everyone knows how amazing your Waiju brother is. Once he takes first place, they will know how great he is. There's no need to argue with them. Ino's small face was filled with indignation, seemingly dissatisfied, writing it off as their good luck. Familiar faces, known faces, and strangers filled the surrounding high platform, watching the 7 young boys and girls in the arena. Temari, Gaara, Juganechi, Vortex Naruto, Uchiha, Narashikamaru, and Aburame Shino. The other contestant, Tasuji, had been killed by Gaara after challenging him privately, wanting to face Sasuke directly. As for Shikamaru, he no longer needed to face Tasuji first and then Gaara. Regarding Sasuke, it seemed that Kakashi had helped him take a leave, placing the second match of Gaara versus Uchiha Sasuke at the end. If Sasuke wasn't there by then, it would be treated as a forfeit. Chapter 50. Shino's new technique, the Moonlight Gale, did not die, but because he learned about Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, he was assigned to another location. Still smoking 1,000 books, Inuzuka Shino replaced him as the referee. Although the venue was different, the rules were the same as in the preliminaries. There were no rules. Victory or defeat would only be determined when one side died or surrendered. However, if I believe the outcome is clear, I will terminate the match. No resistance is allowed. Understood? The crowd fell silent, tacitly agreeing. Then, the first match is Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. These two will stay. Everyone else, return to the waiting room. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed. Uchiha Yeshu approached Inuzuka Shino, looking at his eyes behind the sunglasses, and smiled. Shino, do you have a new technique? The crowd was momentarily stunned, glancing at Uchiha Yeshu, then at Shino, and chose not to pay attention. Inuzuka Shino's abilities were completely dismissed by them. Whether it was Temari's wind techniques, Gaara's sand, or Neji's Byakugan, those bugs posed no threat to them. Shino seemed to know his chances against Uchiha Yeshu, saying, yes, but probably won't be effective against you. What if I don't open the 8 gates? Then you might not win. Then I have something to look forward to. Uchiha Yeshu went to the balcony of the waiting room, looking down at Naruto and Neji in the arena. This time, Neji's father, Hisashi, did not die. Neji, still unaware of the caged bird's true meaning, had no hatred, but he had the motivation to show his father how strong he had become. Thus, his strength did not diminish. Instead, his calm inner state enhanced his combat ability. Even though Naruto was known as the most unpredictable ninja, he could not measure up to Neji's Byakugan. For example, Naruto's strategy of using shadow clones to dig underground for a surprise attack failed. However, Neji's endurance was vastly superior to Naruto's. With the help of the Nine Tails chakra, he could easily break through sealed points. In the end, it was still Naruto who emerged victorious. His playful and boastful personality made him excitedly wave his hands. Everyone, I won. The audience was very supportive, especially the tenants from his street. Naruto, the one who shocks the world. Naruto, the one who shocks the world. Naruto, the one who shocks the world. They even brought out banners and cheerleaders. Ha 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 ha. Naruto put his hands on his hips, especially happy. But upon seeing Mikoto, he shrank back. Even though Mikoto smiled now, he dared not be too boastful, and he returned to the waiting room happily. The second match, Inuzuka Shino versus Uchiha Yeshu. The atmosphere grew slightly somber, but some voices still rang out. Yeshu, Go for it. Yeshu. Scare their eyes out. Yeshu. You're so handsome. The first was from those who knew Yeshu. Like the small-time delinquents who once wanted to bully him, some well-connected bosses, and, of course, the passionate Lee and Guy Sensei. The second was from Ino. The third was from a school, fangirls. Uchiha Yeshu still showed little interest in them, simply smiling and waving. Immediately, screams erupted. Yeshu looked at me. No. He looked at me. It was me. Yeshu is so handsome. Shino. Uchiha Yeshu smiled. Shino, perform well. In the original story, because Kankuro admitted defeat, he did not get the chance to showcase himself. This should be Shino's only chance to shine. Having never married and becoming a school teacher after the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Chunin exam was likely the highlight of his life. Therefore, Uchiha Yeshu had great patience with him. Shino nodded, and a swarm of black bugs appeared around him, buzzing. Be careful. Secret technique, parasitique insecte. In an instant, a large group of parasitic insects flew over at high speed. But in front of Uchiha Yeshu, they were still not fast enough. Uchiha Yeshu didn't even use the body flicker technique. He moved along the inner circle. As he ran, he created a whirlwind, severely hindering the approach of the parasitic insects. Shino tried to create distance, but it was still too late. Alone, Uchiha Yeshu threw out a punch. Bang! Insect clone. But the slight sound of the punch still caused many to change color. This was solely relying on physical strength. A 12-year-old boy. What a powerful physique. The fourth Kazakage's gaze was fiery. The 8 gates are even more formidable. The acting Hokage Nara Shikaku threatened vaguely. The fourth Kazakage narrowed his eyes, revealing a smile. Nara Shikaku seemed to ignore it, smiling as he continued to watch the match. Uchiha Yeshu destroyed Shino's insect clone with one punch, but the next second, the insects wrapped around his right hand and right foot. Shino appeared on the other side, his hand seemingly controlling the insects, staring at Uchiha Yeshu. Secret technique, insect binding coffin. The insects spun and compressed, making a crunching sound. Temari was somewhat shocked. This is Gaara's technique. In the stands, many were astonished. This technique. It was like putting your hand in a meat grinder. The more dangerous part was that this meat grinder was alive. It could eat flesh. Byakugan. The Hyuga clan members couldn't help but activate their Byakugan. How's that? Those insects tightly gripped and bit into the skin. Although their strength was insufficient, if they forcibly pulled, they would probably tear the skin off that hand. Just one more time, and the blood vessels and flesh of that hand would definitely not be preserved. What a terrifying technique. In the arena, Uchiha Yeshu could feel the stinging sensation in his arm. The parasitic insects used his skin as a rope, engaging him in a tug-of-war. If he ignored it, the insects would burrow into his body. But if he intervened, his skin would surely be torn off. That wasn't a problem. It would only expose his physical recovery ability. However, next time, his blood vessels would not be preserved. Then he would have to use the body to attract recovery, exposing himself again. Now, relying solely on taijutsu, he still couldn't deal with Shino. No, it should be said that he underestimated Shino, giving the parasitic insects the chance to grab and bite his skin. After reflecting on himself, Uchiha Yeshu looked at Shino. Is this your trump card? Yes, Shino said seriously, because he knew that Uchiha Yeshu hadn't used that terrifying forbidden technique yet. Well, if your parasitic insects could be smaller and cooperate more seamlessly, the explosive power in an instant could definitely break my right hand. Smaller and more coordinated. Explosive in an instant. Shino murmured, his eyes behind the sunglasses growing brighter, as if he saw a new path ahead. Chapter 51. His physical body is strong. You say he is indeed Uchiha? Uchiha Yonshu did not understand his secret technique, such as insect cultivation, command, control, etc. He knew nothing. He could only express his feelings as much as possible, and if Shino could gain some inspiration, it would be an unexpected joy. So, Shino, I'm sorry. The third gate, the opening gate. Open. Suddenly, Uchiha Yangshu's skin flushed, veins bulged, and his body was filled with green energy. From the previous moment's masculine handsome appearance, he transformed into a fierce and intimidating figure. A massive wave of energy and scorching temperature made the parasitic bugs unable to continue biting. It was even impossible to hold on without being blown away. And Uchiha Yangshu's target was naturally not these millions of parasitic bugs. In an instant, he appeared in front of Shino. His hand, like the immovable palm of a Buddha, slammed directly down. Shino was terrified, cold sweat pouring down. Boom! A huge handprint appeared on the wall, pitch black. The darkness was made up of the dead parasitic bugs. Another insect clone. On the other side, Shino was panting heavily. The look in his eyes when he looked at Uchiha Yangshu was as if he saw a monster. Too terrifying. There was no possibility of counterattack, at all. This was only the third gate. One must know that Uchiha Yangshu could calmly open the fifth gate. It was unfathomably scary. A monster. In the next second, he saw Uchiha Yangshu disappear. He hurriedly shouted, "I admit defeat." In an instant, a hand suddenly stopped in front of him. His pupils constricted sharply, his chest heaving, gasping for breath, anxiously looking at the boy in front of him. The outcome was decided. Uchiha Yangshu wins, Nara Shikamaru immediately said. The look in his eyes when he looked at Uchiha Yangshu twitched uncontrollably. Is it really okay to casually use such a forbidden technique that harms the enemy 1,000 while damaging oneself 800? But in a second, he saw the green energy on Uchiha Yangshu dissipate, his blood-red skin retreat, and the bulging veins calm down. The calmness that seemed to have no effect on him made his eyelids twitch from a spasm to a wild jump. Damn, is this forbidden technique something you can use casually? No effect at all? Uchiha Yangshu smiled and patted Shino's shoulder, walking towards the lounge. The scene fell into silence, as if even the sound of breathing had vanished. Until Uchiha Yangshu entered the lounge, everyone seemed to realize how they had just held their breath. But this did not frighten them. Rather, they were extremely excited. So strong. What kind of technique was that? So amazing. No wonder he is a member of the Uchiha clan. Yes, so incredible. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku took a deep breath, casually using forbidden techniques. Our Uchiha clan is not that perverse. We, the Uchiha clan, rely on bloodline. We rely on the Sharingan. His physical body is strong. You say he's indeed Uchiha? Moreover, even at this age, Itachi, no, it seems he already had the Manjiki at that time. But Yangshu's talent definitely would not be inferior to Itachi's. But thinking about how Yangshu had been enduring until now, he couldn't help but say to Makoto beside him, I find it hard to understand Yangshu now. What is there to not understand? Yangshu loves this family. Makoto said happily. Why do you say that? This question was left unspoken by Fugaku due to the presence of others, turning it into a self-question. He then realized that if Yangshu, this genius, had appeared 6 years ago, could the Uchiha have smoothly returned to the power center of the village? If before Itachi's defection, Yangshu's existence would only have brought hope to the hawkish faction, leading to even more extreme anger. If before Shirsue's suicide, perhaps Yangshu's genius combined with Itachi's genius would have made the hawkish faction even more certain that the Uchiha should not be living under others' roofs. Perhaps Shirsue would not have even committed suicide, and the Uchiha would have already staged a coup. Thinking of this, he found that Yangshu's genius would only bring about a worse situation for the Uchiha clan. So, he's been enduring for us all along. Fugaku closed his eyes, a glimmer of tears appearing at the corners of his eyes. The third match, Nara Shikamaru versus Temari. Compared to the fierce martial power of the previous 2 matches, this one was particularly different. It was Shikamaru's intellectual crushing, especially when viewed live. Even Uchiha Yangshu, who already knew, could feel the atmosphere. Temari was dominating Shikamaru, and victory was only a matter of time. Everyone had lost confidence in Shikamaru, but seemingly helpless Shikamaru, at the last moment, utilized the lengthening shadow of the setting sun and the hold dubbed by Naruto to control Temari, who was countless times stronger than him. At this moment, as long as there was someone who could wield a kunai, even a 3-year-old child could kill Temari. Even though in the end, it was Shikamaru who admitted defeat. The implications were already self-evident. The fourth match, Gaara versus Uchiha Sasuke. In the last few seconds, Sasuke arrived, usually dressed in blue. He now wore a full black outfit, making him look much darker and more serious. Gaara, with dark circles under his eyes, suppressed the urge to kill surging within him and stepped into the arena. Under Nara Shikamaru's announcement, the two officially began their match. At the start, Sasuke displayed extraordinary taijutsu, his speed shocking many. Gai-sensei, it's about the same speed as Lee when he drops the heavy iron rings. Lee, Sasuke, you truly are a genius. Sakura and others. Why does it feel similar to Lee's taijutsu? Uchiha Yangshu. Only a month and he can achieve such speed? He used the Sharingan for observation for the first time. In an instant, he saw the chakra above Sasuke continuously stimulating his body. Body activation technique? Seeing this, Uchiha Yangshu instantly understood. He slightly closed his eyes. The aura around him began to change, chakra filling his entire body, delicately stimulating every cell. He opened his eyes and clenched his fists. About half the strength of the first gate, I suppose. What if I use lightning release? In the next moment, blue lightning appeared on him, constantly jumping and flickering. His momentum became even more powerful. It was probably about the strength of the first gate, and it could be increased further, probably. Zizizi. The lightning became increasingly violent, and Uchiha Yangshu began to suffer injuries, with charred marks appearing under his clothes. The next second, everything dissipated. Uchiha Yangshu was very calm. At most, it reached the level of the third gate. Now the damage was at the level of the fifth gate, but he could skillfully suppress it to the level of the second or first gate. However, that was the limit, and it was still far from the 8 gates of death. He estimated that if he learned the fourth Raikage's lightning release chakra mode, it should be about the strength of the fourth gate. While Uchiha Yangshu was lost in thought, the battle in the arena was extremely fierce. Gaara faced an opponent he couldn't keep up with again. But this time, he did not let his opponent attack freely. Instead, he used sand to surround himself, forming a circle that completely protected him, which seemed to be a prelude to a technique. Chapter 52. The plan to collapse Konoha begins. Sasuke sensed something was wrong and rushed forward to disrupt Gaara's next technique. However, when he threw a punch, the sand that should have been broken turned as solid as stone, remaining completely unmoved, and the impact caused Sasuke's hand to bleed. At the same time, the ball of sand condensed into sharp spikes like a porcupine, preventing Sasuke from continuing his attack. It was clear to everyone that Sasuke had reached a point of helplessness. In the air, a third eye made of sand appeared, and from within the sandball, his deep voice echoed, "In Shunzi Chunyu." But Sasuke did not give up. He jumped back repeatedly, landing on the wall, his feet gripping the surface with chakra. At the same time, he tightly clutched his left hand, seemingly gathering something. Outside the village, in the forest, members of the Umbu moved quickly, like grasshoppers, darting past at incredible speed. Suddenly, one of them paused. The Umbu members in front immediately stopped. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The member thought to himself, "Is it just my imagination? Let's go." He nodded slightly and continued to move quickly with the others. In the Chunin exams arena, Temari and Kankuro watched as Gaara hid within the sandball. Temari gritted her teeth and said, "Forget executing the plan. Is he trying to ruin everything? That guy Gaara." But Kankuro remained silent, sweating profusely, and thought in fear. "Hey, shouldn't we escape first?" At this moment, Sasuke, standing on the wall, gathered chakra in his hand, which jumped and flickered. It looked like a ball of lightning compressed in his grip, struggling and rubbing against itself, making a crackling sound as if 1,000 birds were chirping. He confidently smirked, and with that visibly powerful chakra, charged straight towards the solid sandball hiding Gaara, carving a 15-centimeter deep trench in the ground. The fourth Kazekage observed Sasuke with longing. Is this the Uchiha clan? Such a simple and direct attack, showing no concern for being unable to see through the opponent's moves. The Sharingan is simply. His greed seemed to reach its peak. Meanwhile, the Chidori in Sasuke's hand also reached its zenith. In an instant, he dodged the spikes from the sandball, and that seemingly impenetrable defense was pierced as easily as tofu. Through the sensation, Sasuke confirmed he had hit Gaara and smiled faintly. Suddenly, it felt as if something strange had gripped Sasuke, causing his pupils to constrict in terror. He hurriedly gathered the Chidori, unleashing the lightning chakra as he forcibly pulled his left hand out from the sandball. The thing that had seized him emerged. It was a monstrous arm, black claws, brown skin, and blue markings on it. What is this thing? Countless people widened their eyes. They sensed a very ominous chakra presence. Kankuro, it's that guy's arm. Is it the full form? Maki, that guy Gaara. How dare he act on his own? Temari, is Gaara injured? This has never happened before. The Sunin ninjas were in a state of panic. Meanwhile, in the back of the audience, a white-haired Umbu member wearing a hood and cat mask squinted his eyes, thinking, it's about to begin. Saying this, he immediately formed hand seals. Suddenly, the audience in the stand saw white feathers falling from the sky, exuding a dreamlike quality, seemingly filled with warmth and happiness like paradise, making people unable to resist wanting to enter. Many felt their eyelids growing heavier and their vision becoming more blurred. Unknowingly, they lowered their heads and fell into a deep sleep. Many Jainin sensed something was wrong and immediately formed hand seals. Release. The feathers surrounding them were instantly repelled, their consciousness returning to clarity as they cautiously looked around. At the same time, Uchiha Yangshu also fell asleep. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be very much in favor of killing him. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Choice completed. You have obtained the 6th gate of the 8 gates. The reward for giving it your all in the Chunin exams had arrived, and Uchiha Yangshu smiled faintly. The next second, another choice appeared. Facing the imminent assassination of Sarutobi Hiruzen, your choice is 1. Save Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reward, Corpse Demon Technique. 2. Remain indifferent. Reward, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Let it die. A free 3 tomo sounds great. Uchiha Yangshu adjusted his sleeping position. Suddenly, he saw the fourth Kazekage threatening someone and froze. The next second, he remembered something, and his expression changed drastically. Damn! Nara Shikaku, you bastard! At the main seat. Bang! A smoke bomb exploded, enveloping the acting Hokage Nara Shikaku, the Hokage guard Tsurutobi Hiruzen, the fourth Kazekage, and others within it. The Umbu sprang into action. Team would go up. Team fire go down, protect the daimyo. At that moment, from within the smoke, 2 figures rushed out. Trouble. In an instant, the 2 Sunanin figures transformed into puppets, landing on the eaves with the sound of wood falling. Amidst the smoke, a figure with a face scarred like tree branches hurried to Nara Shikaku's side, wanting to protect him. Shoo! Shoo! Shuriken flew like sharp arrows, striking his heart. At the same time, with tremendous force, it knocked the figure back against the wall. Acting Hokage, please escape quickly. The figure perished unwillingly. The next second, the fourth Kazekage appeared behind Nara Shikaku, a shuriken pressed against his neck, threatening him. He leaped high onto the rooftop. At this moment, the 2 figures that had been seen as split in half by the Umbu suddenly transformed into 4 figures, landing at the 4 corners of the rooftop. Tsurutobi Hiruzen immediately followed closely, keeping a tight watch on the fourth Kazekage, threatening Nara Shikaku. Around them, the 4 figures had enormous purple ropes tied around their waists. Finally, it was our turn to make an appearance. The 6-armed Kido Maru said, I've been in transformation mode the whole time, feeling unsatisfied, said the 2-headed brother, Zaken. You all smell like sweat, said the red-haired girl, Matoi. Don't say that. We're all comrades, said the seemingly honest Jirobo. Tsurutobi Hiruzen looked at them, slightly focusing, sound ninja. The Umbu below immediately said, hurry and support the acting Hokage. Move. The fourth Kazekage immediately commanded. Chapter 53. Uchiha Yangshu. Why is your acting so bad? Yes. The 4 of them immediately form hand seals. Ninja art. For purple flames formation. In an instant, they were surrounded by a purple barrier. An Umbu was caught off guard and touched the formation. Suddenly, his dark Umbu attire ignited without flame. Amidst the screams and struggles, he was burned to ashes in an instant. The Umbu could only watch helplessly from the outside. But the next moment, everyone noticed that another person had appeared inside. Or rather, a young boy. He was a genin participating in the CH Nin exam. Uchiha Yangshu? What is going on? The Umbu were filled with shock. They couldn't enter. Yet a genin participating in the CH Nin exam had gone in. The Soundful were full of mockery. It was the first time they saw someone voluntarily walking in to seek death. We must fulfill his wish. Haha. Outside the village, in the forest, several sand shinobi were sitting cross-legged around a formation. Bow. Smoke erupted. The next moment, as the smoke dissipated, a monster comparable in size to the Nine-Tails appeared. It worked. The sand shinobi were overjoyed, but the leaf ninjas on the village walls were filled with panic. It's the giant snake. Quickly contact the Hokage for support. But the next second, the giant snake lunged at them. The 3-headed giant snake, towering over the wall, easily destroyed it, creating a path for the sand and sound shinobi to enter Konoha. The leaf ninjas were like ants in front of this 3-headed snake. Moreover, there were only a pitiful 3 of them. Even so, they launched an attack on the 3-headed snake, trying to buy a little time, because behind them was their home. Parents, wives, and children were all behind. In the audience, Kakashi and Guy saw the rise of the barrier and hurriedly tried to rush over. But the next moment, they were blocked by a leaf Umbu. What are you doing? The next second, several sound shinobi jumped out from the crowd, standing beside the leaf Umbu and opposing Kakashi and Guy. I see, disguised as Umbu hiding in the crowd. Kakashi glanced around and found that this scene was not rare. Almost every J-Nin was being targeted by 3 to 5 sound shinobi. There were quite a few. They were careless, and the Hokage's assistant also. Suddenly, Guy froze for a moment, looking towards the 4 purple flames formation, only to find that the 4th Kazekage had transformed into a figure with pale snake-like eyes. Orochimaru. Kakashi and Guy felt a sense of foreboding. Inside the barrier, Nara Shikaku, who was prepared to wait for death, changed his expression drastically upon seeing Uchiha Yangshu enter. Why are you here too? Orochimaru smiled and asked in a very friendly manner, Yangshu-kun, what brings you here? First, tell me one thing, is he on your kill list? Uchiha Yangshu stared at Orochimaru. What if I say yes? Then it seems, Uchiha Yangshu said, suddenly unleashing a powerful chakra, his skin turning blood red, veins bulging, and his body covered in green energy, like an enraged Vajra, calmly stating, this barrier won't hold. As soon as he finished speaking, Even the ground, reinforced by the four purple flames formation, began to shake and crack. The Sound Four, who had previously looked down on Uchiha Yangshu, suddenly had their pupils shrink as if they were being targeted by some terrifying beast. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment. The next second, his snake-like eyes were filled with surprise and desire. Yangshu-kun, you've grown stronger. Yes. Do you think I can destroy this four purple flames formation with a single kick? Go ahead, Orochimaru said expectantly. Uchiha Yangshu couldn't continue. Perhaps it was because Orochimaru had seen Uchiha Yangshu's previous display of power when he had used the tail of the armored dragon and directly incapacitated him. Last time he thought it was a treasure turned to trash, so he didn't care. But this time, he would definitely want to take Uchiha Yangshu home. For a moment, Uchiha Yangshu felt a headache coming on. So, Yangshu-kun, let's have some fun. With a forceful motion, Orochimaru slit Nara Shikaku's throat, blood spraying into the air. This scene made countless people outside the barrier gasp. Hokage's assistant, Shikaku-sama. Class leader Shikaku. Shikaku. The body was dropped, and Uchiha Yangshu immediately flashed over to catch Nara Shikaku. Yangshu, with his throat cut, oxygen rapidly depleting, and his life hanging by a thread. Nara Shikaku still wanted to say something to Uchiha Yangshu, but the next second he was stunned, because he felt his damaged airway rapidly healing. Then, he heard Uchiha Yangshu's calm, yet gritted voice. Play dead. Nara Shikaku knew why Uchiha Yangshu was angry. It was simply because of his unilateral decision to sacrifice himself alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanting to completely break and rebuild Konoha. Otherwise, with his intelligence, how could he have been controlled by Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage after knowing this? Uchiha Yangshu placed him on the ground, staring at Orochimaru with blood-red eyes. Roaring in anger, Orochimaru, you're dead. In an instant, Uchiha Yangshu vanished. I like your current expression, Yangshu-kun. Orochimaru smiled widely, filled with deep affection for Uchiha Yangshu. But you should still take good care of your Hokage's assistant. Just as Uchiha Yangshu rushed in front of Orochimaru, intending to kick him, he suddenly froze. The next second, he returned to Nara Shikaku's side. Nara Shikaku, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, helplessly got up. Why is your acting so bad? Uchiha Yangshu glared at him in frustration. I'm just a Nin, Nara Shikaku said helplessly. Besides, he didn't want to die. But what could he do? With the third Hokage dead, if this Hokage's assistant doesn't die, what does that count for? How can they break and rebuild? But now, the news that Nara Shikaku was not dead invigorated countless leaf ninjas, as if life had hope again, fighting desperately against the sound and sand shinobi. Seeing that Uchiha Yangshu was controlled, Orochimaru lost interest in playing and immediately began forming hand seals, merging his hands together. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. The first one, in an instant, a wooden coffin marked with the character, first, dramatically appeared on the ground. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him immediately grew anxious and hurried to form hand seals. But it was already too late. The second one, instantly, a second wooden coffin marked with the character, second, rose. Orochimaru was full of smiles. The third one, Chapter 54 Parker, Sakura, do you? The third coffin marked with the number 4 rises. Sarutobi Hiruzen is filled with urgency. He must stop the third one at all costs. But to Uchiha Yasuki, the third one is destined to fail no matter what. At this moment, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is still inside the belly of the Death God. So this fourth one can only be the Wind Shadow. However, the wickedly playful Orochimaru is thinking of using the past Hokages to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Therefore, he would never consider summoning the fourth Wind Shadow to join this battle among Hokages. Thus, this third Edo Tensei is doomed to fail. As Uchiha Yasuki predicted, the third coffin slowly descends back down. It seems the third one is not going to work. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit relieved. It seems the attempt was successfully stopped, but the next trouble comes with these two. The wooden coffin slowly opens. Soon, the coffin lid falls down. Boom! The heavy coffin lid lands on the roof, causing a slight tremor and completely revealing the figures inside the wooden coffin. From the first coffin emerges a man in red Warring States armor with long black hair. From a second coffin emerges a man in blue Warring States armor with spiky white hair. The appearance of these two men leaves everyone stunned. Who are these two gentlemen? Gentlemen? No way. The two men in the coffin slowly step out, and Orochimaru reveals a brilliant smile. So how will you deal with this, third Hokage-sama? Sarutobi Hiruzen looks at Uchiha Yasuki and Nara Shikaku beside him, grits his teeth, and a firm will appears in his eyes. In the audience, Sakura, I have an A-rank mission for you. Sasuke has gone to pursue Gaara, and you need to break Naruto and Shikamaru's Jinjutsu, then go after Sasuke. Kakashi is genuinely worried about Sasuke. After saying that, he immediately performs hand seals and uses the summoning technique to summon a brown, short-legged pug, Parker. Sakura anxiously accepts the mission and crawls over to help Naruto break the Jinjutsu. When she reaches Shikamaru's side, she finds that he is not under Jinjutsu at all and is actually pretending to be asleep, looking at him with disdain and embarrassment. She can't believe she is in the same year and class as this guy. Parker goes straight up and bites Shikamaru, making him howl. Thus, a temporary 3-person and 1-dog team is formed. Under Parker's lead, they quickly track Sasuke through the forest. However, Naruto, the Jinchuriki, has long been targeted. While they are tracking Sasuke, they discover that someone is following them, and there are quite a few of them. After trying to use a retreat maneuver, but failing, Shikamaru stays behind to hold them off. His plan is to sneak around to the back of these people, use the shadow imitation technique to control them, and attack with the kunai shurikens at his waist. The plan goes very well. However, one of the opponents hides, leaving him with no extra chakra to use the shadow imitation technique on the last person. This also causes the 9 sound shinobi in front of him to break free from his control. Faced with 9 sound shinobi, with one hiding, he falls into a death crisis. Hey, it's about time, and make sure to cut off this guy's head. The leading sound shinobi coldly laughs with amusement. At this moment, someone drops down from the tree. Boom! Landing behind Shikamaru, it feels like a terrifying beast has landed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Shikamaru's heart races almost to a stop. Am I going to die? At this moment, a familiar and unpleasant smell of smoke comes. Finally caught up. Asuma. Why are you? Shikamaru never expected him to come. But seeing him, he feels completely at ease, watching Sarutobi Asuma brutally take on the 9 opponents. In the forest, leading Sakura and Naruto to track Sasuke, Parker suddenly stops, looking at Sakura with a very serious expression. You, what is wrong? Naruto asks anxiously. Sakura also stops uneasily. Me? What's wrong with me? Parker says solemnly. I've always had a doubt, do you? Use the same shampoo as me. Sakura feels like she's been struck by lightning, unable to believe it. My shampoo is the same as a dog's. My shampoo is actually the same as a dog's. My shampoo is like a dog's. Like a dog's. Naruto stares blankly at Sakura's despondent figure moving forward, somewhat puzzled. Sakura? Sakura? Wait for me, Sakura. Parker is very unhappy. Hey, don't run ahead of me. In the forest. Damn it. Kankuro is carrying Gaara, watching Sasuke chase after them with a very grim expression. Of all people, it's this little brat. Hard to deal with. Just right, my crows. Kankuro's words are not finished when Temari jumps onto a sturdy branch in front. Kankuro, hurry up and take Gaara away. I'll deal with this guy. But Temari, if it's just you alone against this guy. Kankuro says uneasily, don't worry about me. This is an important mission for the Sand Village. We must prioritize Gaara. After saying that, Temari looks at Sasuke in front of her, smiling, and adds, and this guy is exactly my type. Let's go. Kankuro has no choice but to grit his teeth and take Gaara away. Don't even think about it. As soon as Sasuke catches up, he is immediately blocked by Temari, unable to continue his pursuit. However, at this moment, Temari, after the battle with Shikamaru, has very little chakra left. Fortunately, she notices that Sasuke is not using ninjutsu at all. Is he saving chakra to deal with Gaara? Seeing her chance, she smiles. Even if I can't win, I can still exhaust his chakra. But her thoughts are seen through by Sasuke. Using the fire style, Phoenix fire technique and fire style, great fireball technique, 2 C-rank ninjutsu expose her openings, allowing Temari's kunai to successfully hit him. When Temari thinks she has won and approaches Sasuke's body, she realizes it is a wooden substitute with a half-burn explosive tag on it. Oh no! Her expression changes dramatically. But before she can react, she is caught in the explosion, flying backward and crashing to the ground. Bang! The large iron fan behind her becomes the cause of her injury, and she can't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Sasuke coldly glances at her, and in her unwillingness, he turns to continue pursuing Gaara. In the village, comparable to the 9 Tails, a 3-headed giant snake rampages through Konoha village, with hundreds of ninjas standing on rooftops and branches like ants, holding smaller kunai. We cannot let it advance any further. Yes, the Konoha ninjas join forces to use fire-style ninjutsu, but it seems like the fire from Asan's haircut, only slightly burning off some of the surface fluff. Chapter 55. Yangshu. Acting Hokage, please stop me for a moment. The three-headed giant snake was unharmed, but it was also provoked by them. The two sides fought fiercely. Behind them, the streets and alleys of Konoha were filled with Konoha, sound, and sand ninjas. Kunai, shurikens, explosive tags, and various items were used by the ninjas. The Konoha ninjas, who were in their home turf, could not suppress the sound and sand ninjas, simply because the attacks they were launching in various places made it impossible for other Konoha ninjas to come to their rescue. This led to many Konoha ninjas dying, falling on the streets and in shops. Of course, the sound and sand ninjas were not having an easy time either. In an instant, the peaceful Konoha had turned into a battlefield, filled with the smell of blood. At the venue, within the 4 purple flames formation. Water release, water surge wave. Wood release, tree sea descent. Summoning technique, Monkey King Enma. Boom, clang, bang, 3 figures moved quickly among the trees, attacking and defending. In the corner, a boy's voice came through. It really makes me envious. Nara Shikaku glanced at Uchiha Yangshu and said, "Are you saying that if I'm not here and don't need your protection, you would go up and fight? Help the 3rd Hokage? Forget it. I was planning to pretend to be asleep. Konoha is being attacked on all fronts, and you're actually planning to pretend to be asleep? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Right? Fits your philosophy." Nara Shikaku was speechless. I can say I would sacrifice myself, but saying that you would sacrifice others is not appropriate. Right? By the way, what are you really thinking? Uchiha Yangshu crossed his arms and stared at him. What am I thinking? Nara Shikaku, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. Uchiha Yangshu could tell he didn't want to speak, and he felt a bit frustrated. If it weren't for you being Shikamaru's dad, you'd be a corpse by now? Discussing this was pointless. Uchiha Yangshu no longer looked at him, focusing instead on the explosive tags on the 1st and 2nd Hokages. Bang! Their arms and thighs were blown off, lying on the ground unable to move. The next moment, they began to recover slowly, as if they were made of paper. This added a hint of determination to Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, especially when he looked at Uchiha Yangshu, feeling somewhat guilty. Without exception, he also guessed the reason why Uchiha Yangshu had been hiding his strength all along. However, this hint of guilt filled Uchiha Yangshu with disgust, making him want to vomit. He really felt guilty about the 3rd Hokage. Nara Shikaku advised, when a person is about to die, their words are kind. Uchiha Yangshu disdainfully replied. He has tacitly approved of everything. Now that he feels guilty, does that make him a good person? Well, the 3rd Hokage Nara Shikaku wanted to explain for him, but he was somewhat persuaded by Uchiha Yangshu's words. They had done these things not just once or twice, and now showing guilt in their eyes as if it were nothing? Why deliberately show guilt? To make me feel guilty? The more he thought about it, the more Nara Shikaku understood Uchiha Yangshu's hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen's guilty gaze. Because he too began to dislike Sarutobi Hiruzen's guilty expression. So pretentious it makes one sick. Uchiha Yangshu's disgust was understandable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he was from the Uchiha clan. But even Nara Shikaku turned his gaze away, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen incredulous while feeling even more guilty, thinking of himself as a very failed Hokage. Since that's the case, then I will die meaningfully. He seemed very accustomed to saying such things in public. Acting Hokage, please stop me for a moment. What are you going to do? Nara Shikaku asked, puzzled, but still obediently grabbed Uchiha Yangshu's arm. The next second, Uchiha Yangshu became excited. I want to kick this shameless bastard to death. Who put Konoha in such a situation? Damn, it's all his fault, and now he's acting like a hero. Ugh. Nara Shikaku hurriedly covered Uchiha Yangshu's mouth while sweating profusely, saying, Shoo, you're being too loud. But at this moment, the 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen all stopped, including Orochimaru, who looked at Uchiha Yangshu. Yangshu-kun, I really like you more and more. Why don't you consider joining me? Orochimaru sincerely invited. Yangshu, I. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, wanting to explain several times, but in the end, he couldn't say a word. Uchiha Yangshu had endured for 12 years and was completely disgusted by his self-righteousness. Now, he just wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to die quickly. So he waved his hand, indicating not to mind what he just said, and did not look at them. This only made Orochimaru's smile wider. Teacher, it seems you're not doing a great job as Hokage. Damn, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with guilt and helplessness. In the end, it all turned into a sigh and an even more determined gaze. No matter how much Konoha hates me, Konoha is the most important to me. Orochimaru, no matter how much you covet this Konoha ninja village, the new Hokage who inherits my will become the pillar to protect Konoha, this home. Next, I will show you a secret technique you have never seen before. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately formed hand seals. Seeding technique. Dead demon consuming seal. In an instant, the entire space became cold, as if an unknown, terrifying creature had appeared. A special aura enveloped the surroundings, making everyone dare not move easily. The surroundings became extremely silent. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Orochimaru felt a strong sense of unease. The next second, two shadow clones of Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed the first Hokage and the second Hokage. In Uchiha Yangshu's eyes, something broke open Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. In just a few seconds, the reanimated first Hokage and second Hokage turned into dirt, starting to decay. Sealing. Instantly, a sealing array appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Soon, the dirt of the first Hokage and second Hokage completely weakened, revealing the pale corpses of Sakan and Kin, who had participated in the Chunin exams, their pupils dilating in horror. Even his own subordinates. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the giant golden staff and charged angrily. Orochimaru held the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Instantly, a fierce clashing sound rang out. The collision of the staff and sword sparked flames. But Orochimaru's taijutsu was still far weaker than Sarutobi Hiruzen's. In just a few moves, the Kusanagi sword was knocked away. Got it. The golden staff extended, and the sharp, sturdy hand of Enma emerged. Shadow Snake Hand. 5 brown snakes immediately burst out from Orochimaru's sleeves, blocking Enma's approach. They also destroyed the golden staff form, causing it to revert to the form of the Monkey King, collapsing to the ground, unable to do anything. In the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared, tightly grabbing Orochimaru. It's over. The hand of death reached out, grasping Orochimaru's soul. Chapter 56. Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. What is this feeling? Orochimaru felt an intense sense of fear, cold sweat dripping down as he immediately manipulated the grass-cutting sword on the ground. Swish! Saranoma used all his strength to grab the grass-cutting sword. The sharp blade cut through his palm, blood gushing out. But it still couldn't stop the grass-cutting sword from piercing Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Orochimaru's eyes widened. Why didn't he dodge? Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out blood and struggled to say, Shiki F. Jin. This sealing technique requires the user to offer their soul to the Shinigami as a trade-off. It is a ninjutsu that costs one's life. Orochimaru immediately formed hand seals, but found he couldn't activate any ninjutsu at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. I have no need to dodge. We will all die anyway. Orochimaru sensed a deep sense of foreboding, cold sweat pouring down, soaking his hair. The next moment, his soul was pulled out. At the same time, he saw the Shinigami behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Shinigami was devouring the souls of the first and second Hokage, chewing on them as if they were meat. Horrifying screams came from the two souls in the Shinigami's mouth, touching his most sensitive life. As a mad scientist seeking immortality, Orochimaru desperately tried to escape, frantically wanting to control the grass-cutting sword to end Sarutobi Hiruzen's life quickly. But the Shinigami was slowly approaching him. No! Orochimaru struggled violently, resisting with all his might, and somehow managed to pull his soul back. This shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked at Orochimaru with a sense of regret for the genius. At the same time, he realized he had overestimated his own strength. Orochimaru, it seems I no longer have the power to pull your soul out, but your ambition ends here. I will give you the most appropriate punishment for wasting ninjutsu. I will take away all the ninjutsu you have mastered. Ah! Sarutobi Hiruzen forcefully pulled out his soul's arm. Orochimaru's serpent-like pupils shrank sharply as he saw the Shinigami raise its blade. No way. Stop. Swish, the blade fell, and Orochimaru sensed that a part of him had permanently separated from himself. Sealing. A sealing formula appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdomen. My hand. Orochimaru's hand seemed to be invaded by deadly poison, turning black and purple. In the end, he couldn't even lift it and it fell weakly. Now you can't use your hands. Since you can't use your hands, you can't form seals. You can no longer use ninjutsu. Orochimaru, your ambition has ended. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Give it back. My hand, give it back. Orochimaru fell into a hysterical rage. You old fool. How dare you take my ninjutsu? Give it back. Hurry and give it back. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes quickly blurred. The Shinigami behind him, unseen by anyone, continued to chew on Sarutobi Hiruzen, letting out a series of horrifying screams. Selection complete. You have obtained the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Next to them, Uchiha Yasuki said, It seems to be over. Can I take action now? Go ahead. The village's counteroffensive plan has begun, Nara Shikaku said with some emotion. Both he and Uchiha Yasuke could have taken action just now. For example, to inflict injuries on Orochimaru to reduce his resistance. But he still chose to give up. Despite all of Hiruzen's flaws, as a member of the Hokage, he still hoped to keep the title of Hokage pure. Let him struggle until death. If anyone asks why you didn't take action back then, just say it was my order to protect me. Who would dare question me? Uchiha Yasuke said calmly. Nara Shikaku sighed helplessly. I really prefer the low-key you. I have no interest in catering to your interests. As he spoke, Uchiha Yasuke erupted with green energy, smiling as he looked at the now disabled Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, it seems you're going home with me now. Hee, living with Yasuke-kun must be very interesting. But maybe next time. Orochimaru said with a gloomy expression, no need for a barrier. The battle ends here. Yes. Zoken and Jirubo each took one of Orochimaru's arms. I never said you could leave. In an instant, Uchiha Yasuke appeared in front of them, one foot swinging out like a monster's whip. This was not a tail whip, just a small portion of its power. Even so, it made the four of them break into a cold sweat. Kentamaru, Dayu, and Zoken quickly retreated, while Jirubo stepped forward and immediately activated his cursed seal. In an instant, the seemingly honest and chubby Jirubo was covered with chains of cursed seals. He roared as he threw a punch. But just halfway through, he was already kicked by Uchiha Yasuke. Bang! Like a sack kicked by a giant. He flew backward without any power to resist, destroying the force created by wood release. Outside, 3 Umbu were waiting, 1 protecting Nara Shikamaru and 2 chasing after them, trying to stop their escape. But at this moment, they had already leaped high into the air. Kentamaru, with 6 hands, formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, spider, binding technique. He quickly inflated his mouth. The next second, a sticky spiderweb was spat out, ensnaring them. They couldn't escape, only watching helplessly as the 3 took Orochimaru away. Uchiha Yasuke immediately wanted to chase after them, but the next moment, a huge figure charged out from the dust and missed behind. Roar! Jirubo's fair skin had disappeared, replaced by a reddish-brown color, his body covered in toad-like bumps, looking incredibly strong and powerful. He charged directly at them. Uchiha Yasuke, seeing this, could only give up the pursuit of Orochimaru. After all, if Kentamaru, Dayu, and Zoken all activated their second curse seals, if he went alone, the final result would likely be him going home with Orochimaru. Even if he were immortal, he didn't want to be sliced up for research by Orochimaru. You little brat. You're dead. Jirubo shouted angrily after being kicked. He charged up, seemingly wanting to treat Uchiha Yasuke the same way Uchiha Yasuke treated him. He was going to engage in a physical battle with Uchiha Yasuke. Shoulder charge. He charged fiercely, but Uchiha Yasuke shook his head. Too slow. In an instant, Uchiha Yasuke vanished, transforming into a gust of wind that rustled the surrounding forest created by wood release. Suddenly, he appeared behind Jirubo. Jirubo sensed it. Just as he was about to counterattack, he was already struck hard. Boom! He crashed into a large tree, splintering wood everywhere. Damn little brat. Jirubo got up, looking as if he hadn't sustained any injuries. Kakashi-sensei is coming, he said, looking gravely at this humanoid monster, Jirubo, filled with ominous chakra. Yasuke, how long can you hold on? Hold on? No. My next move will shatter him. Chapter 57. The Tyrant's Bite. Uchiha Waiki excitedly licked his lips. It had been a long time since he encountered something so resilient to blows. In an instant, he spread his arms wide, as if he were unprepared. You dare to underestimate me. Jirby was extremely furious. But at this moment, Teacher Kai had sensed something and quickly retreated. This drew the attention of the surrounding leaf ninjas, sound ninjas, and sand ninjas who were fiercely battling, as they couldn't help but notice a powerful and domineering fierce aura that was intimidating. They knew they could ignore it, but they couldn't. Ignoring it felt like they would be devoured at any moment, which made them very uneasy. The next moment, they saw the monster. A terrifying creature covered in brown skin as hard as steel. Its massive head was filled with sharp teeth, as if it could crush everything in the world, exuding a bloodthirsty excitement. The overwhelming aura emanating from it felt like a king had suddenly descended. Just one glance made many ninjas tremble with fear. Jirby, in particular, was so frightened that he hurriedly backed away. But that terrifying maw was already lunging at him. Boom! The air seemed to be torn apart in an instant, producing a shocking roar. No! Jirby was bitten, screaming in terror, punching and kicking, frantically attacking those sharp, terrifying teeth, struggling desperately. But he couldn't escape that horrific blood maw. The ninjas watched in horror. They saw the sharp, terrifying teeth pierce through Jirby's body and begin to twist. Tyrant, bite! A cold and excited voice sounded. In the next moment, Jirbi's screams abruptly stopped, and countless people watched the blood spraying into the air, filled with dread. Looking again at the scene, that terrifying creature had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a young man standing there. At this moment, his arms drooped like noodles, as if they had no bones. Indeed, he couldn't bear it at all. Uchiha Waiki felt no pain in his arms, only a deep numbness. It felt as if they weren't even his. Waiki, your hand. Teacher Kai hurriedly said. Waiki. In the distance, Lee shouted loudly, filled with unspeakable heartache. It's not a big deal. Uchiha Waiki said, one foot turning into writhing flesh, connecting to a nearby corpse. Then he absorbed it. In no time, Uchiha Waiki's arm returned to normal. He waved to Lee, who was entangled by numerous enemies and anxiously trying to open the 8 gates to resolve them, indicating that he was fine. Seeing this, Teacher Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he didn't ask how this ninjutsu worked. Iki, keep burning your youth. He gave a thumbs up, flashing a dazzling smile. Yes, Uchiha Ikiri played. Everyone fought their own battles. The situation around them began to stabilize. Seeing this, Uchiha Waiki headed outside to see if the village needed help. If not, he wanted to spar with One Tail to see how powerful the weakest-tailed beast was. Uchiha Waiki arrived in the village, where many leaf ninjas rhythmically began to kill and capture the invading sand and sound ninjas. From the looks of it, it would be settled in about an hour. However, Uchiha Waiki looked at the corpses strewn across the ground. There were leaf, sound, and sand ninjas. A woman was holding the corpse of a young leaf ninja, surrounded by sand and sound ninjas, crying her heart out without regard for her own safety. Uchiha Waiki left expressionlessly, because this is the ninja world. In the forest, after defeating Temari, Sasuke caught up with Kankura and Gaara. Just as Kankura was about to put down Gaara to delay Sasuke, a person appeared. Wait! Temari dropped down from the tree canopy, looking disheveled as she stood beside Kankura. Seeing her, Kankura said happily, Temari, I thought you were done for. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm still alive. Temari looked at Sasuke in front of her, fully aware that she was not his opponent. If she faced him again, she would definitely die. But for the sake of the mission, you go, Kankura. I'll hold him off. Before Temari could finish her sentence, Kankura jumped onto a branch with the crow on his back. Temari, take Gaara and go first. You've reached your limit. I don't want to slow you down. But, go. Kankura shouted angrily. Temari looked at Kankura's back, gritted her teeth, picked up Gaara, and headed toward the designated target location. Only Sasuke and Kankura were left in the scene. But at that moment, someone chased after them, wearing sunglasses and a trench coat. Aburame Shino appeared. Your opponent is me, Shino said to Kankura calmly. You are. Kankura broke out in a cold sweat, recalling Shino's technique that mimicked Gaara's insect binding coffin. It was already tough to face Sasuke, and now he had to deal with another difficult enemy. Shino? Sasuke questioned. Why are you here? When you left the venue, I placed a female bug on you. The female bug has almost no scent. Only male bugs of the same species can detect it, Shino explained. Uchiha Sasuke, you go after Gaara. I'll deal with him. Sasuke, upon hearing this, was naturally willing to do so. Not a chance. Kankura hurriedly tried to stop him, but under Shino's insect's obstruction, he quickly retreated, fearing being caught by the insect binding coffin. Sasuke left smoothly. Kankura faced off against Shino. For Puppet Master, the Aburame clan was their nemesis, because the insects could enter the gaps of the puppets, jamming the puppets' joints. They could also surround the area with a large number of insects to find the puppet master controlling the puppets hiding nearby. Moreover, the poisons commonly used by puppet masters could also be detoxified by the Aburame clan's insects, although it took longer. However, this was Shino's first encounter with a puppet master. There was no way around it. The last time Kankura made a move, he faced Uchiha Waiki. Uchiha Waiki showed no mercy, crushing that puppet in one move, leaving many lower ninjas with no chance to witness a puppet master's abilities. This resulted in Shino knowing almost nothing about Kankura. On the other hand, Kankura knew about Shino and was aware of some of Shino's combat capabilities. The battle of wits ensued. In the end, Shino successfully controlled Kankura's puppet. And when Kankura used Shino to jam the puppet's joints, his head flew out and ambushed Shino, just as the eyes were about to be hit. The insects severed Kankura's chakra strings, controlling the puppet. The parasitic insects covered Kankura, devouring him. Shino won, but because he inhaled some poisonous mist during the fight, he was unable to continue acting. I'm sorry, Uchiha Sasuke, I can't support you anymore. He fell unconscious. Ahead, Temari, put me down. Chapter 58, Two Hateful Boys. Gaara, are you awake? Temari hurriedly stopped, her body full of fatigue as she took out the medicine from her arms, preparing to give it to Gaara. If we don't speed up the battle. Temari, get away. Gaara trembled. Huh? Temari was a bit confused, stunned for a moment. I said get away. Gaara swung his hand, sending the exhausted Temari flying into a tree, almost spitting out blood. You're in the way. Gaara gasped, raising his head to see Sasuke, who had a cold smile in his eyes. This made it impossible for Gaara to suppress the tailed beast within him. In an instant, the right half of his upper body was rapidly covered. Soon, that familiar thing appeared, a monstrous, gigantic arm with black claws, brown skin, and blue patterns on it. Seeing this, Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately distanced himself. At the same time, the monstrous giant claw attacked, effortlessly destroying the thick tree branches. This made Sasuke break into a cold sweat as he hurriedly dodged. Is this guy a monster? Are you afraid of me, Uchiha Sasuke? Gaara couldn't control the saliva flowing from his mouth. Almost like a monster. Are you afraid of my existence? This statement had little effect on Sasuke. Instead, it made Temari, hiding behind the tree, tremble in fear, hugging her legs and head, seemingly recalling some terrifying event. Hiding behind another tree, Sasuke was sweating profusely. The ominous feeling of chakra made him feel that he was facing not a person, but an unknown monster. Come out. Uchiha Sasuke, you are my prey. Gaara became increasingly excited, wantonly destroying everything. So powerful. Sasuke didn't want to come out, but the next second, he recalled what Gaara had said to him during training. Don't forget, you're my prey. At that time, he had asked, why are you so obsessed with me? Gaara calmly replied, to understand the true eyes of loneliness, and to know that this is the most painful gaze in the world. I should have mentioned that you have the same eyes as me, pursuing power, filled with hatred and killing intent. Just like me, the kind of gaze that is eager to kill the one who has pushed you into the hell of loneliness. Now, Gaara's excited taunts were still ringing in the air. What's wrong? Uchiha Sasuke, are you afraid of me? Has your hatred and killing intent been overshadowed by fear? Is your existence only at this level? Come and fight me and confirm it. Confirm your value and existence. Come filit, if you want to know the answer. Then come out. This made a man's cold gaze appear in Sasuke's mind. Suddenly, hatred filled his black pupils, and he quickly began to form hand signs. Rat horse monkey horse rabbit. In an instant, a surge of chakra rapidly condensed in his hand. Soon, lightning jumped and flickered, making a sizzling sound. The next second, it was as if 1,000 birds were chirping. Chirp, 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 chirp. Sasuke's eyes also revealed the two-tomo Sharingan. Chidori. Sasuke charged forward. Gaara also noticed Sasuke and excitedly charged forward as well. The two clashed with roars. The Chidori sliced through Gaara's monstrous right arm like a sharp sword. Gaara screamed in pain, falling onto the branches. Gaara. Temari was extremely worried. It really worked. Sasuke felt relieved. But the next moment, a maniacal laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. It was Gaara laughing. He stood up like a madman, his severed right arm already restored to its original state. Gaara excitedly stared at Sasuke. I understand now. I know why I'm so excited. This pain, defeating those who can hurt me, taking everything from them, makes me feel more alive. Ha ha ha. Keep going. Keep going. Gaara, like a monster, crawled on all fours, and behind him, sand appeared, transforming into a gigantic tail like an arm. The arms and tail grabbed the thick branches, and in an instant, he seemed to bounce out like a marble. Zulfast. Sasuke hurriedly activated his Sharingan, jumping up to dodge. He continuously distanced himself, sweating profusely as he looked at Gaara. What kind of monster is this? Unending attacks. If it weren't for these eyes predicting Gaara's movements in advance, I would probably be dead by now. But now, Gaara became completely excited, not giving Sasuke any time to rest, relentlessly attacking. I need to use Chidori. Sasuke was extremely anxious, but Kakashi had told him that his chakra limit was 2 Chidoris. If he used a third, his chakra would be depleted. And not only would the ninjutsu fail, but he might also die. With no other choice, Sasuke used the great fireball technique. But Gaara instantly wrapped himself in sand, causing no damage whatsoever. Boom! Sasuke was sent flying by a single blow, crashing through numerous branches and landing on a thick trunk, creating a noticeable dent, leaning there. Motionless, Gaara excitedly stared at him. What's wrong? Is your value of existence only at this level? I'll be honest, you're very weak. Very Navi, because your hatred is too weak. The power of hatred is the power of killing intent, and the power of killing intent is the power of revenge. Your hatred is weaker than mine. Shut up. Sasuke couldn't help but say. That's why you're so weak. Shut up. It's because your hatred is weaker than mine. That's why you are so weak. Shut up. Sasuke's hand was surrounded by jumping, flickering lightning. Chirp, 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 Chidori. Ah! He charged forward. Gaara also charged forward. But this time, halfway through, Sasuke was filled with a sense of powerlessness. He watched as the Chidori in his hand rapidly dissipated. A man's face appeared in his mind. Ah! In an instant, he broke through the curse mark that Kakashi had placed on him, and his body was covered in black markings. The Chidori in his hand became even more fierce and powerful. Chirp, 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 chirp. The two flashed past each other. Ah! Gaara's monstrous right arm turned to sand, continuously falling off. Temari was shocked. He was actually able to hurt Gaara in this form. But the next moment, Sasuke's curse mark acted up, causing him to fall onto the branches, crying out in pain, unable to move. Gaara seemed indestructible. His left arm was covered in sand, transforming into a monstrous left arm, heading towards Sasuke. Sasuke watched helplessly as he charged over, the claws getting closer. Move! Move! At that moment, he saw an orange figure. Boom! A kick sent Gaara flying. Chapter 59, Yenshu, Gaara, Big Brother is here. Gaara rolled in the air and grabbed a branch with his limbs, absorbing the impact, staring at the orange figure like a wild beast, seemingly unaffected. Naruto. Sasuke looked at the figure in front of him, unable to believe it. Sorry, Sasuke, I'm late. This is how Naruto wanted to show off. But seeing the monster in front of him, all he felt was unease, cold sweat breaking out on his face. What kind of monster is this? And the scene of Naruto saving Sasuke made Gaara's head start to ache. One by one, images popped up in his mind uncontrollably. Father, assassination, Yashimaru, Yashimaru, Yashimaru. Seeing this, Naruto was horrified and shouted urgently, Everyone, run away. But it was already too late, Gaara pounced. Uchiha Sasuke. In an instant, a pink figure appeared, holding a kunai, standing in front of Gaara. Sakura. Naruto shouted anxiously. Sakura's protective stance over Sasuke made Gaara remember Yashimaru even more, filling him with rage. Get out of the way. Gaara slapped Sakura onto the massive tree trunk. The powerful impact caused Sakura to let out a painful groan before losing consciousness. Naruto immediately rescued Sasuke, looking at Sakura caught in a monster's huge hand. Cold sweat pouring down, yet unable to think of a solution. Damn it, what should I do? But Gaara's headache intensified. Images of unfamiliar people began to appear in his mind. Naruto standing in front of Sasuke, the pink-haired girl standing in front of Sasuke, the buzzcut boy standing in front of that watermelon head. Yashimaru, who should have been standing in front of him, was. Why? At that moment, an untimely voice rang out. No one loves you. Is that the reason you hate? Everyone looked up to see a masculine young figure sitting on Gaara's monstrous arm. He isn't afraid. This thought instinctively resonated in everyone's minds. But the next second, Naruto was overjoyed. Yenshu, hurry and save Sakura. Naruto, even though I'm considered your brother, shouldn't you handle this yourself? But because you absolutely can't do it? Yenshu emphasized the word absolutely, making Naruto recall the Toad Elder. Absolutely can't do it? No, as long as the Toad Elder shows up. Yenshu, I got it. This statement made everyone look at Naruto. He actually has the ability to deal with such a terrifying monster. What is it? A jutsu? Naruto began to hand sign. Hai, su, du, shen, wei sumong den jik. Smoke appeared. Everyone's eyes widened. What kind of monster will he summon? What kind of monster can deal with a monster like Gaara? As the smoke slowly dissipated, a palm-sized orange toad emerged. Everyone, I'm sorry for having expectations of you. What the heck? It's a little kid. The little orange toad huffed, saying, if you want something, give me some snacks, or I won't play with you. Naruto was furious. This is why I hate you frogs. Bastard, don't underestimate amphibians. While they were arguing, everyone shifted their gaze to Uchiha Yenshu. After all, it was he who suggested Naruto do this. Uchiha Yenshu shrugged and said to Naruto, keep trying harder. Then, he looked at Gaara, who was half transformed, and smiled. Although I don't have hatred, you one team mind playing with me, right? Gaara, with his eyes full of hatred, stared at Uchiha Yenshu. The next second, however, he saw Uchiha Yenshu vanish. Then, he saw a foot suddenly appear in front of him. Boom! Gaara flew back, crashing into countless trees. Gaara! Temari couldn't help but shout. Her gaze towards Uchiha Yenshu was filled with sheer horror. He actually kicked that Gaara away with one kick. Uchiha Yenshu caught Sakura and held her in his arms, placing her aside. I'm gonna play, you all do as you please. Saying this, Uchiha Yenshu removed the heavy iron ring from his body and threw it high into the empty forest. This scene was eerily familiar. It instinctively made them grab onto the trees. Sure enough, the next moment, boom! The ground shook and trees collapsed. A deep pit was forcibly created in the dense forest, even heavier than that watermelon head S. Temari looked at Uchiha Yenshu with even more horror. What kind of monster is this? If Jirubu were still alive, he would be pleasantly surprised to find that Uchiha Yenshu had such a terrifying heavy iron ring when he fought him. Uchiha Yenshu jumped on the spot, feeling the ease of removing the heavy iron ring, excitedly looking at the huge trace left by Gaara flying away. In an instant, he vanished, leaving only a voice behind. Gaara, big brother is here. Temari, Sasuke, Naruto, Parker. Naruto was the quickest to recover from his speechlessness. Damn it, I will definitely succeed in summoning. Naruto began to search for that feeling of falling off a cliff, trying to re-enter the underground prison in his heart to meet the monster with 9 tails. Roar! After being knocked away, Gaara was completely enraged. His entire body was covered in brown skin and blue patterns, resembling a small one-tailed beast, a fat guy about 1.7 meters tall. His yellowish eyes fixed fiercely on the rushing Uchiha Yenshu. Bastard! His monstrous arm suddenly seemed to move faster than normal, slapping towards Uchiha Yenshu. Too slow, but I'll be merciful and face you head on. Saying this, Uchiha Yenshu's aura subtly changed, clearly activating some mode. 8 gates. First gate, open. This gate removes the brain's restrictions to unleash 100 physical ability. With his physical body at the peak of B rank, Uchiha Yenshu instantly entered A rank peak. Facing the monster's giant claw, he punched out. Bang! The giant claw was shattered like sand, as if his own arm had been crushed. Ah! A scream erupted. Uchiha Yenshu instantly appeared in front of him. The fat monster Gaara's fierce face contrasted sharply with the excited Uchiha Yenshu. D. The giant claw with black claws attacked, as if to crush Uchiha Yenshu's body. But the next second, Uchiha Yenshu countered with a punch, shaking it away. Bastard! As the other giant claw came down, Uchiha Yenshu had already closed the distance. Chapter 60. The true one-tail Shikaku punches rained down on him like raindrops. Bang, 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 bang. The urgent and thunderous sounds echoed throughout the entire forest. Gaara's screams continued to ring out. Ah! How could I be beaten so badly? How could I possibly lose to a guy like you? In an instant, his already massive arms grew even larger, swelling up like towering trees. Uchiha Yenshu immediately stopped his attack and retreated repeatedly. Dust rose, enveloping the surrounding forest and obscuring Gaara's figure. Only a vague outline of a monstrous creature, comparable to the size of the 9 tails, could be seen. In the distance, Temari watched in shock. To think that Gaara could be forced to this extent in that state. She looked at the back of the black-haired boy standing on the treetops, filled with astonishment. Naruto, witnessing this, was incredibly shocked and even more anxious. Come on, hurry up and come out. Frog Elder, hurry. We had it once before. Sasuke had also slightly recovered, barely able to get up. He covered the curse mark on his neck, looking at the terrifying monster silhouette, then at his twin brother, filled with reluctance and anger. Why? Why am I not the one standing there? If I could stand there, I wouldn't have. Yes, it's me, I'm too weak. Reluctance, anger, and hatred filled his heart. The dust quickly dispersed, revealing the fat monster, the one-tail Shikaku. Bastard. D. A multitude of sand quickly appeared, crazily gathering around Uchiha Yenshu. Still too slow. In an instant, Uchiha Yenshu arrived in front of the one-tail Shikaku, as if standing before giant. There was not a trace of fear in Uchiha Yenshu's eyes, only excitement and regret. The excitement came from having worked hard for 12 years, finally gaining the strength to face a tailed beast. The regret stemmed from his body being unable to support the use of those techniques. Otherwise, he could have had some real fun. If only he had a strong skeleton like the corpse bone path. This thought flashed by. Even if he couldn't continuously use those techniques, he could still unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. 8 gates. 6th gate. Gate of view. Open. Instantly. Blood covered Uchiha Yenshu's skin, his veins bulging, causing his blue veins to protrude, and he began to look fierce and strong. A green energy enveloped his body, and his powerful aura was no weaker than the massive and terrifying tailed beast before him. A strong pain stimulated Uchiha Yenshu, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Battle. With surging fighting spirit, Uchiha Yenshu no longer controlled his desires. Whoosh! He instantly arrived under the one-tail's jaw, his fist launching out like a rocket, creating a massive roar that made Naruto, Sasuke, Temari, and others cover their ears in pain. But the sound that fell upon the one-tail Shikaku's jaw was still trivial in comparison. Boom! The jaw was destroyed, instantly collapsing into sand. The sky began to rain sand. Uchiha Yangshu did not pause. His neck, ears, eyes, nose. His figure attacked like a fierce beast, although not as large as the opponent. That fierce momentum made even an ant worthy of the title of a ferocious beast. Ha 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 ha. Bastard. What are you laughing about? Gaara's voice was filled with exhaustion. The one-tailed Shikaku was still under Gaara's control at this moment. Uchiha Yangshu stopped, the green energy enveloping him. His blood-red skin and bulging veins did not diminish his excitement. Instead, it became wilder. Let out. Gaara, I can't hold back any longer. I want to use those techniques. The one-tailed Shikaku was taken aback, and the next moment, Gaara's laughter rang out. Interesting. Very interesting. Uchiha Yangshu, I'll fulfill you. In the next instant, ripples spread across the top of the one-tailed Shikaku's head like sand, and Gaara's figure with red hair, dark circles under his eyes. And the character for love engraved on his forehead appeared. Not good. Temari was filled with terror. Gaara is going to use that move. I have to get out of here quickly. A powerful desire to survive suppressed her endless fatigue, and she fled in a panic. Half of her body hung limply like a powerless bamboo, arms and head drooping. Thank you for letting me enjoy so much. Now, let you all witness the true power of the embodiment of sand. Gaara began to form hand seals. Sleep technique. He completely fell down, as if he were a small ornament on this monster. The monster beneath him, however, emitted a sharp, excited sound. Yaha, I can finally come out. Naruto, is this the true form of that monster? Frog boss, I didn't expect it to be quite cheerful. Yaha, I found the person I want to kill immediately. Shikaku excitedly pointed at Uchiha Yangshu and screamed. Wind release? Air bullet. Instantly, its already round belly swelled even more, like a balloon. The next second, it slammed its belly. At the same time, it opened its mouth. In an instant, a massive sphere filled with wind-release chakra appeared, charging toward Uchiha Yangshu with overwhelming force, obliterating all the trees in its path and carving terrifying ravines in the ground. Uchiha Yangshu quickly dodged. But, air bullet, air bullet. Air bullet. This terrifying wind release was spewed out of Shikaku's mouth like it was free. Even though Uchiha Yangshu moved quickly, he was still somewhat flustered. This was the first time Uchiha Yangshu felt the terror of abundant chakra. D. Shikaku screamed excitedly. Yaha. Ha ha. Naruto watched Uchiha Yangshu darting around and felt extremely anxious. At this moment, Uchiha Yangshu's voice came through. Naruto, hurry and summon the frog. I can't hold on much longer. Instantly, Naruto became even more anxious, his expression gradually becoming resolute. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had been the first to catch up with Gaara and the first to fight him, felt even more unwilling and hateful upon hearing Uchiha Yangshu's plea to Naruto. Why? Why not me? Why not ask me? Sasuke's hatred intensified. It seemed that no matter what the people around him did, it could not diminish the hatred in his heart. However, Uchiha Yangshu paid him no mind. In fact, Uchiha Yangshu could win without needing Naruto to summon Frog Boss. It was just that he wasn't interested in kicking Gaara to death. At the same time, he wasn't interested in waking Gaara up to cancel his sleep technique, allowing him to suppress Shikaku again. He simply wanted to know how strong his combat power had become. Now he knew. He couldn't withstand even one air bullet, nor could he use those techniques to instantly kill Shikaku. He could only dodge around like an ant. It was better to let Naruto have some real combat experience. He was waiting for Naruto to summon Frog Boss so they could take over his battle. At this moment, Naruto watched Yangshu's desperate evasion, and in his eyes, a determination arose, akin to living to die. Nine Tails, lend me your chakra. Chapter 61. The armored dragon's tail swipe amidst the roaring. Naruto struggled to form hand seals, as if he were moving something heavy. Hog, Inu, Torai, Saru, Ushi, summoning jutsu. In an instant, a massive cloud of smoke appeared beneath him. Its size was comparable to the one-tailed Shikaku, quite terrifying. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a gigantic toad appeared, smoking a pipe, with a scar over its left eye and red skin. It wore a coat with the character for shrimp written on it, and had a large Japanese short sword at its waist. The toad exuded a terrifying aura, like a dominant creature from some place, instilling fear in others. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. Naruto, what on earth? Naruto crossed his arms, extremely excited. The fruits of his training were finally showing, but the giant toad beneath him was not pleased. Who is it? The toad sensed Naruto above it, and said, It's you again, what do you want? In its words, it noticed the Shikaku in the distance. That seems to be the Shikaku from Sunagakure, right? Toad boss, let's fight together, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. The Toad boss took a puff from his pipe and slowly exhaled a large cloud of smoke, his dead fish eyes stating, "I don't want to." Naruto had never expected the Toad boss to refuse him. He had worked so hard to succeed in the summoning. Why? Why want to fight with that guy? That's so stupid. Weren't you the one who said you would take me as your little brother? Helping out when your little brother is in trouble is what being a boss is about, right? That's called righteousness. Naruto angrily pounded on the Toad boss's head. I did say I would take you as my little brother, but we haven't even had a cup of sake together yet. The Toad boss's thunderous voice boomed. How can it be like this? I'm not even 20 yet. I can't drink. Naruto was somewhat devastated. At that moment, Toad Jiraiya jumped onto Naruto's head. Stop saying that. Just do what this guy says. Old man. Huh? Old man? Naruto was bewildered. After all, Toad Jiraiya was only the size of a palm, while the Toad boss had a terrifying size capable of destroying a nation. It was as if Godzilla had given birth to a dog-sized Godzilla. Although their species and appearance were the same, the size completely led one to subconsciously deny their parent-child relationship. What are you doing here? Toad Jiraiya. The Toad boss questioned as a father. I came out to play because I was bored. Huh? Are you guys father and son? Naruto still couldn't believe it. While they were still sorting out their relationships, Uchiha Yangshu had settled down. Then let's make the final strike. Uchiha Yangshu looked at the Shikaka before him, a smile appearing on his face. Those pesky little bugs. How annoying. The Shikaku began to grow agitated. Its attacks became more straightforward, making it easier for Uchiha Yangshu to get closer. Soon, an opening appeared, and Uchiha Yangshu shot forward like an arrow towards its massive body. At the same time, he seemed to be covered in a terrifying aura. Brown skin as hard as steel, a short, stocky body, a fierce and terrifying head. The moment it appeared, both the Shikaku and the Toad boss's pupils constricted. They both sensed a different kind of aura, ancient, savage, fierce. Especially its tail, which was horrifyingly powerful and covered in a menacing armor. The end of the tail seemed to connect to a heavy hammer, solid and weighty. At this moment, the tail arched back, turning sideways as it charged towards the Shikaku. They both knew what this represented. This was a creature that was even larger than their feet. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't care. But this was different. The aura it radiated was simply too terrifying. Is it that move again? Sasuke and Naruto's eyes widened. Is this the move you didn't want me to see back then? Parker recalled Kakashi seeking him out afterward, wanting to see that place. It could only be said that it was a completely different place from where he had taken Uchiha Yangshu. The former was an impregnable fortress, while the latter was a wasteland, a junkyard. There was no comparison. What kind of technique could cause such terrifying destruction? Parker widened his dog eyes, as if he wanted to remember this scene forever. Toad Jiraiya also widened his eyes, clutching Naruto's yellow hair tightly, hiding behind him. Strangely, he felt a bit scared, as if he were facing a strange, powerful, unknown monster. In front of it, he felt like a little bug that could be crushed at any moment, which made him very uneasy. But this didn't stop him from wanting to see more. Even the long-gone Temari stopped fleeing, her lips pale as she looked at that figure. Who on earth is he? The next moment, an excited voice rang out. Armor Dragon, tail, swipe. In front of the Shikaku, a tail about 30 centimeters long swung towards it, appearing ridiculous. But the power behind it was terrifying. Boom! The tail struck, and the air couldn't withstand it, producing a sharp, intense whistle. The Shikaku was already covered in cold sweat, letting out a sharp, terrified cry. No! But the tail still accurately landed on its neck. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a mountain had exploded, shaking the earth. The terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire forest, and even the whole of Konoha. The Shikaku's neck appeared as if it had been carved out like a watermelon, with a clear, visible mark. It was as if a speeding car had crashed through, creating a path through half of its neck. Swoosh! Countless sands were blasted out, wrapping the green forest in a dense layer of light yellow, shimmering in the sunlight. Glurp! Countless people swallowed hard, looking at the figure in the sky, filled with dread. What terrifying power! The Shikaku's head couldn't help but lower, lacking support from part of its neck. It seemed to break. It lay there motionless, as if dead. Kid, it's time. Break that medium. The Toad boss immediately realized that this opportunity was rare. What should I do? Naruto hurriedly asked. Just give that kid a punch. Got it. All right. Toad boss, don't step on Yangshu. Naruto said as the Toad boss took over the battle. Although the Shikaku had already been severely injured and needed time to recover its neck, its arms could still move and were continuously defending, buying itself time to recover. Moreover, the Toad boss, lacking sharp teeth and claws, always struggled to catch it. Toad boss, if you don't hold that monster down properly, I can't hit it. Naruto complained. I'm just a toad. I lack the sharp teeth and claws to hinder its movements. What should I do then? Use transformation jutsu to turn into something that can subdue it. That said, I'm not good at transformations. Huh. Naruto was greatly shocked. But you could do my little hand seal. Huh? Chapter 62. The Victory of Konoha. Partner Transformation. Frogmaster. Ah. Alright, Naruto said. I want to transform into something with sharp teeth and claws. Frogmaster emphasized. On the ground, the exhausted Uchiha Yangshu had already taken a corpse from the scroll, using the rebirth technique to quickly restore the bones that had turned to powder and the flesh that had turned to mush. Everything was fine, except for the ground being trampled and a loud rumbling being quite annoying. Shikaku was slowly recovering, and with Naruto's help, Frogmaster transformed into the Orange Ninetales, successfully capturing Shikaku. Naruto also managed to land a punch on Gaara, breaking the illusion technique, and Shikaku, like a big chubby kid, screamed sharply as it was sealed away again. However, even with the technique broken, Shikaku, driven by Gaara's will, was still very powerful, and Frogmaster was constantly suppressed in their battle of strength. Standing atop Shikaku's head, Naruto found his feet caught, trapped within, as sand rushed toward him. Gaara prepared to use the sand binding coffin to crush Naruto, but Frogmaster's tongue protected Naruto. Yet, the sand beneath Naruto's feet had already begun to rise. Moreover, both his and Frogmaster's chakra had been completely exhausted from the recent transformation. Death seemed to be a foregone conclusion. At that moment, Naruto once again borrowed chakra from the Ninetales. Instantly, Orange Ninetales chakra surged forth, dispelling the sand around him as he charged toward Gaara. Gaara did not remain passive, continuously obstructing with sand. Both sides were in a state of exhaustion, and now it was a battle of willpower. But when it came to willpower, who could compare to Naruto, who had been called a demon fox since childhood, yet still aspired to be Hokage? Even though his grievances were cleared up at the age of 6, his childhood experiences became a powerful driving force to push him forward. Naruto began to roar, his body trembling as if a seed was sprouting, but his movements were filled with determination. Forward, 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 an unstoppable advance. No matter what happens, he must move forward. Naruto ultimately broke free from the sand's constraints and headbutt Gaara. Bang! This strike became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Gaara completely lost the strength to maintain Shikaku's form. That terrifying body turned to sand and scattered with the wind. Naruto and Gaara both fell helplessly to the ground, having dropped from the now non-existent Shikaku. A bit far away, Uchiha Yangshu could only vaguely hear the sound of something wriggling, as if someone was dragging their body forward bit by bit with their chin. Gaara, in fear, don't come over. The pain of being alone is not a common kind of pain. For some reason, I can deeply understand your feelings. Naruto's voice was choked, filled with sorrow. Lying on the ground, Uchiha Yangshu looked at the blue sky and white clouds, listened to the rustling of the leaves, and felt the calm after the turmoil, and could not help but sigh. It seems that I will have to nurture the tailed beast in the future. On the other side, at the venue, the battles in the streets and alleys of the village, led by Hinata Hizashi, Hinata, Uchiha Fugaku, and others, the Sand and Sound villages had lost their momentum, and Konoha's victory was a certainty. Many from the Sand and Sound villages were captured. The situation was well under control. Only a few scattered Sand and Sound ninja were escaping, and many Umbu had rushed to pursue them. From the village's perspective, this battle had only resulted in the loss of one Hokage and not much else. It could even be called a great victory. However, in the streets, alleys, and forests, those Konoha ninjas lying on the cold ground made the scene somewhat tragic and desolate. They could have survived, but for Uchiha Yangshu's words of no destruction, no construction, they became the funerary offerings of the third Hokage. And that rampaging, three-headed giant snake was defeated by the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. The battle was over. Konoha was victorious. The evacuees returned to the village, looking at the surrounding blood, explosion marks, shuriken, and kunai, devoid of any excitement from victory, only a somber atmosphere. Especially upon seeing the bodies of Konoha ninjas. Sighing, they longed for peace even more. They believed themselves to be the victims. But the innocent suffer, and the wealthy attract trouble. If they truly wanted peace, they should leave the resource-rich area of Konoha. After Uchiha Yangshu recovered, he sent Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke to the hospital. As for Gaara, he was held in a special confinement and treated inside. Thus, Uchiha Yangshu returned home alone. As soon as he opened the door, his mother Mikoto immediately looked over, holding a kunai, ready for battle. Yangshu? She instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, noticing that only Uchiha Yangshu had returned, she nervously asked, "Where's Sasuke?" He got a little hurt, but it's nothing serious. I sent him to the hospital for treatment." Hearing this, Mikoto felt a bit more reassured. "You're not hurt, are you?" Uchiha Yangshu was like a doll, as Mikoto nervously checked him all over. After confirming he was truly fine, Mikoto finally relaxed completely, showing a relieved smile. "It's great that the family is safe. By the way, Fugaku asked you to go to the study to wait for him when you got back." "Okay. Yangshu, are you hungry? Should I make you something to eat?" "Mom, let us not cook right now." "Why?" Mikoto looked a bit confused. Many ninjas died in the village, and being seen would lead to gossip. I understand. "Sorry, Mom, for always dragging you into this." Mikoto shook her head, smiling as she ruffled Uchiha Yangshu's increasingly prickly black crew cut. "As long as you all are safe, Mom will be happy." Uchiha Yangshu also smiled, rubbing against her warm palm. Then, he went to the study to wait for Fugaku. Night. Uchiha Fugaku returned. The moment he opened the study door, Uchiha Yangshu could clearly see the excited smile on his face. Uchiha Yangshu watched him sit down, and that usually serious face could not help but show a smile. Once, twice, 3 times, countless times, Uchiha Yangshu calmly looked at him. After Fugaku adjusted his sitting posture, he raised his head to look at Uchiha Yangshu, his gaze intense. "Yangshu, how do you think our Uchiha clan should act this time?" "Dad, do you want to be Hokage? Can you do it?" Fugaku asked in surprise. "I can, but it's not necessary." "What do you mean?" Fugaku began to frown. "First of all, you need to understand what the death of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, represents." Fugaku was taken aback. The way you address me suddenly made Fugaku realize that his son was not speaking to him as a son. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he changed from sitting cross-legged to kneeling, straightening his back, and the atmosphere became correspondingly serious. Seeing this, Uchiha Yangshu also helplessly changed his sitting posture to kneeling. Chapter 63. Cursing the words I wanted to curse 12 years ago, the two who changed their sitting positions did not speak. Uchiha Waiki was waiting for Fugaku's response. While Fugaku was deep in thought, 5 minutes quickly passed, and Fugaku's brow furrowed even tighter. Clearly, he was thinking hard but could not come to a conclusion. Uchiha Waiki finally spoke up to prompt him. "The acting Hokage also wants to die alongside the 3rd Hokage." In an instant, Fugaku's eyes widened. He realized that this matter was not so simple. Could it even be a conspiracy? At the very least, the acting Hokage was aware of what was going on, and he, as the son who entered the 4 Purple Flames formation to save the acting Hokage, also knew. Uchiha Waiki continued. "Regarding the matters the acting Hokage is concealing, I hope you won't delve too deeply. It brings no benefit to the Uchiha clan, only harm. Now, you should think about the future. Why does the acting Hokage want to die with the 3rd Hokage? What is the reason? What benefits does it bring?" Although Fugaku was eager to know, he was still drawn in by Uchiha Waiki's words. The future was the most important thing. Just like the Manjiki Sharingan he had awakened. Gradually, time passed bit by bit. The room was silent. At the 10-minute mark, Uchiha Waiki spoke again. "Dad, do you have any clues?" Fugaku shook his head with a grim expression. "Then let me share my speculation," Uchiha Waiki said. "The 3rd Hokage represents the past, representing a corrupt regime, and the great tree of Konoha has begun to age, so it needs a new leader to rejuvenate it. The new leader must be from the next generation, someone with prestige. Who do you think is suitable?" Upon hearing the words new leader, Fugaku's demeanor aged somewhat. This meant he would never become Hokage. At the very least, his son before him would not support him. But as the clan leader, he quickly concealed his disappointment within 2 seconds and answered Uchiha Waiki's question. "The new leader needs prestige and strength. Therefore, it is likely that only Jiraiya and Tsunade are suitable." "Yes, but they also represent half of the corrupt regime. It's a pity that the younger generation in the village hasn't grown up. Otherwise, the great tree of Konoha could completely rejuvenate." Fugaku nodded, but halfway through he froze. "Wait, if that's the case, what about our Uchiha clan? What about the Uchiha clan?" Compared to the village, he was more concerned about his clansmen. Uchiha Ipsilon ki recognize Fugaku's mindset. The clan leader is someone who fights for the interests of the clan, not like the 1st and 2nd Hokages, who disbanded their clansmen for the sake of Konoha, integrating them into the village. They sacrificed the interests of their clansmen for the villagers. If Uchiha Waiki were from the Senju clan, he would have cursed them at that time. As long as the Uchiha clan follows the trend, there will eventually be a clansman who can become Hokage one day. "Do you mean the Uchiha should become supporters of Hokage?" "Dad, I admire your heart as a clan leader, but at the same time, you're also a member of Konoha. Under this dual identity, I hope you can understand that the Uchiha clan is a part of Konoha. You can prioritize your clansmen first, but the second priority must be Konoha. Otherwise, why would you stay in Konoha? As long as you do good for Konoha and guard against falling into traps like the Knight of the Nine Tails again, the Uchiha clan will only get better. Traps. This made Fugaku somewhat angry, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Waiki. At that time, I couldn't possibly support the villagers. Once we attack the roots, they can label us as rogue ninjas. Hearing Fugaku mention this, the anger from 12 years ago, when he wished he could kick him in the head, surged up again, and he slapped the tatama mat, glaring wide-eyed. You should have just slapped them then. Fugaku did not understand why Uchiha Waiki was so agitated, but he completely disagreed, filled with mockery. And then what? Become a rogue ninja and escape from Konoha? I told you, you're out of your mind. You risk becoming a rogue ninja for the villagers, to block the Nine Tails for the villagers. With this will of fire. Tell me, who would treat you as rogue ninjas? Who would dare to label you as rogue ninjas? Is it the root leader Danzo who obstructs you? Or the third Hokage who preaches the will of fire? Who among them would dare to say a word against you? Hearing Uchiha Waiki's earlier insults, Fugaku's eyes turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan from anger. But upon hearing the latter part about the will of fire, he was stunned. His expression was quite something. He didn't hear the latter part of the conversation because his mind went blank. Only one question kept asking himself. Yeah, why didn't I slap them back then? This thought kept repeating in his mind, almost 1,000 times in a second, making him unable to think of a reason. It seemed to validate Uchiha Waiki's words. I told you, you're out of your mind. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly flung open. What happened? Makoto's mother looked anxious. It was the first time she had seen Uchiha Waiki lose his temper. Uchiha Waiki's body stiffened, and he awkwardly knelt back down, placing his hands on his knees. I'm sorry, Mom. I got a bit carried away just now. He looked at Fugaku and said, Dad, I'm sorry, it's my fault. No, you're not wrong. You're right. I should have slapped them back then. Makoto's mother looked at Fugaku in shock. This brought Fugaku back to reality, somewhat dazed. The next second, his dark face turned slightly red, and he awkwardly shifted his gaze away. Uchieki. Makoto's mother covered her mouth and chuckled. You two continue your conversation. She happily closed the door, leaving this somewhat awkward father-son duo behind. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Uchiha Waiki felt restless and very uncomfortable. In the end, it was Fugaku, as the clan leader and father, who was a bit thicker-skinned, saying, according to your opinion, how should our Uchiha clan's attitude be moving forward? Should we do our utmost? Don't be too enthusiastic. That would give the impression of being the good guy who shows up immediately when something happens, selling favors, and it could also give the impression of being used, making the other party very happy. Such actions, when a relationship isn't established, would do more harm than good. Fugaku shifted his gaze somewhat sheepishly. The sudden silence made Uchiha Waiki's mouth twitch. No way, my father. Uchiha Waiki sighed inwardly, emphasizing, just act according to your true feelings. Gradually show that the villagers are in the second position in your heart. It's not too late now. I understand, Fugaku said. Then what about the vacant position of Hokage advisor? According to what you said, will the Uchiha not compete for it? This was a rare opportunity to enter the upper echelons. Well, Uchiha Waiki thought for a moment, paused his words, and said, forcing a struggle and using petty tricks is definitely not the way to go. However, if we can compete for it, the Uchiha clan situation will improve significantly, and you'll have a reason to start treating the villagers well. If possible, I will try my best to compete. Chapter 64. The nickname of Yangshu. Hearing these words, the heavy stone in Fuyue's heart was finally lifted. It seemed that Yangshu was still on the side of the Uchiha clan. The death of the third Hokage was a significant event, akin to the death of a top leader in a major country. Although this leader had been demoted to a guard, his former status as the highest leader had not changed, especially since he represented military power. It was equivalent to Konoha losing a formidable force. For Iwagakure, which sought a home outside the mountains, and Kyomogakure, which coveted Konoha's rich resources, this was a golden opportunity. However, the appearance of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, left them somewhat disappointed. At that moment, they received intelligence from a spy about a 12-year-old boy. Was he able to leave without injury after facing Orochimaru? Could he kill elite Jonin-level opponents in one strike? Inflict serious injury on the one-tail Shikaku in one hit? All this was attributed to his ability to infinitely unlock a forbidden technique. The 8 gates? Is this really something a 12-year-old boy can achieve? No. This time, we absolutely cannot tolerate it. If this boy is allowed to grow, what will become of Iwagakure, Kyomogakure, in the ninja world? He must be eliminated now. Instantly. They had only one goal, to cut off Konoha's future. At the very least, this boy who could infinitely use forbidden techniques must die. A few days had passed since the death of the third Hokage. Normally, the death of a Hokage was a major event. But the reputation of this third Hokage was so poor that not many people wanted to attend his funeral. Even if Narashikaku tried to cover it up by gathering many jonin for the memorial, the scale was still quite large, but the villagers still thought what they thought. In the practice field, in the very calm forest, there were bursts of sharp sounds like bullets hitting the trees. Narashikaku, dressed in black mourning clothes, appeared here. His gaze seemed to see through everything, and facing the empty forest, he spoke. Why don't you participate? Why should I? A masculine young man stepped out from the forest and calmly replied. This is the Hokage's funeral. I know you don't want to pretend anymore, but at least show some respect. Do you know why I want to become stronger? To protect the things that are important to me? That's one reason. And another is that I want to stop putting myself in a difficult position. So your current strength has reached a level where you don't have to put yourself in a difficult position anymore? Pretty much. You can go, Shikaku. I'm not interested in attending that disgusting funeral. Actually, I don't want to attend either. Shikaku sighed, sat down on the spot, and took out a bottle of alcohol to drink. So you came out under the pretense of finding me? That is part of the reason. Shikaku took a big gulp of alcohol, sighed, and said, You know, I always thought the third Hokage was a great Hokage who would sacrifice himself for the village. Even after those scandals were exposed, I still believed he was a good Hokage who would sacrifice his life for the village. But after hearing your words that day, I found myself unable to refute them. He really seems to be acting all the time, even deceiving himself. I've been insomniac these days, constantly asking myself, why isn't he in a hurry to find the fifth Hokage? Why didn't he delegate power even after the fourth Hokage took office? Why was he still alive after the fourth Hokage died in battle? Why did he let Orochimaru go? Why did he forgive Danzo, who tried to assassinate him? Why did the Sarutobi clan have thousands of ninjas? So many questions. But no matter how I think about it, they all point to one answer. Shikaka looked up at Uchiha Yangshu. Yangshu recalled Sarutobi Hiruzen and disdainfully said, because he is a selfish person. Others can't understand him because he acts so well that he even deceives himself. He doesn't even understand himself, let alone us. And that is his most disgusting aspect. Yeah, Shikaku sighed deeply, his gaze somewhat hazy as he looked at the horizon. He probably didn't even know what he was thinking. Uchiha Yangshu rudely interrupted him, saying, You didn't come here just to say these things to me, did you? No, that is part of the reason. After all, I can only say these things to you. Shikaku forced a smile. If those words were heard by others, I can't imagine the uproar it would cause. It seems there's another reason then? Yangshu asked. Well, the biggest reason is that a Wagakure and Kumogakure have their eyes on you, Yangshu. They have their eyes on me. Uchiha Yangshu fell in a deep thought. Shikaku stopped drinking. His earlier indulgence was enough. It was time for serious matters. A few seconds later, Uchiha Yangshu raised his head and smiled. It seems my deterrent power is not strong enough. Such thoughts are quite dangerous. What else can I do? Hand me over like that disgusting guy? Shikaku was at a loss for words. This was indeed something the third Hokage could do. After all, when the leader of the Kumogakure envoy had ulterior motives towards the Byakugan, he didn't pursue it at all to successfully sign a peace treaty. He didn't even provide any compensation to the Hyuga clan. If the Kumogakure envoy leader really managed to get into the Hyuga clan and commit suicide, the third Hokage might demand that they compensate Kumogakure instead. Thinking about this, Shikaku's perception of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who ordered Sarutobi Hiruzen to become the third Hokage, also became unfavorable. How blind must one be to choose such a person as Hokage? Shikaku gathered his thoughts again and said, In any case, unless something unexpected happens, war is about to begin. I want to know if you have any plans. What if I don't? If not, I hope you go to the border and use your tail whip technique to create a chasm as a deterrent. Well, that's a good method. Then I want to go look for the Raikage to fight. Shikaku sarcastically remarked. Can you even beat the fourth Raikage? 50-50. As long as someone can bring me back, it should be enough as a deterrent. Well, that method is also good. Let us consider it a second option. If it doesn't deter them, then it will be troublesome for you. The problems I cause aren't a trouble for me. Shikaku slightly nodded in response. He stood up, intending to leave, but he noticed small holes in the trees. What is this? A new technique. Those techniques are useless after one use. So these techniques can be reused? Ah. Well, Uchiha Yangshu looked at his fingers and toes, vaguely saying about 20 times, maybe. You still ask me about your techniques? Shikaku waved his hand speechlessly, leaving while saying, Come to the Hokage office in the afternoon. Beast Yangshu. Beast? That's the nickname they gave you. Shikaku walked farther away, his voice getting smaller. Uchiha Yangshu revealed a smile. He quite liked this nickname. Chapter 65. The Hidden Cloud and Rock's attempt to start a war Hokage's office. You've arrived. Yes, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Yangshu knelt on one knee. Why aren't you in disguise? Nara Shikaku asked. Yes, but I don't dislike you. Nara Shikaku was taken aback. The next moment, he seemed to realize something and looked a bit happy. I understand. He looked towards the door and said, come in. The door opened, revealing two figures. Yangshu, these are your teammates for this mission. Uchiha Yangshu saw a large and a small figure, one with a watermelon head and the other in a green jumpsuit, and was instantly stunned. He could understand the presence of Teacher Guy, but why was Lee also going? Although little Lee had opened the fifth gate, he didn't possess the tail-swinging power of Uchiha Yangshu, nor the recovery ability or immortality. He only had a body weaker than Yangshu's, and his strongest technique was merely the leaf whirl. Whether he could win against an elite jonin was still debatable. Just as Uchiha Yangshu was about to strongly object, little Lee spoke up. Yangshu, this is something Teacher Guy and I discussed together. Teacher Guy also said, Yangshu, I regretted my hesitation last time. This time, I won't let you get into danger. Hearing the determination in their words, Uchiha Yangshu felt a bit irritated and looked mournfully at Nara Shikaku. Their involvement could indeed act as a deterrent, but at the same time, it could also put them in danger. To ensure his own safety, should he let them fall into such a predicament? Uchiha Yangshu, who possessed immortality, couldn't do that. Nara Shikaku raised his hand in a gesture of surrender and said, they came to me. I initially wanted to send clan leader Fugaku and Hinata to accompany you. And you know, with Guy and Lee around, it wouldn't be hard to find out about them. Hiding them would only make them more dangerous and could lead to them being targeted for research on the Forbidden Eight Gates technique. Now, this is a good opportunity. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yangshu's irritated mood quickly calmed down as he began to think. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that what Shikaku said was indeed correct. If he didn't take this opportunity to reveal their existence, someone would definitely target them because of his strength. Making Teacher Guy and Lee his teammates was actually a beneficial strategy. It turned Uchiha Yangshu's deterrence into a combined deterrence with Teacher Guy and Little Lee. This not only increased the deterrent power, but also reduced the risk of them being coveted. It seems you've agreed? Nara Shikaku sighed in relief, showing a smile. Yes, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Now, tell me your plan. Between the land of lightning and the land of fire, there are several small countries. The land of Rice, home to the Sound Ninja Village. The land of Iron, which is neutral and dominated by samurai, and various other unknown small countries. Even as a great war looms, there are disparities among the small countries. Thus, the exposed land of Rice became the target for the land of Lightning's attack on Konoha. They stationed themselves at the border of the land of Rice, ready to move. The commander sent by the Hidden Cloud was Tsuchikage. He was a middle-aged man around 50, with a light beard and dressed neatly, resembling a well-groomed monk with one eye covered by an eye patch. However, as the chief examiner for the Reikage selection, his status was only second to the Reikage. With his ability to use lava release, his combat power was exceptional. At this moment, he was staring seriously at the man in the Konoha command position across from him, looking grave. He never expected Konoha would send him out. Beside him was seemingly the younger brother of the Hyuga clan leader. A cold, queen-like voice broke the silence. It belonged to a woman in her 20s with rice-colored straight hair, proud like a cat, and regal like a queen. She walked with a cat-like grace. Every movement was reminiscent of feline. The two tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni. Behind them stood a man and a woman. The woman, named Samui, was a cold beauty in the ninja world, comparable in figure to Tsunade. Her milk-white skin and sharp golden short hair enhanced her strong woman aura. Are they as powerful as Yujito? Asked a boy named Omoy, with white hair and brown skin, sucking on a lollipop. As a chunin, will I die? Will they target me for standing next to you? Should I not have come? Omoy clutched his head, speaking faster and looking increasingly terrified. Omoy, don't embarrass our Hidden Cloud village. Samui shouted sharply, making him tremble, but he stopped babbling. At least the fierce-eyed Fugaku had already made a name for himself over a decade ago. It was uncertain whether he had improved or regressed since then. Yujito, this war isn't as easy as we thought, one of the two tails remarked. And even if we manage to hold Tsuchikage back for a while, it won't be enough. The other added, unless they bring the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, from their village as well. Who is the opponent we face from the Rock Village? Do we have a chance? Tsuchikage asked. The two tails shook their heads, saying, it's one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, leading the charge. His summoning beast can hold back Jinchuriki, and his combat power is at least at the level of a Kage. So, the situation in the Rock Village is even more severe than ours. This made them somewhat displeased. Did they look down on our military power in the Hidden Cloud? But the next moment they were stunned. They saw the target of this war next to the fierce-eyed Fugaku, the fierce beast, Yangshu. Konoha actually dared to send him to the battlefield? Did they want him to die in exchange for ending the war? Sachikage and the Two-Tails smiled. This is very Konoha. Yangshu, be careful, Fugaku said solemnly. Uchiha Yangshu nodded and advanced alone amidst the thousands of ninja armies confronting each other. This made the thousands of cloud ninjas opposite him smile, and laughter rang out. Just as expected, very Konoha. Weak and easily bullied. But this time, we in the Hidden Cloud not only want to kill him, but also seize some of Konoha's resources. Ha ha ha. But the next second, a green energy suddenly enveloped the young man. His bronze skin began to flush, turning blood red. The calm boy's veins bulged, and he looked fierce. In an instant, it was as if the fierce beast sleeping within him had awakened. Terrifying chakra surged with the wind, wildly sweeping everything around. Boom! The ground cracked, trembling with a slight mournful sound. The thousands of cloud ninjas could no longer smile. Dust was kicked up, as if garbage was being swept away, excluded from Uchiha Yangshu's presence. In an instant, Uchiha Yangshu arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of rice. His gaze was like a pillar, his eyes glaring, calmly observing everyone, as if he were an unfathomable fierce beast. Truly fitting for his name, Omoi broke out in a cold sweat, looking at that figure, feeling as if his life were on the line, terrified to the point of immobility. At this moment, Samui, the Two-Tails, and Sachikage had no mind to pay attention to him. They stared intently at the boy in front of them. What terrifying chakra! At just 12 years old, he is already so formidable. They absolutely cannot allow him time to develop. He can't maintain this form for long. Though they said this, they had no idea what Konoha's purpose was in allowing him to stand out alone. Clearly, they could just let us kill him. Instead, he is going to use forbidden techniques. Does he want to increase the hatred towards Kumogakure and Konoha? Chapter 66. Konoha retreats, Kumogakure's dread amidst their frowns. They saw the boy leap high into the air, as if merging with the sunlight, his figure disappearing from view. In the next moment, their pupils constricted sharply. This aura is ancient fierce cold. It felt terrifying, as if it could devour them at any moment, far more horrifying than the boy's earlier presence. Could it be? This is the ferocious beast? In the next instant, they caught sight of a figure amidst the sunlight. Having encountered tailed beasts before, they found this figure not particularly large. Yet the strangeness of its body filled them with deep unease. Its skin was as solid as steel, with a grotesque lizard head, short, stout limbs, and a terrifyingly powerful tail, the end of which was as solid and heavy as a hammer. A tail? Suddenly they recalled something. According to intelligence, this boy had once used a tail whip from a tortoise beast to nearly annihilate a one-tailed Shikaku. Instantly, panic spread across their faces. But when they saw that the creature's tail was arched high and aimed not at them, but at the border, they breathed a sigh of relief, yet were filled with confusion. What exactly does he intend to do? In an instant, it felt like eternity. They watched as the creature seemed to face a challenge. Its powerful tail, a desperate strike, its eyes gleaming with excitement. In a flash, whoosh, it seemed as if space had been shattered. Silence enveloped everyone's ears. It felt as if they had gone deaf. A second later, Tsukadai's expression changed dramatically. Get down. In the next moment, a fierce gale rushed in. Whoosh! Mixed in were stones, trees, and dirt. Countless people dropped to the ground to evade the sudden storm. The more they touched the ground, the more they felt the earth's deafening wail. Boom! It was as if everything just now had suppressed their perception of the ground's tremors. At that moment, they felt a sense of dread. The earth was alive. Otherwise, how could there be such terrifying commotion? The gale quickly vanished. But when they looked up, they saw a straight line extending into the distance. A chasm at least 5 meters wide and several thousand meters long made countless Kumogakure shinobi swallow hard. They coveted Konoha's resources, but if Konoha was this strong, perhaps they could refrain from coveting. Silence fell over Kumogakure. Their faces were blank. This blankness was mirrored on Konoha's side as well. What kind of terrifying power is this? It could carve out such a horrific chasm at the border. Too strong. They did not know the depth of the chasm, but the Byakugan could see it. Bottomless, extending at least 1,000 meters. Terrifying. The commander congratulated. Hinata Hayashi, I'm envious, he said. This sentence seemed to unlock something. Roar, The excited roar of a beast echoed within Konoha's ranks. Countless pairs of eyes shone brightly as they gazed at the terrifying crack. With such powerful comrades, would we in Konoha still fear war? No, we will not. Want to fight? Then come and fight. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter emerged from Kumogakure. The ninjas of Konoha were stunned. Even those from Kumogakure were taken aback. They widened their eyes, staring at their commander, Tsukadai. Tsukadai did not hide his feelings. Laughing heartily, you actually want to use such a technique to intimidate, rather than a fight. Konoha truly is as soft as ever, naive. As his words fell, Tsukadai's demeanor turned sharp. The ferocious beast Yangshu is finished. Starting today, Konoha will be renamed Kumogakure. War has begun. Up! The Kumogakure forces all looked towards the boy who had already disappeared, instantly understanding Tsukadai's meaning. Immediately, they looked at the Konoha ninjas with mocking gazes. They had almost been intimidated. To think they tried to scare them with such a one-time gimmick? Originally, Konoha still had a chance. Now, here it's gone. Ha 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 ha. The Konoha ninjas grew tense, gripping their weapons, their gazes drifting towards Fugaku, with some blame. Yes, if it had been used for combat, it could have created a huge advantage for Konoha. Why use it for such naive intimidation? They felt somewhat unwilling. Thousands of Kumogakure warriors charged forward, raising clouds of dust. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if the scent of blood was about to erupt. But just as they charged forward a couple of steps, their smiles froze on their faces, especially Tsukadai. They stared intently at the large and small figures in green spandex with watermelon heads stepping out from behind Fugaku. Might Guy, Rock Lee. At that moment, their veins bulged, their skin reddened, and the scorching heat made those around them step back. Their bodies, like that boy, surged with green energy. This chakra was identical. Cold sweat broke out on Tsukadai's forehead as he shouted in panic. Stop. Actually, he didn't need to shout. Many people already wanted a halt. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed continuously. Although no one spoke, an anxious tension pervaded the atmosphere. They looked towards the Konoha camp with a hint of fear. That boy's single strike was so terrifying. Even if he was incapacitated, that blow was still frighteningly real. Now, there are still 2 more people on the opponent's side. This is madness. The purpose of declaring war is to plunder, not to seek death. Although, Lean Guy only used it for a moment before canceling. But just the sight of these 2 standing before the thousands of Kumogakure army made them involuntarily want to retreat. Because the terrifying chasm before them had already told them the outcome. Tsukadai's expression was exceptionally grim as he said, "Send word to the Raikage." Aside from the ferocious beast Yangshu, 2 more people possessed the same forbidden technique. Yes, the 2 armies once again reached a standoff, but it didn't last long. Only a few minutes before a boy stepped out. His appearance excited the Konoha ninjas, and they looked at the Kumogakure side with mockery. Meanwhile, the Kumogakure ninjas gulped nervously, cold sweat pouring down, their palms damp around their ninja tools. They couldn't help but glance at Tsukadai. Big brother, didn't you say he was incapacitated? How is he up and about again just a few minutes later? Tsukadai stared at him intently, trying to discern if he was just bluffing. Should I go test him? The 2 Yuzuki people inquired. At that moment, the masculine youth once again displayed blood-red skin, bulging veins, and green energy. The terrifying chakra emanating from him was ferocious and fearsome. This made Tsukadai's mouth, which had just opened, feel as if it were blocked, unable to utter a single word. Konoha retreat 5 miles. Uchiha Yangshu commanded. This sentence left the Kumogakure ninjas stunned. What does this mean? What exactly does Konoha want to do? Retreat 5 miles. Fugaku immediately ordered. The Konoha ninjas were unsure, but they could clearly see the situation before them. Undoubtedly, Konoha held the absolute upper hand. Therefore, the Konoha ninjas retreated without any hesitation. Soon, they retreated 5 miles away, leaving only Teacher Guy and Lee. At this moment, Uchiha Yenshu fixed his gaze on the thousands of cloud ninjas in front of him. Konoha had retreated 5 miles as a compromise to avoid war, but now, if the cloud ninjas did not withdraw from the land of rice, Konoha would consider it a declaration of war. Uchiha Yenshu stomped his foot on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked, shaking and moaning. Many ninjas were startled by the sudden tremor and hurriedly held onto nearby trees. They looked at the young man in front of them with a hint of fear. With the next step, I will kick it onto you. As the words fell, a burst of green energy erupted from Teacher Guy and Lee behind him. Chapter 67. Captain, please help me abolish the clan and branch family system. 2 astonishing chakras resonated with Uchiha Yangshu, which made the Cloud Ninja feel extremely fearful. They could guess that next time, it wouldn't just be Uchiha Yangshu acting alone, but 3 people attacking together. This situation made them unable to help but look towards their commander, Sukadai. Sukadai stared at Uchiha Yangshu and coldly said, "Retreat." Immediately, everyone from the Cloud Village breathed a sigh of relief. They hurriedly retreated, trying to escape Uchiha Yangshu's line of sight. However, Sukadai and the 2 Yuzuki did not move. Uchiha Yangshu quietly watched them. The atmosphere between the 2 sides remained tense, like a drawn sword, until Uchiha Yangshu could no longer sense the presence of the Cloud Ninja. Then he smiled and said, "Want to fight? Don't worry, I won't use that move." Sukadai glanced at Might Guy and Rock Lee behind Uchiha Yangshu, shook his head, and said, "There's no need. Are you afraid they will take you 2 away?" Uchiha Yangshu laughed. Konoha won't do such things that would provoke public anger. But since it's like this, forget it. If fate allows, we will meet again. The green energy around Uchiha Yangshu, the raised veins, and the blood-red skin disappeared. The 2 of them stared at Uchiha Yangshu's departing figure, their expressions grave. "Beasts! Yangshu, did they really retreat?" Little Lee asked anxiously. "They retreated. There's no need for them to fight us. It would be very disadvantageous. But should I also learn that move of yours? My physique is special and can barely handle it. Do you still want to use it? That would be asking for death, right?" Uchiha Yangshu replied irritably. "Lee, Yangshu is right. Even I can't use that kind of technique. But if they find out that I and Teacher Guy can't use those techniques, will it bring war to Konoha? If that's the case, Lee, would you betray the village to protect Konoha?" Betraying the village. Little Lee thought it meant sacrificing his life, but he didn't expect it to mean betraying the village. However, if betraying the village could save Konoha, it seems like it wouldn't be unacceptable. Seeing Little Lee lost in thought, Uchiha Yangshu revealed a smile. Although the Cloud Ninja retreated, Konoha did not relax its guard, still having Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi on watch just in case. Soon after, Uchiha Yangshu went to IWA Shinobi, repeating the previous operation. Similarly, IWA was also scared away. To prevent any accidents, Uchiha Yangshu stayed there for a few days. After all, they came from the land of grass, and the Grass Ninja village could be said to be his people. Although Yakushi Nanoyu could lead the Grass Ninjas to ambush them and ensure Konoha's victory, there was no need to expose themselves in this situation. Teacher Guy and Little Lee returned to the village. At this time, Itachi and Kisame arrived in the village and encountered Kurenai and Asuma. While the 2 were being bullied, Kakashi appeared and saved them. Soon after, Kakashi was pulled into Tsukuyami by Itachi and was brutally attacked. If it weren't for Guy's timely arrival, they would have suffered a crushing defeat. Itachi and Kisame left with smiles. Kakashi was then sent to the hospital. At this time, after confirming that IWA did not want to start a war, Jiraiya set out on a mission to find Tsunade, track down the Akatsuki organization related to Orochimaru, and help Naruto train. The next day, Sasuke, who learned of Itachi's whereabouts, hurried over. At this time, Akatsuki also began collecting tailed beasts, intending to capture the 9 tails first. Thus, Itachi found Naruto, and Sasuke chased after him. After many years, filled with hatred and believing he had become stronger, Sasuke rushed in with Chidori like a reckless youth. He was then brutally beaten by Itachi. Itachi did not let him go, but used Tsukuyami to bring Sasuke back to the night 6 years ago. Suddenly, Sasuke screamed in agony. Fortunately, Jiraiya appeared just in time to save Naruto and Sasuke. He summoned the giant toad from Iaboka Mountain, hoping to trap them, but Itachi burned a hole with Amaterasu and successfully escaped. Jiraiya's rescue this time was quite impressive. Unfortunately, Guy, who was following Sasuke, peeked in with his forehead protector, thinking they were enemies, and kicked the unsuspecting Jiraiya. However, Guy's arrival meant they didn't have to carry the unconscious Sasuke back to Konoha. So, they had Guy take Sasuke back to the village while Jiraiya and Naruto searched for Tsunade. At this time, Nara Shikamaru and Uchiha Yangshu were summoned by the acting Hokage Nara Shikaku in the Hokage office. Acting Hokage, Uchiha Yangshu knelt on one knee, following the custom of the Umbu. Shikamaru felt a bit awkward and troublesome, mimicking the single knee kneel, and called out, "Acting Hokage." Shikaku shook his head and said, "From today onwards, you too are Chunin." "Yes," Uchiha Yangshu replied. Shikamaru still felt a bit uncomfortable and responded, "Yes. Yangshu, you have intimidated the Cloud and IWA, so you were promoted from Chunin to Special Jonin." Uchiha Yangshu stared blankly at Shikaku. Shikamaru looked at Uchiha Yangshu with some confusion. Why did his attitude suddenly change? "What do you want to do?" Uchiha Yangshu asked. "Shikamaru, I hope you can continue in the Umbu, leading the team with me to form a squad." "For what purpose?" "Shikamaru, My dad wouldn't tell you. I hope you can become the Hokage's advisor or the Hokage's backup. Even the lazy Shikamaru was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly interrupted. Wait, can we talk about this outside? Shikamaru, the next era belongs to your generation. Shikamaru stared blankly. It was evident he was also calculated, and because the acting Hokage was his father, he was calculated even more severely. So you want to be backup, huh? Uchiha Yangshu said. Yes, that's fine. But if you leave Shikamaru with me, won't that suppress his talent? You will be tasked with extremely difficult missions. I see. Then who will the remaining teammates be? Come out. Uchiha Yangshu turned to look and was somewhat surprised. Hayashi, sir. Hayashi was currently wearing umbu attire. If it weren't for the bandage on his head, Uchiha Yangshu would not have recognized him. Hayashi, tell Yangshu. Yes. Hayashi looked at Uchiha Yangshu and sincerely bowed. I want to abolish the clan and branch family system. Please lend me your strength, Captain Yangshu. Uchiha Yangshu's mouth twitched. Abolishing the clan and branch family system, ISNT the issue. But this relates to the release of the caged bird. And the caged bird is related to the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan has the ability to activate the Rinnegan chakra mode, control the planet's trajectory, manipulate space, absorb chakra, control others' minds, give life to puppets, and summon the Tsutsuki Yumura stone statue, among other capabilities. Such a terrifying Rinnegan has two ways to obtain it. 1. Tsutsuki chakra, high purity Byakugan. A pile of white eyes gathers together to become a large Rinnegan. Chapter 68. Tsunade returns to the village. The Hyuga clan's main family and branch family system, in some ways, prevented the birth of large Rinnegan, significantly reducing the possibility of world destruction. Now, asking him to help abolish it? Sure, but what happens after it's abolished? What if someone discovers that Byakugan can merge? When the time comes to condense a large Rinnegan, whose will it be? Who wouldn't be envious of this large Rinnegan that can control the moon's collision? If one is not careful, everyone could be doomed. All right, you have half a day to arrange this, and tomorrow I will give you a mission. Shikaku sensed that something was off and started to rush people out. Uchiha Yangshu shot him a glare and angrily walked away. This made Hinata Hayashi's expression somewhat ugly and disappointed. Meanwhile, Shikamaru had completely turned into a dead fisheye. Whatever happens, happens. I'm just going to slack off. The two of them followed Uchiha Yangshu. Before long, they arrived at a training ground. Uchiha Yangshu turned to Hinata Hayashi. Lord Hayashi, just call me Hayashi, Captain. All right, Hayashi, I have a method, but you need to give me some time. What method? Suddenly, Hayashi seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, is it a method that doesn't involve killing? Hearing this, Shikamaru started shaking his head. If not imitating the Uchiha clan, what other method could there be? However, Uchiha Yangshu's answer was, indeed, there's no need to kill. Time always seems exceptionally short amidst the busyness. The tasks assigned by Shikaku were of average intensity for Uchiha Yangshu, a bit difficult for Hayashi, and very challenging for Shikamaru. By the end of the day, he was almost exhausted. However, because of this, he became increasingly proficient in the shadow imitation technique. He reduced his own movements to minimize the chakra needed to control his opponent. At the same time, he developed 3 common ways to instantly kill enemies after controlling them. 1. Poison needle, hidden in his mouth. He would spit it out at the moment of controlling the opponent, releasing the poison upon hitting the enemy. 2. Explosive tag, pre-buried explosive tags, controlling the opponent to step on them. 3. Shuriken, quickly retrieved from the tool pouch on his arm. If he encountered those 10 sound ninjas in the Chunin exams again, he would have an 80 chance of victory. Simultaneously, he diligently began practicing shadow stitching, allowing him to directly insert shadows into his enemies' bodies. Originally, he planned to practice the advanced technique of shadow imitation, shadow neck binding technique. Uchiha Yangshu complained, what is the use? Killing by strangling? Do you think this is a fight? At first, Shikamaru felt displeased upon hearing this. Shadow imitation technique, shadow neck binding technique, shadow stitching. This is a step-by-step progression. But after thinking it over carefully, he felt it made sense. After all, ninja battles are urgent, and there is no time to slowly strangle someone to death. So, he jumped straight to learning shadow stitching. He had no choice. After all, he still wanted to save face. When teaming up with Ino and Choji, everyone was so weak that his weakness was not particularly noticeable. In fact, due to his intelligence, he often contributed significantly. He felt relatively comfortable back then. Now, in Yangshu's team, he was just a burden. In terms of strength, ninjutsu, perception, tracking, and experience, he was lagging behind. The only advantage of his sharp mind didn't he have much time to shine. Battles often only have a moment to decide how to act. The Umbu were even colder and more ruthless than he imagined. As a result, he gained tremendous growth. Ino and Choji also witnessed his growth. Not wanting to fall behind, they began diligently training their clan's secret techniques. Meanwhile, after feeling powerless in front of Itachi, Sasuke trained tirelessly in Chidori every day. Sakura, due to Naruto's departure and Sasuke's training, dove headfirst in a medical ninjutsu during her free time, and it was said she had already learned the chakra scalpel. Shino, having learned the insect jar technique, continued to control and evolve the parasites on his body while also frantically stealing techniques from Gaara and the 4th Kazekage. As his teammates, Kiba and Hinata naturally did not want to fall behind and also began to train hard. Meanwhile, Lee, after witnessing Uchiha Yangshu's strength at the border, continued his relentless training as usual. As for Niji, having his father and Shikamaru as teammates, with Yangshu as the captain, was a significant blow to him. This drove him to train even more frantically, sharpening his chakra during acupuncture and becoming stronger. Such intense training also caused various hidden injuries to appear on his body, leading Uchiha Yangshu to help him adjust his condition. Both teammates were similarly motivated, and Tenten, skilled in ninja tools and space ninjutsu, set her sights on the Flying Thunder God technique. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were still in power, she, as a civilian, would have had no opportunity at all. Even her captain, might Guy, wouldn't have had a chance to approach it. But now that it was Shikaku managing things, he understood just how difficult it was to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Rather than saying that people are looking for ninjutsu, it's more accurate to say that this ninjutsu is looking for people. Thus, under the guarantee of Teacher Guy, Tenten was placed under a seal technique, prohibiting her from teaching it to others, and she successfully obtained the chance to study this ninjutsu. She locked herself in her room all day, occasionally exclaiming, "I got it," giving the impression that she was making good progress. However, it had already been over a month since she started, and it was hard to feel that progress was genuinely good. During this month, Jiraiya and Naruto found Tsunade and bet with her that they would learn the Rasengan within a week. If successful, she would return to be Hokage. At the same time, Orochimaru, under the condition of resurrecting Dan Kato, wanted Tsunade to help him heal his hands. But in the end, Tsunade refused. Orochimaru planned to force Tsunade to help him treat his hands by taking advantage of her blood phobia. Fortunately, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Shizen arrived in time to stop them. Jiraiya confronted Orochimaru. Shizen was not much of a fighter, so Naruto faced off against Kabuto. Even though he had learned the A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan, he was still no match for Kabuto and was seriously injured. In a life-and-death crisis, Tsunade overcame her blood phobia, treated Naruto, and successfully repelled Orochimaru and Kabuto. Jiraiya, Naruto, Tsunade, Shizune, and a pig named Tuntun returned to Konoha together. There wasn't much of a welcoming ceremony. Most people on the road didn't recognize her, but many ninjas over 30 froze upon seeing her. Lady Tsunade. Is that really Lady Tsunade? Has she returned? But she looks so young. Is it really Lady Tsunade? The old ninjas who had seen Uzumaki Mito were very certain. That is indeed Lady Tsunade, because they had seen the diamond-shaped seal on Mito's forehead, which was identical, Ian's sealing. In the Hokage office, countless jonin gathered together, looking at this woman who appeared to be only in her 20s, with an exceptional figure and radiant skin, and they all spoke in unison. "Welcome back, Lady Tsunade." This scene made Naruto, who was following behind, wide-eyed with excitement. This feeling is really nice. But the next second, he saw Uchiha Yangshu's calm gaze and immediately shrank back. Tsunade glanced around and boldly said, "There are quite a few new faces. For example, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai, etc." In particular, she noticed two 12-year-old boys inside, one of whom stood in front of Rito, catching her attention. Chapter 69, High-Level Voting, Fayake elected Riku. "Why don't you just become Hokage directly?" Tsunade said casually to the man in front of her. "Tsunade-sama, please don't joke around." Yes. Tsunade helplessly sat down in the Hokage's seat and looked at everyone. "So, what do you need me to do?" "Next, they will notify the daimyo that you will become the 5th Hokage and post an announcement today, which will spread throughout Konoha in 3 days. During this time, you need to prepare a script, understand the ceremony steps, memorize the speech. After that, you need to carve the stone tablet, understand the village's income and expenses, be clear about each department, know the key ninjas, and receive the envoy from Sunagakure." Tsunade, who was previously carefree, suddenly froze. As Riku continued to talk, she started to shiver. Is it too late for me to regret it now?" "Tsunade-sama, please don't joke. Riku said seriously. Yes. The people in the Hokage office were just there to lend some support and get familiar with the new Hokage. The rest of the task needed Riku to slowly teach Tsunade. A few days later, the news of Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, inheriting the position of the fifth Hokage spread throughout the village, making Konoha suddenly festive, comparable to New Year's celebrations, bustling and lively. Everyone was excited about the arrival of the new Hokage. However, aside from Konoha, other villages were gnashing their teeth. Before Tsunade arrived, they from the Cloud and Rock villages planned to join forces to attack Konoha, but they were deterred by a kid. Now, another shadow-level combat power has appeared. How infuriating! Why does Konoha have so many geniuses? For the high-ranking ninjas in the village, they began to worry about what would happen next. For example, the positions of Hokage's assistant and advisor. At this moment, Uchiha Waiki faced another choice. In light of the upcoming high-level personnel changes, your choice is 1. Help Uchiha join the high ranks. Reward. Increase in physical strength by 2 cards. 2. Remain indifferent. Reward is an Aji. He pondered for a few seconds and chose 1. Because this is what Uchiha deserved. In the conference room, Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, Anko Mitarashi, Shiho Yamanaka, Kade Ichi, Choji Kimichi, Nara Riku, Hinata Hizashi, Hinata Hayashi, Uchiha Faike, Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Waiki, Yamato Jiraiya. Dozens of high-ranking ninjas gathered together just to vote for the Hokage's assistant and 2 advisors. As the youngest Uchiha Waiki, he undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. The Beast Waiki. This is the Beast Waiki. Impressive, only 12 years old and already a special Jonin. The younger brother of the Hyuga clan leader is under him. It's hard to imagine he created those 2 bottomless abysses at the border. Whispers came through, and Makoto shot a reproachful glance at Uchiha Waiki. You didn't tell me anything. Although she knew, there was a big difference between hearing it from her son and hearing it from others. Uchiha Waiki awkwardly averted his gaze. At this moment, Nara Riku, who was sitting next to Tsunade in the main seat, clapped his hands. Clap, clap. After attracting everyone's attention, Riku spoke. We will now begin the voting for 1 Hokage assistant and 2 Hokage advisors. Each high-ranking ninja can cast 1 vote and recommend a candidate. I will go first. I recommend Uchiha Waiki for the position of Hokage assistant. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Nara Riku, then turned to look at Uchiha Waiki, then back at Nara Riku. Their little heads were filled with big question marks. But upon recalling the missions Waiki's team had completed over the past 2 months, and the fact that there was actually Hinata Hizashi among Waiki's team members, they suddenly realized something. This Uchiha Waiki, besides his formidable strength, had some secrets they didn't know. And this secret made Riku unable to help but want Uchiha Waiki to become the Hokage assistant. Wow. Upon discovering this, everyone widened their eyes and stared intently at Uchiha Waiki, as if they wanted to see through something. Uchiha Waiki shot a glance at Riku. Under everyone's gaze, he stood up and said, Thank you for your kindness, Rikidano, but I must decline. By the way, I recommend Uchiha Faike for the position of Hokage advisor. Everyone was stunned, looking at Faike with a confused expression. Didn't we agree that we can't force this? I'm not prepared at all. Many high-ranking ninjas gathered here to vote, but those votes had already been decided. This meant that 1 Hokage assistant and 2 Hokage advisors already had candidates. According to his intelligence, no one was contending for the Hokage assistant position, as it was Riku's by common consensus, and no one could snatch it away. As for the Hokage advisor positions, Asuma Sarutobi and Hinata Hizashi were constantly competing, especially Asuma, who was probably pushed forward by the Sarutobi clan, wanted to create a second Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hinata Hizashi was pushed by the Hyuga clan. Their reasoning was simple. How can the strongest clan in Konoha not have someone in the high ranks? In addition to these 2, there were also 2 others recommended by many high-ranking ninjas, Jiraiya and Kakashi Hitaki. However, neither of them actively sought to compete. Jiraiya even went to warn them not to vote for him. As for Kakashi, he didn't have many votes, most of which were out of guilt for the wrongful death of Hitaki Tsukumo. But if nothing unexpected happened, the 2 Hokage advisors would likely emerge from Asuma Sarutobi, Hizashi Hinata, and Jiraiya. However, an unexpected event did occur. All the votes from the Hyuga clan unexpectedly went to Uchiha Faike. This left everyone in the room dumbfounded. Everyone in the village knew that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were at odds, so why did they vote for each other? This move directly made Uchiha Faike the confirmed Hokage advisor. Even he himself was baffled. It was too sudden. He hadn't prepared at all. The second Hokage advisor, Jiraiya, was elected. Everyone had many shadows regarding the Sarutobi clan holding high positions, so no one was willing to vote for Asuma Sarutobi. This seemed to make Asuma let out a huge sigh of relief. As for the Hokage assistant position, with the Inoshikacho trio voting for Uchiha Waiki, Nara Riku narrowly won, becoming the Hokage assistant. This scene did not allow Uchiha Waiki to breathe a sigh of relief. Hokage assistant, we need to have a good talk later. How dare you scheme against me? Nara Riku sighed. His plan was quite good. It should have been Uchiha Waiki narrowly winning and then being forced to become the Hokage assistant. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Faike received a lot of support, causing many people to change their votes at the last minute. The reason was simply to prevent another Uchiha from becoming a Hokage assistant. Chapter 70, it's time to take action against that person. In the end, he still fell one step behind Uchiha Yenshu. If he had known that Uchiha Yenshu wanted to recommend Fugaku as an advisor to the Hokage, he would have been at a loss. After all, no one wants to see two Uchiha among the higher-ups. With Fugaku, there can't be Yenshu. The votes from the Hyuga clan are too crucial. Sigh. The voting has ended. Leaving the conference room, everyone felt much more relaxed, as if they had just finished a battle. Many people lingered to congratulate the newly elected Uchiha, Fugaku, in Nara Shikaku. As for Jiraiya, with that sour face, no one dared to approach him. But Uchiha Yenshu dared. Lord Jiraiya, although you are now the Hokage advisor, please do not engage in peeping behavior in the village. You wouldn't want the third Hokage's telescope technique to be exposed, would you? Jiraiya widened his eyes. He never expected this Uchiha brat to know the true use of the telescope technique. The third Hokage's reputation was already tarnished. If this matter were to... Damn! Shikaku followed behind Uchiha Yenshu and arrived at the training ground. Looking at the holes in the surrounding tree trunks, he shivered a bit. Don't worry. I'm not interested in beating you. Shikaku, I'm really sorry for being weak. However, this statement did make him feel a bit more at ease. Shikaku, I don't dislike you, but if you plot against me again, even if what you're plotting about isn't of much concern to me, I will still be angry. What will happen if you get angry? Do you know what rebellious phase is? Oh, you tell him to go east, he goes west, you tell him to kill. He protects, you tell him to protect Konoha. Shikaku couldn't listen anymore and hurriedly said, all right, I got it. I will absolutely never plot against you again. I hope you understand, I'm not joking. I know, I'm sorry this time. Shikaku bowed at a 90-degree angle. Seeing this, Uchiha Yenshu's expression softened a bit. All right, I forgive you this time. Shikaku breathed a sigh of relief and once again felt the trouble that Uchiha Yenshu brought. However, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. He could endure it, even willingly. Now, he had a question. Can you tell me why the Hyuga clan voted for Fugaku? You created your own trouble, and you don't know? Uchiha Yenshu looked at him speechlessly. Hizashi. He widened his eyes. You solved it so quickly? It's not that hard. The branch and main family system has been in place for over 60 years without being resolved. And you say it's not hard? You can change your thinking. None of this matters. What's important is that I think we could take action now. Take action? Suddenly, Shikaku thought of a middle-aged man with a bandaged eye in hand, his pupils constricting. You mean? Yes, now is the perfect opportunity to take action. He would never expect the new Hokage to act against him right away. Shikaku pondered, getting more excited the more he thought. This is great. 1. We can kill the chicken to scare the monkey. 2. We can establish the Hokage's integrity. 3. We can punish those who deserve it. Uchiha Yenshu glanced at him and said, all you do is plot against those close to you. After saying that, he left. Shikaku's smile froze on his face. I. Shikaku looked at his back, opened his mouth, but still couldn't say the words. I am not the one who is being arrogant. At Fugaku's home. Yenshu, Fugaku is waiting for you in the study, Mikoto said happily. Okay, Mom. Uchiha Yenshu replied, by the way, where's Sasuke? Sasuke, Mikoto shook her head. Seeing this, Uchiha Yenshu could only comfort her. He will come back. Itachi will eventually tell him everything, just like I did before. Mikoto gently hugged Uchiha Yenshu and said, I understand. You should hurry to the study. Sasuke is definitely fine, I promise. Mikoto smiled. Seeing this, Uchiha Yenshu also felt at ease as he went to the study. Knock knock. Come in. The voice of Fugaku came from inside. Entering the study, Uchiha Yenshu could clearly see Fugaku's unable to hold back smile. Even though he was kneeling, he couldn't suppress his joy. Uchiha Yenshu knelt down. Dad, do you have something you want to ask? Fugaku reined in his smile, and his expression instantly became much more serious. I want to know why the Hyuga clan voted for me. I helped them establish a curse seal technique to replace the main and branch family system. What does that mean? Fugaka didn't quite understand. Uchiha Yenshu explained. The branch family of the Hyuga clan needs to be placed under a curse seal called Caged Bird, which prevents the branch family from dying and there be a Kugan for being taken. Meanwhile, the main family has the ability to command the branch family. To achieve this, I researched the Caged Bird curse seal and enhanced it, adding a small curse seal called Gate of Freedom, which allows them to be free from the control of the main family and protects their Byakugan from being taken. At the same time, it can also eliminate the fatal weakness of only being able to see 359 degrees due to the Caged Bird. This Uchiha Yenshu did not tell Fugaku, fearing that the more he knew, the more arrogant he would become, thinking everything was under his control. Then why hasn't the main family taken action? Fugaku's brow furrowed even more. During this time, the Hyuga clan has remained as quiet as ever. It doesn't seem like such a big event has happened, because Hizashi and Hizashi have given the main family a new curse seal called Unlocked Cage, which combines Caged Bird and Gate of Freedom. Once someone dies, it will destroy the Byakugan just like the Caged Bird, so the Hyuga clan will no longer have a main and branch family system, and the Byakugan will no longer flow out. Hearing this, Fugaku became a bit excited. So can our Uchiha clan use this curse seal? Many people covet our Sharingan. If we have this curse seal, the Uchiha clan could be much safer. Yes, but will our Uchiha clan be powerless to prevent bloodline leakage like the Hyuga clan? No. Fugaku seemed to be hit by a bullet to the head, becoming stiff for a moment. He was a bit dazed and disappointed in himself, because the Uchiha would come back to reclaim it, scare the others, make them tremble, standing on the corpses of those who covet it, tell everyone, the Sharingan is your taboo. Even if it's just sitting there, anyone who dares to reach out will die. Therefore, he felt very disappointed in the weakness of his previous thoughts. After this disappointment, he began to feel a bit afraid. Yenshu, should I step down? Sarutobi Hizashi was also a former ninja hero, although he looked down on him. It was because of that disdain that he feared walking down the same path. Chapter 71. Konoha's new life plan with me watching by the side. I believe you are not old. You're just overthinking because you are about to become the Hokage's advisor, coupled with the precedent of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which makes you a bit worried. Uchiha Yenshu said. Fugaku nodded at his words. You worked hard, Yenshu. Dad, do you have any other questions? Uchiha Yenshu thought Fugaku would ask him why he refused to become the Hokage's assistant or what his relationship with Nara Shikaka was. But Fugaku shook his head and said, You've grown up. Some things, as long as you think them through, just go ahead and do them. If you need me, just say the word. Well then, what do you think about the plan to besiege Danzo? Fugaku. Jiraiya. Hey, what are you two talking about? Tsunade yelled at Fugaku and Jiraiya. But the two of them, one already aware of the plan to besiege Danzo, and the other held in check by the long-range telescope technique, both averted their eyes somewhat guiltily. This made Tsunade even more upset. Smack! She slammed the table and looked at Shikaku. Who is the Hokage here, him or me? Tsunade-sama. Danzo is a plague to Konoha. Yenshu will be one of the combatants. I believe he qualifies to be part of this meeting, Shikaka said. But he is only 12 years old. Tsunade's words were interrupted by Uchiha Yenshu. Tsunade-sama. I believe you've seen the great snake of the 10,000 snakes. Is the scar on its tail still there? Instantly, Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyes widened. That day, the great snake faced off against the two huge summoning beasts, Toad Boss and Snail. Generally, it should have been evenly matched, but unexpectedly, the great snake was beaten badly. Later, they discovered that it was actually injured. The terrifying scar on its tail seemed as if it had been kicked by some horrific entity, even breaking bones. If such an injury had occurred in another place, the great snake would have already died. And that terrifying injury was actually related to the boy in front of them? It seems I need to introduce myself. Uchiha Yenshu stood up and said, although it may sound a bit arrogant, I believe you have heard my name. I am the Beast Yenshu, with a bounty of 50 million Ryo. The Beast Yenshu. You are the Beast Yenshu. The two were somewhat surprised. They had heard of him, but hadn't investigated in detail, not realizing that the Beast Yenshu, who nearly triggered a war, was actually a child. However, it made sense. How could those people tell the bounty hunters that their target was a child? After all, children grow stronger the fastest, and information can easily become outdated. Tsunade-sama, didn't you say you memorized all the important ninjas in the village? Shikaka said helplessly. Ahaha. Tsunade laughed awkwardly. Memorized? She hadn't even flipped through them. However, after this incident, she decided she needed to review them to avoid further embarrassment. The kids nowadays are really scary. They're already this strong at just 12 years old. Then, regarding the plan to take down Danzo, I believe no one opposes it, right? No. Shikaka said. No. Fugaku said. No. Jiraiya said. Achimepiachi. No. Tsunade said. Since that's the case, let's proceed with the plan. First, 2 days later, 10 kilometers outside Konoha. Beneath a rock was a pitch-black underground base. A sinister middle-aged man with a bandaged eye and a missing arm sat in the main seat. In front of him, 2 root members knelt on one knee. Lord Danzo, the Wagakure and Kumogakure have agreed. Orochimaru has requested that Uchiha Yenshu's corpse be handed over to him for experimentation. Danzo grunted, his voice low. What about that faction? Any response? They said that as long as we help them capture 2-tailed beasts, they can offer conditions to collaborate with us to attack the village and carry out the Konoha New Life Plan. The Konoha New Life Plan was the most important scheme Danzo had been plotting during this time, utilizing a Wagakure and Kumogakure to start a war, restraining Konoha, and weakening its combat strength. At this time, they could take the opportunity to capture the tailed beast from a Wagakure and Kumogakure, creating chaos, allowing Konoha to gain an advantage on the battlefield, so they could pursue victory. The captured tailed beasts could then be exchanged for Akatsuki's help to attack Konoha. Once they killed Tsunade, he would then eliminate Akatsuki, become the hero of the village, and ascend to the position of the 6th Hokage. Although the village would suffer heavy losses, for the sake of Konoha's rebirth, any sacrifice would be worth it. Now, he just needed 1 month to complete his arrangements. As if seeing himself wearing the Hokage robe, standing atop the Hokage building in the future, a rare smile appeared on his dark face. Good, bring Uchiha Yenshu to me. Yes. At this moment, suddenly, a young figure burst in. The 2 root members immediately shielded Danzo, holding their short swords and sharpening their gazes. Who? The boy stepped out of the darkness into a faint light, revealing his black short hair and masculine features. He smiled at the seated Danzo. Weren't you supposed to capture me? I'm here now. What are you so nervous about? Uchiha Yenshu. The pupils of the 2 root members contracted. The target had actually come to them, and they realized it. But perfect, they could immediately complete Lord Danzo's task. The 2 revealed cold smiles and rushed forward with their short swords. But in the next second, Bayu, 2 faint sounds echoed in the pitch-black underground base, sounding somewhat eerie. Especially the sudden motionless appearance of the 2 root members made Danzo frown. He took a step back and shouted, What did you do? Uchiha Yenshu looked at the fingers piercing their foreheads, smiling as he watched his fingers rapidly heal, squinting his eyes and saying, You will experience it soon. In an instant, a massive chakra erupted from Uchiha Yenshu's body, green energy vividly manifesting in the dark underground base, as if hellfire enveloped a red-skinned, veiny demon, terrifying and eerie. Chapter 72. Who is the truly evil clan? Gulyalu. Danzo's pupils dilated, cold sweat dripped uncontrollably, and he continuously retreated until he crashed against the wall and fell to the ground. In an instant, Uchiha Yenshu's figure vanished. Whoosh! A wild wind rose. Wait! Danzo exclaimed in terror. Suddenly, Uchiha Yenshu appeared right in front of him and stopped. Would release, violent gun tree. Danzo's arm instantly sprouted a gigantic tree, resembling a massive spear, attacking the standing Uchiha Yenshu. He laughed maniacally, but in the next second, his smile froze. He looked down in disbelief at his chest. A foot had already crushed his heart, piercing through and landing on the ground. Cough! Blood was coughed out, and he unwillingly closed his eyes, his entire body becoming weak. Uchiha Yenshu turned to leave. In the next moment, the cursed seal slithered like a snake, quickly climbing on the ground, eerily. Just as it was about to crawl onto Uchiha Yenshu's foot, he transformed into a gust of wind and instantly vanished. Danzo, hiding in the corner, had a dark expression. His self-imposed curse seal had failed. He even used Izanagi, sacrificing one of his Sharingan, and still failed. It was as if his secrets were completely seen through. What on earth is happening? Is our Uchiha's Izanagi not effective? On the other side, surrounded by green energy, Uchiha Yenshu appeared. Danzo stared intently at Uchiha Yenshu. In the next moment, without warning, wind release. Vacuum wave. Waves of wind blades, like sickles, invisibly attacked, covering the entire underground base. Swish, 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 the ground seemed like tofu, crazily breaking apart. In an instant, it reached Uchiha Yenshu, about to slice him into pieces. Uchiha Yenshu pushed with his feet. Boom! The ground shattered, debris flying. It felt as if an earthquake had struck. Danzo crouched down, gripping the ground, looking up at the dust and mist in front of him. The wind quickly blew away the dust, revealing a rough pit, with stones continuously falling. This underground base seemed on the verge of collapse, with rocks continuously dropping, rumbling like a natural disaster. Danzo immediately took a deep breath. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Instantly, A high-pressure wind ball was unleashed, destroying everything above. Breaking through the ceiling, it appeared in the forest above, shredding the green leaves. Sunlight shone down, landing on Danzo in the pit. In the next moment, Bayou. A sharp sound left no chance for resistance. It pierced through Danzo's head, blood splattering, entering the underground and causing the ground to tremble slightly. Everything seemed to calm down, but the young man stood beside the huge pit, smiling as he said, "Stop hiding. You must have taken the eyes of the Uchiha clan members that Itachi killed when he defected, at least 10 of them." As if exposed, Danzo's figure appeared opposite the young man. His face was as dark as dog feces, staring fiercely at Uchiha Yenshu. "Why? Why is everything known? Why? Who the hell are you?" "Me? I just want to seek justice for the Uchiha." "Seek justice for the Uchiha?" Danzo seemed to have heard a joke, laughing heartily. "That evil clan actually has the face to seek justice? Ha ha! Oh, so according to you, the Senju of the forest established the village with the Uchiha out of fear of their strength, because they couldn't win. So they deliberately set up an evil lie that even the evil Uchiha would believe? What do you mean?" Danzo's voice turned extremely cold. "So the Senju of the forest, who can calculate the evil Uchiha, is the most evil, a race more evil than the Uchiha. And you, as the apprentice of the evil Senju of the forest, as a remnant of the Senju, I, as a member of the Uchiha, am now here for love and peace, to represent justice and eliminate you, the remnants of the most evil race," Uchiha Yenshu said with a smile. Danzo's face turned red. That's nonsense. These are sacrifices made for Konoha." Uchiha Yenshu didn't expect him to still be talking back without attacking. He suddenly laughed. "The dragon-slaying hero has become the evil dragon, but this evil dragon is different. It cannot be killed. Even if it kills and burns, committing all sorts of evil, it cannot be killed because it once killed an evil dragon." After saying that, Uchiha Yenshu laughed even louder. "Ha ha ha ha. You once sacrificed your teacher for Konoha, so even if you kill and burn, committing all sorts of evil, causing the death of Konoha's White Fang, assassinating the third Hokage, blocking the Uchiha, and causing many villagers to be unable to be saved on the Night of the Nine Tails. This is all justified because Konoha owes you. What about your teacher? Is he your possession? Your thing?" Uchiha Yenshu became furious. Boom! The ground cracked, and mournful cries echoed. "You think the Uchiha is evil, so you sacrifice your subordinates? Let them go to their deaths, and then you, high and mighty, gain everything after their sacrifice? Who do you think you are? An underground emperor? No, you're just a dog. A foolish dog that met a foolish emperor. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen being spineless, you would have been castrated long ago." Danzo clenched his fists, trembling all over, gritting his teeth. "Uchiha Yenshu." Uchiha Yenshu continued speaking. "You think you're great? You can control the ninja world? You're thinking too highly of yourself. You're just a dog. Your master gave you a bone, and you think it's because your master can't bite it that he gave it to you. So you think you're stronger than your master. Haha, you're just trash. Pure trash. Dog trash." Uchiha Yenshu could continue, but Danzo couldn't hold back any longer. "Uchiha Yenshu, die for me." The astonishing roar, the rumbling of the ground, and the intense collision sounds erupted, but not far away. Fugaku, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Tsunade were all in their minds, constantly echoing Uchiha Yenshu's words, looking at each other. They couldn't help but look at Kakashi, their eyes seeming to say, "Did you recommend him as an advisor to the Hokage because you thought he was so eloquent?" Even Danzo, known as the darkness of Konoha, was driven to madness by his words. They even felt that Uchiha Yenshu was right, and the seemingly real rumors about the Uchiha clan became ridiculous. The fact that the two clans built Konoha together is undeniable. So, if the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, said the Uchiha clan was an evil clan, then what does that make the Senju of the forest? If the Uchiha is evil, why did they still establish Konoha together? Even if the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, were present, there were still many ways to stop the cooperation, such as killing the Uchiha clan and creating conflicts between the two clans. But in the end, they still established Konoha with the Uchiha, which shows that the Senju of the forest either sincerely invited the Uchiha to build Konoha, wanting to live in peace, or had malicious intentions, deceiving the Uchiha, wanting to annex the Uchiha clan. Even the evil Uchiha was deceived, the Senju of the forest, even if they were dragon-slaying heroes. But such despicable means of victory, in anyone's eyes, is more evil than the Uchiha. Who is the truly evil clan? Chapter 73, Danzo's Death, the higher UPS embarrassment strangely. Dujio and the others all looked at Tsunade. "Tsunade, what are you all looking at me for? I didn't say that. It was all Elder Second who said it. This is a personal action. It has nothing to do with the Senju clan. Jiraiya and Dujio lower their heads. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them. However, Fugaku's expression was a bit strange. After all, he was the leader of the Uchiha clan. How could he not find such a huge flaw to attack? While rumors spread in the village that the Uchiha clan was an evil clan, he spent every day thinking about how to get his clansmen to compromise, smiling and facing the villagers, hoping for mutual understanding, hoping the village would understand the Uchiha. Now that he thought about it, he felt so foolish that he couldn't face anyone. Recalling how Uchiha Yasuke had recently scolded him about being insane during the Nine-Tails night, he realized how disgraceful his image must be in Yasuke's mind. If only Yasuke knew, it would be one thing. But once such matters were spoken out loud, and slightly involved him, the entire village would know, and he wouldn't be able to face anyone. Suddenly, he felt like crying. Why was I so naive? Even more innocent than a 3-year-old. So embarrassing. Dujio seemed to sense something and patted Fugaku's shoulder with a bit of sympathy. If his son Shikamaru was as clever and had been standing by watching him make foolish moves, he would also be too ashamed to face anyone. The only one who had control over his dark secrets was actually his own son, and just saying it would let others know. That was truly humiliating. These words must never get out, Tsunade said seriously. Agreed. Fugaku immediately supported this. He didn't want to die socially. Even if he knew his clansmen had done many wrong things, at least let him save face and step down. Now he truly understood his mistake. Dujio non-committally said, agreed. Then I agree too, Jiraiya said with a smile. Watching the show was the most fun. However, upon thinking about how Uchiha Yasuke knew the true use of the telescope technique, his expression darkened, and he began to complain about the already infamous third Hokage. Politically, it was already full of dirt. If more personal scandals were exposed, Konoha would likely completely detest Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing him as a stain on Konoha and desperately wanting to sever all ties with him, denying that Konoha ever had such a person. Although he was also dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions, Jiraiya still hoped not to see that scene. The four of them sighed in unison. Sigh. It was like throwing a mess into their laps. Just thinking about having to patch up this mess that was practically ready to be discarded gave them headaches. But their hearts began to grow very vigilant about one thing. They absolutely could not become like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the others. Having them on the disgrace pillar was enough. In the forest, the wind howled and the ground cried out. Decades-old trees were uprooted. The solid ground crumbled into chunks. Amidst the dust and mist, intense sounds of collision could be heard. A figure enveloped in green energy, although only one, 6 meters tall, was madly beating Danzo, who was 7 meters tall. Danzo's hidden methods were all exposed. Would release, sealing techniques, Sharingan. But for Uchiha Yasuke, who had opened the 6th gate, he was simply no match. He didn't know how many times he had been killed by Uchiha Yasuke, but the battle had already reached the 11th minute. On his right arm, which had cells from the first Hokage Senya Hashirama implanted, 10 blood-red Sharingan had already closed. Only the Sharingan on his right remained open. This Sharingan was not Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami. That I had long been retrieved by Fugaku after the night of the massacre 6 years ago and was preserved somewhere. If it weren't for that, Danzo definitely couldn't have lived so easily these past few years. Bayu, Uchiha Yasuke's fingers shot out like bullets. The air didn't even have time to react before it was pierced through, producing a loud sonic boom. Swish! It fell into Danzo's mind. Immediately after, it penetrated through. Pooh! A mixture of red and white liquid sprayed out. Danzo's figure vanished. At this moment, they reached the 12th minute. Uchiha Yasuke turned around, looking at Danzo under the large tree behind him. His right eye, the last Sharingan, also closed. The over 50 Danzo now showed some signs of aging. It was as if all the energy in his body had been drained, his ribs becoming visible, his back hunched, cold sweat pouring down. He hurriedly turned his head, turning his back to Uchiha Yasuke, stumbling away. I can't die. I haven't become Hokage yet. I still have many plans to complete. I can't die. I can't die. Hokage. Hokage. He reached out his hand as if trying to grasp something. Bayu, Uchiha Yasuke's toes shot out like bullets. In an instant, they pierced through his head. His whole body stiffened. Crack, like a human-shaped cardboard cutout, falling down. Lifeless, motionless. Uchiha Yasuke saw this and smiled. Another day of protecting the ninja world. At this moment, Tsunade and the other 3 who stepped out behind him heard this and twitched their mouths. Uchiha Yasuke's words continued. The Uchiha clan risked their lives to save Konoha, which was shrouded by the evil Senju clan, successfully killing the traitor Danzo, who inherited the will of the Senju clan, allowing Konoha to clear the clouds and see the light. Dujio, Jiraiya. Fugaku, stealthily looking at Tsunade. Tsunade. For a moment, in this forest ruin, they fell into an extremely awkward silence. Everyone knew Uchiha Yasuke was mocking them for previously ignoring Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others' wrongdoing. Especially Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had long known about Sarutobi Hiruzen's tricks and had left the village for that reason. Dujio, with his clever mind, also understood that they had chosen to sacrifice the Uchiha to protect Konoha, just as he had chosen to sacrifice many ninjas to ensure the third Hokage died naturally. They all had the ability to stop it. They just weighed the benefits and ultimately chose to give up the smaller side. Now, with the former victims standing in front of them, teasing them, and being at an equal status, they felt somewhat reluctant to meet his gaze. Guilt filled their hearts. All right, it was just a joke, Uchiha Yasuke said. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere suddenly relaxed a lot. Back then, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others treated the Uchiha this way. He represented the Hokage lineage of the Senju clan. If the Uchiha wanted to spread this now, it would truly put them in a dilemma. Stop it. Why? Why can the Hokage lineage do it, but the Uchiha cannot? They all built this village together. It would only be fair to do things together, not stopping it. Then, they would watch the reputation of the Senju clan deteriorate while the Uchiha became the most revered clan. They couldn't do that. Now that Uchiha Yasuke had withdrawn this trouble, they couldn't help but remember Uchiha Yasuke's mercy at this moment, even though this trouble was created by Uchiha Yasuke himself. Danzo is dead, and I feel relieved. The rest is up to you. Uchiha Sasuke waved his hand and walked away. The remaining four, Fugaku, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Tsunade, exchanged glances. Looking at the ruined forest and Danzo's corpse, they sighed. Well, let's clean up this mess. Hopefully, in our lifetime, we can fix the mess in Konoha. Chapter 74. Sasuke leaves the village. Sakura tries to retain him. Only a few people, including Iwagakure, Kyomogakure, and Akatsuki, are aware of Danzo's death. In contrast to the whole village knowing about Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, Danzo seems like a rat in a stinking gutter, only known by those who frequently operate in such places. This is also something Tsunade and the others deliberately orchestrated. They truly had no interest in dragging the third Hokage out for everyone to criticize again. Konoha was meant to enter a new chapter. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were on their first B-rank mission without Kakashi's guidance, heading to the land of Tea to protect the participants of the once every 4 years ritual, including Marino Idai. He is the brother of Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the first round of the Chunin exam, and was originally a genin from Konoha. After facing setbacks during the Chunin exam, the 10th question, he fell for his teacher Midori Aoi's words, stole the Raijin sword and secret scroll used by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and fled Konoha. Having committed an irreparable mistake, he returned to the right path with the help of Asuka Jiro, aiming to win for the Asuka family in the tournament at the Hong Shrine, hoping to gain dominance and reputation for their small town. The opposing family, the Kaji family, hired ninjas from the Hidden Rain village, including the defected Midori Aoi. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura faced continuous setbacks against Midori Aoi wielding the Raijin sword, but the sword was merely sharp. Eventually, Sasuke created a crack in the Raijin sword, and Naruto used a Rasengan to successfully destroy it, coincidentally hitting Midori Aoi, causing him to fall off a cliff. The three completed their mission successfully. Marino Idai met Marino Ibiki, who came to pick them up, and finally understood the 10th question of the Chunin exam, learning to trust others. Sasuke returned to the hospital again, alone, licking his wounds, filled with hatred for Itachi, thinking about Naruto being hunted, Naruto defeating enemies, Naruto. The more he thought, the more he loathed his own weakness. This led him to challenge Naruto, who came to visit him. The two went to the rooftop of the hospital for a fierce battle, with Sakura anxiously watching from the side. Soon, Sasuke used Chidori, and Naruto used Rasengan. Fortunately, Kakashi arrived in time to control them, tossing them onto a water iron box. Chidori twisted the entire water iron box, and water surged out like a column, while Rasengan merely created a deep pit on the surface, producing a flow of water akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Sasuke smirked coldly, and when Kakashi inquired, he merely snorted dismissively. But when he left and saw a large hole behind the water iron box, as if it had been blown open, with water cascading down like a waterfall, while his own iron box remained intact, his expression darkened. He gritted his teeth in frustration, filled with negative emotions. Like a little beast hiding under a tree, constantly thinking and becoming more resentful. At that moment, Kakashi, to prevent him from leaving on his own again, used fine wire to control him, and had a forced conversation, saying that even if revenge succeeded, all that would remain is emptiness. But this didn't solve the problem. Instead, it intensified Sasuke's desire for power. Nearby, Orochimaru's subordinates, Konoha, and Sakan, also came to add to Sasuke's dissatisfaction, beating him up. In the distance, Uchiha Sasuke quietly observed. If I go to save him now, will he become even more resentful? But after thinking it over, Uchiha Sasuke decided to let it be, fearing that he might get so angry he would want to beat Sasuke up instead. At that moment, Sasuke was indeed very annoying. Uchiha Sasuke still wanted to maintain a close relationship with his nieces. Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto was excited and happy to have ramen with Sakura for the first time. Sakura, the chashu ramen here is the best. Don't worry, it's on me this time. Naruto happily looked at the shopkeeper, saying, right, uncle, taking your girlfriend out for a meal. Naruto has grown up. The shopkeeper wiped his moist eyes with some joy. Girlfriend. Naruto blushed and hurriedly said, what are you talking about, uncle? Sakura has something important to tell me. That's not it. Naruto secretly glanced at Sakura, only to see her lost in thought, causing him to wonder, Sakura? Coming back to her senses. Sakura forced a smile. Sorry, Naruto, I was just daydreaming. Wow, it looks delicious. Sakura opened the disposable chopsticks and started to eat the ramen. Naruto, not suspecting anything, happily slurped up the ramen. But after just a few bites, she couldn't help but stop, returning to her heavy thoughts. Naruto, do you know about Orochimaru? Orochimaru. Naruto paused, put down his chopsticks, and the noodles returned to the delicious broth, slowly expanding. I recently encountered that guy. Naruto's voice became a bit somber. Where? Sakura was extremely shocked. When I went to find Granny Tsunade, he was fighting against both the pervy sage and Granny, and he didn't fall behind at all. He's a very dangerous guy. Naruto's voice trembled. That person couldn't use his hands, yet he stretched his neck to bite the sword while fighting like a madman. I couldn't understand what he was thinking at all. How could it be? Sakura felt helpless against Orochimaru's power. It's fine. Sasuke definitely won't be fooled by that kind of guy. And there's also Yashunai, right? Sakura smiled happily. Naruto felt relieved and continued to slurp the ramen. But Sakura's smile fell again. Late at night, the moon was full and bright. Sakura left Naruto and walked alone along a forest path. She sat quietly on a bench with only a gentle breeze blowing. As time passed, her nervous heart gradually calmed down. What am I thinking? Just as she revealed a faint smile, she heard footsteps approaching. This sound was very familiar to her, making her unable to help but turn her head. Soon, she saw the owner of the footsteps, Sasuke, with a backpack and hands in his pockets. Dressed for a long journey in the middle of the night made Sakura's heart skip a beat, her lips trembling as she looked at him. Sasuke calmly regarded her. What are you doing here so late? Sakura lowered her head, her voice small, because this is the only way to leave the village. Go back. Sasuke seemed to regard her as an ant, walking around her. Listening to his footsteps growing fainter, Sakura recalled 6 years of infatuation and effort, unable to hold back her tears. Why? Why don't you tell me anything? Why do you always remain silent and never speak to me? Why? But this infatuation was ruthlessly shattered by Sasuke. Why should I tell you anything? That's why I said you're being overly sentimental. Stay out of my business. Chapter 75. Going all out to bring Sasuke back. I can only make Sasuke dislike me. Sakura murmured to herself, tears streaming down her cheeks as she allowed them to fall without wiping them away. She even lifted her head, revealing a bright smile as she looked at Sasuke. Do you remember the day we just became genin and formed our 3-man team? We shared our lunchboxes. I don't remember. Sasuke walked away. All Sakura could see was his back, moving further away from her. No, don't, Sasuke. She couldn't help but chase after him. Sasuke, I like you the most. I like you so much. If you're willing to be with me, I promise I will never let you regret it. I will make you happy every day, and we will definitely be very happy. I'm willing to do anything for you, so please don't go. I will help you with your revenge. I will definitely think of a way. So stay. Please stay. Please. Sasuke. Sasuke. But Sasuke's figure showed no signs of stopping. In her breakdown and tears, Sasuke completely vanished. Outside the village, Kisame, Dato, and Sakam were kneeling on one knee. We have been waiting for you for a long time, Lord Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the three who had just beaten him up that afternoon. What is this about? The moment you stepped out of Konoha, you became my leader. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. Sasuke snorted and continued walking past them, saying, these things don't matter. For figures moved forward under the bright moonlight, filled with darkness. Morning. Hokage office. Tsunade had a smooth spot on her right cheek as she looked at the boy in front of her, her hands resting on the table, where a hint of brilliance could be seen on the nearby documents. Last night, Sasuke Uchiha left the village, and it's basically confirmed that he has headed to Odogakure. Oh, why? Asked Uchiha Yeshu. Yeshu, P.S. your brother. Aren't you worried at all that he left the village? P.S. in a special situation. Even if I'm worried, it won't help. The more people try to stop him, the more he will resist. He'll come to understand things in a few years. Bang! Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. Yeshu, you have no idea. He has been deceived by Orochimaru. Orochimaru wants to obtain the power of the Uchiha. He wants to use the impure world reincarnation to reincarnate into Sasuke. Uchiha Yeshu said helplessly, Okay, what do you need me to do? Bring Sasuke back. At that moment, a voice appeared in Uchiha Yeshu's mind. In the face of Sasuke's impending defection from the village, your choices are 1. Go all out, reward, double the effect of physical training. 2. Remain indifferent, reward, Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Yeshu closed his eyes and thought. If he brought Sasuke back, he would definitely continue to open his eyes due to his own powerlessness. And Orochimaru's escapability was something Uchiha Yeshu couldn't kill even if he wanted to. Orochimaru would only covet Sasuke even more. This situation would not be a bad influence for the future. Although he wanted to play with a Manjiki, he wanted to make the 8 gates even stronger. Uchiha Yeshu opened his eyes, calm and determined. Okay, I will do my best to bring Sasuke back. Yeshu's team has been dispatched on other missions. Except for Shikamaru, you have the authority to mobilize all Genin for this mission. Okay, I'll mobilize Marisuke and Kyuj. Tsunade clenched her fists, veins popping on her forehead, staring intensely at Uchiha Yeshu, her breathing becoming more rapid with each passing second. All right, I'll go carry out the mission. As he walked out the door, Uchiha Yeshu paused and turned back with a smile. How about we practice when I get back from the mission? Tsunade grinned, revealing a dangerous smile. Sure. After Uchiha Yeshu left the Hokage building, he went to Shikaku's house. Yeshu? Shikamaru's mother, Yoshino, opened the door, somewhat puzzled. Isn't there no mission today? Hello, Aunt Yoshino. Uchiha Yeshu greeted her. Yoshino smiled gently and stepped aside, allowing Uchiha Yeshu to enter the house. Shikaku and Shikamaru were having breakfast. Upon seeing Uchiha Yeshu, they both put down their food and turned to look at him. Uchiha Yeshu sat down and unceremoniously grabbed a bun to eat. Shikamaru, we have a special mission. You need to gather all the genin you know. Sasuke has left the village, and we need to go for a spring outing. Okay. Shikamaru immediately stuffed a bun into his mouth and hurriedly sprang into action. But the next moment, he froze, his eyes wide as he stared at Uchiha Yeshu. Sasuke left the village. Yeah, hurry up. Once you've gathered everyone, we'll set off immediately. By the way, Nichi is on another mission. So this time at LL, just be you, me, and a group of genin. All right. Okay. Shikamaru didn't ask further. Even though it had only been 2 months, he knew that Uchiha Yeshu was not someone who acted without consideration. In fact, he calculated more than he did. And he was bigger. A temporary setback was just for a greater benefit. In the house, only Yoshino and Shikaku were left. Yoshino went to the kitchen to make breakfast for Uchiha Yeshu. Shikaku seriously asked, Don't you want to bring him back? With Uchiha Yeshu's strength, he believed that Uchiha Yeshu alone would be far more reliable than taking a group of genin with him. This was not a task that could succeed just because there were more people. My tracking ability isn't strong, and bringing them out to sea will benefit their future as well. Don't pressure them too much. They're the strongest group I've seen. By next year, they LL probably all become CH Nin, especially that 1010. She seems to have really touched the threshold. Don't worry, I won't pressure them. Upon hearing this, Shikaku felt relieved. After all, Uchiha Yeshu's combat power had reached the level of a Kage, especially his new technique, Nail. Unlike the terrifying destructive power of those 3 techniques, the Nail technique was solely for killing, cold-blooded and domineering. He didn't even know how this kid's recovery ability was. If it weren't for the exposure of those incidents involving Tsurutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, and the knowledge that the Uchiha clan had endured their oppression for peace without ever resisting, many people would definitely be worried and afraid of Uchiha Yeshu's strength. It could only be said that it all relied on the support of the companions. Before long, Shikamaru returned. He brought Naruto, Sakura, Choji, Ino, Shino, Kiba, Hinata, Lee, and Niji. Except for 1010 and Sasuke, the 12 strong were all there. They stood in 2 rows, eager and ready to show off their skills. Uchiha Yeshu said calmly, All the Nin in the village have been arranged to carry out missions, so you genin have nothing to do. Today, you will accompany me out of the village to carry out a mission. Although I will protect you, it doesn't mean you won't get hurt or die. I believe your J-Nin captains have all told you this, but the Umbu are even colder. Trust me, aside from trying not to let you die. Losing limbs is a common occurrence, right, Shikamaru? Shikamaru trembled at the mention, as if recalling the day when the explosive tag shattered his legs, forcing a difficult smile. Chapter 76. Cold Pursuit. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Shikamaru said, Captain Yinshu cares about your well-being far less than your captain does. Everyone thought it was a good opportunity to show off, but it seems they walked into a tiger's mouth. Well then, let's go. On the street, Uchiha Yinshu moved quickly like a leading bird. He dashed out of the village and into the forest. Shikamaru, Naruto, Sakura, CHG, Ino, Shino, Kiba, Hinata, and Niji followed closely behind, forming a formation. Naruto and Shikamaru were at the core for quick support. Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and Shino served as the secondary core, providing auxiliary support. Kiba, CHG, Lee, and Niji formed the outermost layer, protecting the six at the core and acting as scouts. Uchiha Yinshu, however, moved ahead on his own, incredibly fast. Even Shikamaru, who often kept up with Yinshu, was struggling a bit. But Naruto, Kiba, Lee, and Niji managed to keep pace. Half an hour later, boom, smoke appeared and several figures emerged. 6 Uchiha Yanshus appeared, picking up the exhausted Shikamaru and others, and continued moving forward. They advanced in silence, the gentle wind turning sharp. An indescribable chilling atmosphere surrounded them. What's going on? Sasuke stared at the figures surrounding him. Kiyotaka, Deyu, and Soko. Lord Orochimaru specifically instructed us that you must die once, Soko said, pulling out a small bottle from his waist. This is a wake-up pill. Please take it. Wake-up pill. What is that? Sasuke asked. Your current curse seal level is State 1. This pill can forcibly awaken you to State 2, Deyu explained. However, once you become State 2, the erosion of the cursed seal will accelerate significantly, and you will die in no time. Soko continued. But to control the power of State 2, you will need a long time for your body to adapt. So, even if you gain power equal to ours, you will surely die a few minutes after awakening. And after death? Sasuke broke out in a cold sweat. You don't have to worry. We came for this, Soko said, placing the bottle in Sasuke's hand. We will use barrier ninjutsu to offset the side effects, allowing you to enter a state of temporary death. Is your barrier ninjutsu trustworthy? Sasuke glared at Soko. He wanted to become stronger, not die. Lord Sasuke, we were originally Lord Orochimaru's guards, so barrier, defensive ninjutsu, curse seals, and sealing techniques are all within our grasp, Kiyotaka said proudly. Even with one less? Sasuke sneered. Immediately, Kiyotaka and Deyu's faces turned icy. The missing one, the chubby Jirbi, was torn apart by Uchiha Yinshu into a bloody rain. This greatly diminished their value. Sasuke's words hit them right in the sore spot. If it weren't for Sasuke's older brother, their value would not have been compromised. Soko quickly interjected, It's okay. I will use Shadow Clone Jutsu. The effect will be better than losing Jirbi. Seeing this, Sasuke knew he couldn't return to the village and had no choice but to trust them. He pulled out the cork and poured out a wake-up pill. Here goes. Seeing Soko immediately use Shadow Clone Jutsu, standing alongside Kiyotaka and Deyu, he felt reassured and swallowed the wake-up pill in one gulp. Gulch. Suddenly his heart felt as if it were being squeezed, causing him to bite down hard on his teeth to stifle his screams, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Soko immediately took out a scroll and unfolded it, revealing a character for Coffin. As he unlocked it, smoke appeared and a large wooden barrel emerged, a coffin barrel. Kiyotaka placed the pain-ridden Sasuke inside. Start. In an instant, Kiyotaka, Deyu, Soko, and Soko's shadow clone immediately began forming seals. In the blink of an eye, purple chakra appeared from their hands, gathering above the coffin barrel to form a purple-black cloud, resembling a calamity, swelling continuously. Insects around them trembled in fear as a fierce wind howled. The next second, the four shouted in unison, for black mist formation. The purple-black cloud immediately descended, enveloping Sasuke in the coffin barrel. And the last of the purple-black mist solidified into a lid, falling on top. Soko quickly pulled out 5 talismans, infused them with chakra, and spread them over the black mist lid. He clasped his hands together, sealing black technique. In an instant, the talismans fell, sticking tightly to the large wooden barrel. Everything returned to silence. All right, that's a wrap. Kiyotaka, using his 6 arms, lifted the large wooden barrel, and the 3 began to move forward. The sun was high in the sky. Kiyotaka, Deyu, and Soko were cautiously observing their surroundings, stopping in their tracks. Things were getting troublesome. 1, 2, The next second, two figures appear before them. Moonlight Gale and Shiranui Genkan. Fighting against two Jonin is a bit tricky. Kiyotaka grinned savagely, his cursed seal spreading across his body like tadpoles. Dayu and Soko were the same. Cursed seal state 1. Clang. The kunai clashed, sparks flying. The battle was about to erupt. So slow, Shino said anxiously. Tatami Awashi spoke up. What should we do, Shino? Let us go take a look. Yes. Soon. They arrived at the scene and saw what lay before them. Trees were shattered and broken, covered in shuriken and kunai. The ground was riddled with countless craters. Smoke drifting up, and two figures covered in shuriken and kunai lay motionless on the ground. Gale. Genkan. Shino rushed forward, listening for their heartbeats. Thump, thump, thump. She released the breath she had been holding in her throat. Immediately, she set them down and began treating them. Tatami Awashi also felt relieved and immediately said, Shino, I'll go chase after them. No. Shino immediately refused. But, at that moment, Shiranui Genkan woke up and said weakly, Wait, Iwashi, their techniques are already beyond the realm of ninjas. Cough cough. If you go alone, you will die. Genkan, stop talking. Shino commanded. Everything fell silent once more. In the forest, 11 figures were swiftly moving through it. At that moment, Kiba's Akamaru let out a howl. Oh, Captain Yinshu, Kiba said seriously. What's wrong? Yinshu slowed down. There's a smell of blood nearby. Your nose is sharp. Uchiha Yinshu replied. Which direction? Over there. Kiba pointed toward 11 o'clock, where the scents of 4 people mixed with Sasuke's, merging together. From a smell of blood, the other 4 were running further away. What should we do? Chapter 77. The ghost child Maru blocks the road. Yangshu opens the 6 gates. Everyone looked at Uchiha Yangshu, waiting for his decision. Should they continue to pursue Sasuke in the current direction at 12 o'clock, or gather intelligence before chasing Sasuke? Yangshu, don't worry about that. Hurry up and chase Sasuke. Naruto said. If we go that way, we might be able to gather some information, Shikamaru suggested. But if we do that, Sasuke might escape the borders of the Land of Fire, Niji pointed out. Uchiha Yangshu didn't hesitate for long. You continue to chase Sasuke. I'll go check the situation. Shikamaru, as the vice captain, take charge. Understood. Sakura, Hinata, come with me. Yes. The 11 members split into 2 teams and moved quickly. Who? Tatami Awashi gripped his kunai, standing in front of the injured Tsukikage Shippu, Nara Hanjin, and the healing Shizun. Shizun also discreetly adjusted her kunai position, observing possible hiding spots for enemies. But the next moment, they all relaxed. Yangshu, this young man, recommended by Shikamaru to be the Hokage's assistant and almost becoming one, left a great impression on them. Young, powerful, unfathomable. Uchiha Yangshu nodded slightly as a greeting and coldly said, My target seems to have fought with you. Do you have any information? Their techniques are not like those of ordinary ninjas. Even having fought with them, Nara Hanjin couldn't provide much information. After all, they were defeated in Curse Mark State 1. Uchiha Yangshu still understood them. Sakura, go treat them. Once they're healed, catch up with Shizun and me. He looked at Shizun. Is that okay? Yes, they all need to go back to heal. Awashi can handle them alone, Shizun replied. Then, see you later. Uchiha Yangshu turned to Hinata behind him. Let's go. Yes. Hinata hurriedly replied, immediately following Uchiha Yangshu away from the scene. Sakura knelt down, and like Shizun, used healing jutsu to treat Tsukikage Shippu and Nara Hanjin's injuries. Yangshu brother, what's wrong? Uchiha Yangshu glanced back at Hinata. Do ninjas have to be so cold-hearted? Uchiha Yangshu was taken aback. Then, he slowed his pace, picked up Hinata, who was trying to keep up, which made her feel a bit relieved as she relaxed her tired legs and obediently lay on Yangshu's back. Uchiha Yangshu moved quickly while smiling. No, just like your clan. The barriers between the main family and branch family have disappeared, and the strict rules in the family have also been reduced, so everyone doesn't always have a dark expression. Are you saying it's because of the environment, brother Yangshu? But strong people are also a part of the environment. So I could spend a little time caring for them earlier, or I could compress time to catch up with Sasuke. You can do whatever you think is right. People are just animals, and the most important thing is to live happily. Hinata nodded softly, like a little kitten. Uchiha Yangshu smiled and rubbed her little head. After 6 years, he could finally rightfully rub Hinata's little head. It seems that solving the main and branch family system of the Hyuga clan not only benefited Fugaku in becoming a Hokage advisor, but also had its advantages for him. An hour later, Captain Yangshu is back. Niji reminded everyone to prevent any accidents due to Uchiha Yangshu's sudden appearance. Everyone nodded. Swish, swish. Uchiha Yangshu returned to the front, and Hinata rejoined the team. Although everyone was puzzled about why Sakura was not there, they didn't ask much. "How's it going?" Uchiha Yangshu inquired of Kiba. "We're almost there." They stopped. They must have discovered us. No, one person stopped, but the other three are still moving forward. Kiba said, "What should we do? Is this to stall us?" Ridiculous. In an instant, a green energy suddenly enveloped Uchiha Yangshu's body. Veins bulged like blood vessels covering his skin. "Wait." When Kiba shouted this, Uchiha Yangshu had already vanished. Kiba stopped on a thick branch, twitching his mouth. There must be a trap ahead. Everyone stopped, staring blankly at Shikamaru. Shikamaru shrugged and said, "Let's wait a moment before moving forward." Everyone. The next moment, boom! A massive explosion sounded, as if a huge explosive tag had been detonated. A scorching wind rushed in, making them swallow hard. This trap is somewhat frightening. This should be a barrier formation. Niji was somewhat shocked. Barrier formation? Naruto, CHG were very puzzled. A type of trap ninjutsu, using explosive tags to set up a formation that detonates after someone steps inside. It's said in the books my dad forced me to read that this is high-level ninjutsu. Shikamaru said gravely. Even though he had joined the Umbu and encountered many traps, he had never seen traps of such a high level. Is Brother Yangshu okay? Looking at the massive fire in front of them, everyone was very worried. Yangshu will be fine. The moment he entered, he already rushed out. Just as if to respond to his words, the explosions continued to sound. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone be careful. Even though Captain Yangshu has eliminated many traps, it doesn't mean there are no traps left. Yes. With explosions continuing behind them, Uchiha Yangshu's excitement was also rising. 2 months ago, he was too afraid of these three entering Curse Mark State 2, risking everything to keep him from pursuing them, allowing them to take Orochimaru away. Now, with his physical strength increased by 2 cards and having the new technique of nail strikes, he wanted to see how much he had transformed. For example, what used to require the Overlord's bite to kill could now. Swish! Uchiha Yangshu charged forward, fueled by a wild and excited momentum. Suddenly, puff puff puff, the sound of a net being cast, as if it were spat out. Soon, Uchiha Yangshu saw a spiderweb approaching. He seemed to ignore it and charged straight up. This surprised the ambushing ghost child Maru. He didn't expect that the beast Yangshu, who had killed Jirbi and was in Curse Mark State 2, would be so careless. To be honest, when he learned that the pursuer was the formidable beast Yangshu, he thought he was doomed. Despair lingered, but now, perhaps he could capture the beast Yangshu and take him back to Orochimaru, making Orochimaru value him even more. The beast Yangshu. This would be a gift that could make Orochimaru tremble with excitement. He even activated Curse Mark 2 and prepared his strongest technique. Ha 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 ha. But the next moment, his face changed drastically. Chapter 78. Instant Kill, The Arrival of Kinjuro. The thick spiderwebs could not even get close to his body. That green energy seemed like a protective shield, keeping him safe and repelling the spiderwebs. In fact, the violent chakra caused the special chakra that condensed the spiderwebs to begin to collapse and dissolve. This made Kutumaru, whose appearance resembled a devil, break out in a cold sweat. The palms of his 6 hands were sweating as he gripped the spider silk hanging from the tree, his feet pushing against the 2-meter-long golden bough, and his mouth biting down on an arrow as thick as his finger. The spider silk connecting the 2 segments of the golden bough emitted unbearable cracking sounds. Accuracy of 100. Destructive power. Maximum. The next moment. Bang! An astonishing sound of sonic boom erupted. Here it comes. Uchiha Yushu extended a finger as if drawing a bow. In an instant, a spray of blood appeared. Bang! Another sonic boom sounded. It transformed into a fierce bullet, heading towards the golden arrow. It pierced through trees, destroying the air. In the moment of silence, the two collided. Z. The piercing sound immediately echoed throughout the forest. This is bad. Zoken's face turned exceptionally ugly. Why? From the sound. That Yushu guy must have taken Katamuru's attack head-on, right? Doyu was holding a large wooden barrel. The Overlord's bite, the armored dragon's tail, and there's still one move left, which is capable of instant killing Lord Manda, Jirubu's technique. With such a technique, not be on par with Katamuru's attack. Upon hearing this, Doyu's expression became grim. Yes, how could it not be on par? Katamoru can instantly kill Jirubu in Curse Seal State 2? Impossible. Not to mention tearing Jirubu apart into a rain of blood without any resistance. In fact, even Katamoru facing Manda, let alone inflicting serious injury, would struggle to even cause moderate damage. So, he must have developed a new technique that can instantly kill us without rendering him completely powerless. Zoken's voice was exceptionally low. Then we should. Doyu was sweating profusely as he looked at Zoken, hoping to see a glimmer of hope. Zoken's expression was extremely dark. At that moment, a white-haired boy with a purple Shimenawa tied around his waist descended from the sky. Doyu's eyes widened. Why are you? Kinjiro, why? I ascend to your body. She was a bit incoherent. The white-haired boy calmly said, I am no longer acting based on my physical body but rather my spirit. Really, you damn. Doyu was sweating profusely. Now I understand this point, having escaped from the cage of the body, feeling like an information life form, and slightly touching the dream of Lord Orochimaru. Kinjiro looked at the large wooden barrel in Doyu's arms and calmly said, This container is an important vessel of dreams, the true body that Lord Orochimaru desires. Kinjiro slightly raised his head, shifting his gaze from the wooden barrel to Doyu and Zoken's faces. Doyu, stay here and kill those lower ninjas. I will take care of Yushu. Doyu looked like a frightened child, yet very obediently, trembling, she handed the wooden barrel to Zoken. Upon seeing this, Zoken immediately hugged the wooden barrel and moved away, leaving only Kinjiro and Doyu. The collision between the nail and the golden arrow turned into metal fragments and meat, bone debris, slowly falling in the forest. In an instant, a figure darted through, creating a fierce wind that ruthlessly slammed the metal fragments and meat, bone debris against the trees. Boom! A black figure landed, appearing in front of Kutomaru. Kutomaru looked in horror at the finger raised by Uchiha Yushu, as his body quickly secreted slime, forming a heavy golden armor. But even so, it did not provide him with a shred of safety. Uchiha Yoshu's actions continued unabated. In just a second, he was terrified to the extreme, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinholes, cold sweat pouring out. No! Bang! The sound of a sonic boom erupted. The screams suddenly stopped. Kutomaru's body became soft. Crack, crack, crack. The metal armor shattered, falling off Kutomaru's monstrous brown body. In the middle of his unblinking eyes was a blood hole that pierced through. Swish, swish, swish. 10 figures landed, seeing Kutomaru killed by Uchiha Yushu. His monstrous appearance made them instinctively take a step back. Even in death, they could still feel how bizarre and terrifying his chakra was in life. Awu! Akamaru barked. Kiba said gravely, Another one is coming. He is staying behind with one of them, while the other 2 continue to escape. It seems they plan to block me, and also you guys. Uchiha Yushu smiled. What should we do? This time I might get blocked, but the pursuit cannot stop. So who wants to block the other one? The 10 looked at each other. Yushu, I want to stay and block him. Lee shouted, raising his hand. I will stay too, Niji said. All right, Lee and Niji will stay. The rest continue to pursue Sasuke. Yes. The 10 immediately jumped onto the trees, quickly leaping on the thick branches. But this time, Lee and Niji were in front, advancing alongside Uchiha Yushu. Shikamaru, Naruto, Chuji, Ino, Shino, Kiba, and Hinata lagged behind by 7 meters, ready to pass through as soon as they blocked the enemy and continued to pursue Sasuke. Here they come. This time, the presence of the fierce beast Yushu and Kinjiro made Doi not underestimate these lower ninjas, especially since she needed to block 10 lower ninjas. Lower ninjas, comparable to ants. But this did not make her lower her guard, because if she let one slip through, she would be killed by Kinjiro. Therefore, Doya directly activated Cursed Seal State 2 and summoned 3 10-meter-tall spirits. Each spirit had a purple Shimenawa around their waist. One spirit was pitch black, with long hair covering its face, holding a thick wooden stick. Another spirit was a muscular man, with white bandages covering its eyes, wielding bone claw weapons. The third spirit had no arms, its whole body bound by bandages. She held a flute with both hands, resting it next to her lips, staring at the approaching Yushu and the others, and immediately began to play. Magic flute, dream sound lock. Instantly, the melodious flute sound rang out, enveloping Yushu, Lee, Niji, Shikamaru, and others within. They seemed to lose their strength, unable to move, falling towards the ground. Uchiha Yushu watched the surrounding forest scenery begin to ripple, appearing like the surface of water. Soon, his limbs were bound, suspended between a blood-red sky and earth. On the ground, there were many skeletons from their shapes. One could vaguely see them curled up in pain before their deaths. The 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared in Uchiha Yoshu's eyes, as if looking at fools. He passed through the illusion and looked towards Doyu. Mirror heaven and earth turn. Chapter 79. Yinshu-kun, come home with me. In an instant, Mayu was shocked as she looked at the blood-red world before her. She saw her limbs bound, hanging in this realm. Illusion. I actually fell for my own illusion. In reality, Jumura looked at Mayu, who was in the Cursed Seal State too, her arms outstretched and bound. Fool! He extended a finger. Bang! A bone bullet shot out and struck her arm. Puffed. A splash of blood appeared. Mayu screamed, breaking free from the illusion. At the same time, Jumara pointed all 10 fingers at Shikamaru and the others, who were trying to sneak past. Corpse bone path, 10 finger piercing. Boom! Uchiha Yenshu, having opened the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates, stood before him and said with a smile, "Your opponent should be me." Bang! Uchiha Yenshu threw a punch, creating a sonic boom. Jumara frowned slightly and immediately withdrew his attack, pose aimed at Shikamaru, shifting to a defensive stance. The fist collided with the bone shield. Boom! A violent blast of wind sent Mayu flying. At the same time, she wanted to distance herself from Junmaru to rectify her mistakes and pursue Shikamaru and the others. Swish, swish, 2 figures, one green and one beige, appear before Mayu. "Your opponent is us," Lee said. Niji stood nearby, staring intently at Mayu. "Get lost." Mayu watched as Shikamaru and the others continued to drift away, her heart racing. She placed the flute to her lips, and the melodious flute sound echoed once more. But this time it had no effect, as Lee and Niji had already stuffed cotton into their ears. However, they did not expect that Mayu was playing the enchanted flute that controlled the 3 ghosts. The Phantom Dance tune. They lacked Shikamaru's intellect, unable to remember the sequence she played or use the shadow imitation technique to control them. But with their formidable strength, Niji's no-angle attacks and Lee's incredible taijutsu, especially since they attacked from different directions, left Mayu in a predicament, unable to utilize the 3 ghosts to kill them. And they couldn't approach her to attack. It turned into a standoff. "I really envy your bones." Uchiha Yenshu looked at the bone shield that only had slight cracks under his punch, envy evident on his face. Junmaru remained cold and silent. In his mind, there was only one thought: kill Yenshu, then kill Shikamaru and the others. They must not be allowed to interfere with Lord Orochimaru. In the next moment, curse markings appeared on his body, smooth lines climbing up his skin like a maze, and his chakra suddenly surged. Sinister white bones emerged, resembling human weapons, stabbing towards Uchiha Yenshu. Corpse bone path, Dance of the Willow. Uchiha Yenshu threw a swinging punch. Bang! Junmaru's arm was knocked back, his abdomen wide open. But in the next moment, Uchiha Yenshu dodged. The bone spikes that had just appeared in his abdomen pierced the air. At the same time, Uchiha Yenshu extended a finger, aiming at his head. Nail. Bang! Junmaru's pupils contracted as the bones on his body wrapped around him like flower buds. Zzz. A piercing sound rang out, and he could feel that finger struggling to change direction. In an instant, whoosh, the nail left a slight arc-shaped scratch on Junmaru's bone, penetrating through trees and disappearing into the sky. "I really envy your bones more and more." Uchiha Yenshu smiled and extended another finger. Junmaru broke out in cold sweat, as if he were about to die at any moment. The maze-like cursed markings on his body erupted with immense chakra, turning his body brown, growing a bone-spike tail that resembled a dragon's tail, though lacking scales, making it look somewhat ugly. In his left hand, bones twisted and gathered into a giant spear. The strongest spear. Bang! The sound of the nail's sonic boom rang out. The white bone giant spear surged upward. The two collided, releasing energy that splashed around, causing trees to lose their leaves, followed by branches and bark, as if they were being torn apart. The long, piercing sound filled the air with the astonishing energy of the collision. Uchiha Yenshu seemed to have anticipated this, disappearing the moment the two collided. In an instant, he appeared behind Junmaru, a finger extended, aimed at his head. Junmaru's face turned pale, filled with unwillingness. He could no longer pursue Shikamaru and the others, but at the very least, he had to fight desperately to kill the beast Yenshu before him. Corpse bone path, Dance of the Early Fern. Bones crazily extended from the thick branches. In an instant, it was as if the cold bone forest on the ground was being lifted, spreading around like a canopy, creating a white bone forest where people appeared extremely small. Mayu, who was fighting nearby, was terrified. He actually used this move. Mayu felt relieved, knowing that at least Junmaru was doomed. This way, he wouldn't be able to kill her. But now the most important thing was to escape. She abandoned her attack on Lee and Niji and hurriedly jumped away quickly on the thick branches. Lee and Niji, seeing this, immediately chased after her. Junmaru seemed to dissolve into the sea, merging into the bone forest, his body disappearing. The nail he was fighting against lost its target and shot into the sky. Uchiha Yenshu's pointed finger also lost its aim. Looking at the canopy of the bone forest, he began to feel a headache. In the next moment, he immediately dodged. A massive bone spear appeared where he had originally stood. Junmaru calmly stared at him, as if looking at a corpse, and once again entered the bone forest, disappearing. It was as if a cold cat was toying with a doomed mouse. "You think you can get away with this? You think I can't deal with you?" Uchiha Yenshu felt a surge of anger. The next moment, a terrifying aura emerged from him. Ancient, savage, fierce, in the bone forest. As Junmaru was about to launch another attack on Uchiha Yenshu, he stopped, his body stiffening. He had thought he had forgotten life and death, but now, as if standing before a terrifying monster, he remembered the horrors of death. A fierce head, armor like scales of steel, a heavy body, short and sturdy limbs, a powerful tail. A terrifying tail hammer. That high-raised tail, in an instant, ruthlessly slammed down. Armor dragon, tail whip. Boom! The solid bone forest crumbled before this terrifying tail, as if it had turned into fragile wafers, shattering upon contact. With a spinning, fierce posture, it swept around, scattering bone fragments like terrifying blades. Junmaru could not react in time. In an instant, it seemed like eternity, he could only see that tail mercilessly crashing down. Beast! Yenshu! The faint sound was drowned out by the roaring thunder. The ground shook like a landslide, instilling fear in its might. In an instant, the bone forest was swept away, revealing a vast open space within this lush green forest. Uchiha Yenshu collapsed weakly, ignoring the scattered bone fragments around him and under the sunlight. He took out the scroll from his waist. But in the next second, whoosh, a kunai shot towards him, aiming to destroy the scroll. Uchiha Yoshu avoided it. At that moment, a sinister laugh emerged. Yoshikuen, come home with me.